That stuff is flat.
How's it going? Feel free to ask any questions you may have. You don't have to linger in the side chat.
Well, thank you so much. Have a good one. Thanks.
What's up, lads?
Oh, what's up, bro?
Had to check, make sure you weren't hot micing.
I am good. Just getting food right now. Sorry, guys. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, man.
I'm about to go order coffee right now. Let me go mute myself up too, so I'm not hot micing again.
That mic's coming in just a little buzzy, though. Just letting you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. I think I'll play this bumper real quick.
Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about the earth. 24/7 talk about the earth.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Welcome.
Bro, why you don't ask in the VC? It's my problem. Like, ask in chat, is that a problem?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Like, hello? Bro, we can speak as well, bro. We got mics. Yeah. So bored, like, I can't speak. I can't get on mic. Anyone else speaks, bro? Some people are asking, I'm working. Bruh, what the hell is wrong with all people? Let me go to some, like, I don't know.
Are the Globeheads taking a day off today or what?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Welcome. Hope all is well. I think I scared him off.
Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about the earth. 24/7, Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about the earth.
Hello, 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 guys. Anyone available? Why no one talk to me? Hello, hello.
Hello. Anyone here?
Hey Yod, are you busy right now?
Hey man, I'm around. What's up?
It's up to you if you want to do it here, if you want to do it over in Pickled Minds. I'm trying. Someone introduced a new term to me called Schuler tuning, and I wanted to go over that if you know anything about that.
Oh yeah. I know something about Schuler tuning.
Yeah,
Schuler tuning is
I was,
basically how.
sorry. I just wanted to say real quick, if you have any references to go with that too, that way I can follow up and read and everything. Because I do want to learn about it. I find it interesting.
Okay.
But go
So
ahead.
yeah, if so the way pendulums work, it's quite fascinating. If you change the weight on the end of a pendulum and keep the length of the pendulum the same, it doesn't swing any faster or slower. So there's a guy, I don't know, his name like Thomas Schuler or something. He's some German mathematician in the earlier 1900s. He was coming up with a way to solve a
Maximilian
problem.
Maximilian Schuler, just so you know.
Maximilian Schuler tune. Okay, for Schuler tune. Max, that's who it was. He was trying to solve a problem on basically how do you, if you are if you're trying to navigate, I guess may as well start at the top. If you're trying to navigate around a ball, how do you keep your airplane or your boat or whatever from flying off on the tangent out into outer space? So how do you update your navigation system to make sure that you're always going to be conforming to the ball? So he came up with a formula, and the formula is based off of this concept where if you were to take a pendulum, the mathematical formula for this is a pendulum with a length of 3,959 miles. And if you were to take this pendulum and pull it up so that it's horizontal and then let it go and let it swing, it takes something like 98.2 minutes or something for the pendulum to swing all the way down and then up the other side and then down and then come back to where it started again. And this is based off of using gravity, 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration with the pendulum. Now, what's interesting is if you can imagine that the pendulum, instead of swinging all the way forward and then down back to you, if it were to swing forward and then continue going up, way up high, and then come back to you from above, it basically draws a circumference of a globe. So in essence, you could say that like the orbital period of an object at Earth's surface at 3,959 miles altitude from the point of origin in the center of the globe Earth, the orbital period would be about 98 minutes. So using this orbital period, you could call it, it basically provides a range-bound condition for your navigation system to conform all of your movements forward, backward, left, right, whatever, to this orbit, to like a great circle route. So no matter what vector you're heading, the idea is if you're to continue on that vector, then you'd have to be orbiting, rotating around the Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's essentially what it does. I mean, I know real complicated ways to get into it, but that's about as simple as I think anybody can explain it and still be true to what it's doing. So Schuler tuning is basically a way to mathematically keep a to keep you on a ball. And it ties into something called Legendre's theorem, which is kind of like a Haversine formula to make sure that, if you take two coordinate systems and find the shortest route between them, it's going to be an arc. If it, assuming latitude, longitude, or some spherical coordinate system like that. So it's all related to the idea of a ball and keeping things consistent with navigating on a ball. The claim is that Schuler tuning, when it's applied to inertial navigation systems, which are already using latitude and longitude, that Schuler tuning makes their navigation more accurate and precise. And you know what? They're absolutely right that they're ensuring that their navigation system is internally consistent. It has absolutely no bearing on determining the shape of the Earth itself, because if you're going to claim like the distance between New York and Paris is what it is on a ball, and you're going to claim that you use Schuler tuning in an aircraft in order to get this precise calculation between New York and Paris in miles, and that your plane actually flew in this direction and went from New York to Paris and got to where it went, you're going to have to validate that through some external means to ensure that the calculated distance between these 2 points on the coordinate reference grid are truly that distance in the real world. And the way to externally validate, we're not talking to perform an internal critique, but an external critique of this claim of that distance, is to do a planar survey or planar measurement. And, nobody has any means to do that. You're not going to do a planar survey from New York to Paris. So, the coordinate reference grid works when it's used internally consistently, and when checks and balances are put into it so that you don't inadvertently try to mix different kinds of topologies that are not spherical into your spherical inertial navigation system. And that's really what Schuler tuning helps to accomplish, is it's ensuring that you're not going to mix some kind of Cartesian flat topology in with your navigation when your navigation is wholly done on a spherical surface instead. And the surface is mathematical.
What's up, Vertigo? I appreciate that, Yoder.
Yeah, man, no problem. If anyone has any questions too, just let me know. Hit me up here in DMs or in text chat.
Yeah, I'll reach out. What's up, Vertigo?
Oh, where can we find some resources, research that a little bit more?
You can start off on Wikipedia and go to YouTube and Google it, YouTube search it there and read up on it.
Okay, Roger. That's very interesting.
Yeah, Globe Earthers thinks it proves that Earth is flat, that it's somehow a measurement of curvature, when really all it is a way to ensure that when you are using flat Earth angle measurements like azimuth and elevation to go from point A to point B, that you're actually curving those in real time. Because if you're not curving those flat Earth measurements in real time, then you might start to see some drift errors away from your intended headings.
So it's a lot like magnetic declination charts, an imposed correction to...
Exactly. It's an imposed correction. Precisely. That is analogous. Yes, it is an imposed correction. It's one of many imposed corrections. Another one alongside Schuler tuning that for some reason globies don't talk about, maybe because they don't know yet, is called the transport rate. So Schuler tuning ensures that you're orbiting around a ball, but the transport rate ensures that your rotation is aligned with your orbit, so that the belly of your aircraft is always facing down towards the surface of a ball as it orbits, and not being stationary and being exposed to the stars halfway around the orbit and then exposed to the ground when it comes back to where it started again. So the transport rate calculates that rate of rotation.
We were talking about that last night. The transport rate. I need to study that.
Yeah, transport rate and Schuler tuning. Combine both of those with your spherical coordinate reference system, and now you're basically, technically, you're orbiting the Earth when you're driving from one place to another on a ball. You're orbiting the globe Earth. You're orbiting the spherical navigation system. And really what's happening is, like, pilots, long-haul truck drivers, ship captains, when they're going from point A to point B over flat Earth, on modern devices, they're watching a computerized ball on one screen. And the little boat, the little airplane or truck is placed somewhere on that ball on a screen. And then they look out the windows and they're navigating a truly flat Earth instead. The incremental updates, the incremental imposed changes are so small so as to be statistically negligible over most purposes. And this is how they hide the ball on a flat Earth. The corrections are so statistically negligible that they may as well not even be there, that there's really no need to differentiate flat from a globe unless you're going very long distances. And now those errors start to become less negligible the longer the distance. And so the longer the distance, the more you can convince people that they traveled a globe with far less evidence to show for it, if that makes any sense. So
Yeah.
It does make sense. And the more I look into, sorry, Bill, I just want to say this real quick. The more I look into it, the more it seems like the statistical error, right? Like I'm trying to think of the exact word, but you know what I'm talking about, Yoder. The error of the measurement, it lies within the curve of the Earth, is what I'm starting to learn.
Yeah, the error hides within. Yep, the globe hides within your margin of error, which means you cannot really differentiate the two unless you use a precise measurement. Consider this mathematically. A tangent squared to the globe that measures 69 by 69 miles, 69 miles long, 69 miles wide. A tangent squared to the globe of that dimension versus a 69 by 69 mile swath on the globe is 99.77% similar in terms of curvature, in terms of like area distortion. That's the scale we're talking, that just about over 70 miles distance, you better have a way to be more than 99.77% accurate in your measurement in order to differentiate a curved surface from a flat surface over that distance. And this is why, folks, why we need to use lasers, why we need to use survey distances, and we do all of that. Why we measure temperature, why we use infrared. Because we know that over such distances, it is very statistically insignificant. However, when you have an observer on the ground who can see drop over distance, it's noticeable. It would be noticeable. The difference, absolutely. Right? I mean, if I were a surveying company and I said that I could survey a swath of the Earth by 69 miles and my survey was 99.77% accurate, that'd be freaking great. I mean, I don't know if any other company could match that level of precision. So the bigger the ball, though, the bigger the distance on the ball, the greater that error. That error actually compounds exponentially. But yeah, man. So what percent of 360 degrees, or what percent of how about this? Take the circumference of the Earth, about 24,950 miles. What's 70 miles divided by the circumference of Earth? and then multiply that by 360 to get degrees. Anyone know what it is? 1 degree. 1/360th.
Crazy.
Yeah. All right. So when you frame it in certain ways, the difference is negligible. But when you also understand the math, you can also determine how the difference becomes less not negligible. How the difference becomes much more statistically significant. And the difference is statistically significant when you have observers measuring the drop over distance to objects. So, like, for example, Jay Tolan takes an airplane up, pops on an infrared lens from 35,000 feet. From that altitude on a globe, the curvature horizon should be visible in infrared quite plainly at 260 miles. You'd have no problem seeing the edge of the Earth, and then objects beyond that start to sink. But he sees well beyond that, and he sees the base of mountain ranges easily 2 or 3 times that distance. I mean, to me, that is a ball buster.
Yeah, those infrared videos are amazing too.
So then you start to figure, okay, so what if I do implement Schuler tuning and I've got like 1,000-mile flight? How do I differentiate? Like, how do I differentiate between a flat Earth and a globe Earth over 1,000 miles distance to a degree of accuracy that's able to tell the difference between a curving surface and a flat surface? And since the pilot's using an INS that's computerized and it's mathematically updated at each instantaneous moment and has one job to do, and that's to put his plane on a ball Earth, the pilot's not going to question it. I mean, he has no way to really suss out the difference. The globe Earth works because the globe Earth works. And why? Because I can get from point A to B, and yeah, sure, the Earth looks flat. I treat it as flat for safety reasons, for flight reasons, and all this other stuff. But damn it, my navigation system thinks it's a globe, and the globe seems to work. Yep, and all those little incremental changes over time do not seem to manifest statistically enough to matter. The pilot can't tell the difference.
Yeah, I always tell people, I'm like, in long haul navigation, your navigation system will get you close enough, and then from there you're like, oh, well, it got me close enough. I can see where I need to go. I can take it from here, like, because I can see where I'm going now. Whereas, from point A to point B, what's in between, you don't know where you're going, so you need that navigation tool to get there. But once like it says, oh, you've arrived, but you're like, no, I'm still 20 miles away, but I can see where I need to go, so that's close enough.
I've got a question that's somewhat related that you might be knowledgeable on. I've been curious. I've heard the debate. So, like in air travel, old-fashioned attitude direction indicators were gyroscopic, and they claimed pendulous vanes would keep them in tune with the curve of the Earth, whatever. Little bit fishy, but okay, I guess it's plausible. But in the modern avionics, the MEMS accelerometers do they level out when you turn the craft on? Is that their pitch datum, or is there a gravimetric? Because I've heard a mechanism. I've heard that claim being made, but then in looking into it, it's all an electronic signal response.
Yeah, they've got sensors. So, in an example of this in modern aviation that I turn to is the Boeing 777 Dreamliner. The main system you want to look at is called the ADIRU, the ADIRU or ADIRU. It stands for Air Data Inertial Reference Unit. This is This is a system that is physically strapped down to the aircraft. It's built into the aircraft frame, and it consists of 3 accelerometers and 3 ring laser gyros. The accelerometers detect the down vector and function as pendulous vanes would, hanging on weights from strings in the older mechanical systems. And the claim is because there's a constant down that's being registered, that down vector is always updating the horizontal reference plane such that it is tilting with the curvature of the Earth as the airplane is flying over it. So this effectively normalizes, in their mind, it normalizes the down vector to a vertical axis on an x-axis time chart. The curvature of the Earth becomes normalized to a flat plane, a flat line. They say that the accelerometer is doing this. Well, here's the problem. To claim that, they need to be able to measure a rotational vector of the aircraft. Excuse me. Aircraft takes off from point A and is flying towards point B. It's not enough to claim that maybe the aircraft has to also measure an altitude change in an absolute reference frame from where it took off, right? Because if it did not register an altitude change, it'd fly out into space. The aircraft must also rotate so that the belly of the airplane is pointed down. So that rotation must occur in order to align with the gravity vector. So just as nobody actually measures an elevation change, nobody actually measures, none of these systems actually measure the rotation vector either. In fact, within the Ataru, those variables are calculated with math. They're not measured physically. That's the funny part.
Yeah, that is interesting. Like in the NTSB reports that don't show at cruise any pitch reorientation, it kind of boggles my mind. Like you were saying, they can show it in takeoff, they can show it in descent. Why not? If it's reorienting, why not in cruise? I guess I'm perplexed by it, the claim, but
So I've got a lot of information on this actually. Man, I'm sorry for coughing. The the pitch data that you're getting from the flight data recorder that's being shared throughout the community has been normalized for the globe curvature by their own claims, by their own hand. This is the part that many flat earthers are leaving out and may not fully understand. The data that they're getting has already been filtered, mathematically altered and filtered and statistically screwed with. Gyro data and accelerometer data. I can prove it.
so
And the reason for this too is trade secrets. By the way, there's actually trade secrets and national security secrets that don't allow you. I'm totally serious. That don't allow you to have access to the raw sensor data. You're not allowed to have it.
I was just going to ask, and I bet they won't provide the uncorrected data, just like they won't let university physics department have uncorrected satellite time dilation coordinates.
Yep.
Sounds like they have their own personal math equations, and that's their proprietary unit, and that's probably why they're doing that, because it's their.
Oh yeah, there's more to it than that. There's so in the field of electronics, filters are where you make your money. And they claim to have filters that can filter out everything and reveal the rotation of the Earth on a sensor. on accelerometer and on the ring laser gyro. But you'll never be able to independently validate that that's the case because they won't give you access to it. They'll give you the results that they show, but that doesn't mean that they're giving you access to the raw output and also the software that was used to produce the raw output. So I've got some info to pass on.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. And then,
Yep.
triangles.
Actually,
No, that's over fences. Never mind.
I'd
I want to ask triangles
analyzed.
when he comes in here too.
I had analyzed the sensor data from that particular flight from the graphs that flat earthers are presenting. I downloaded the entire incident report from NTSB, including a 400 megabyte CSV file that had some like 121 columns and more rows than you can shake a stick at, millions, I think. And amongst those columns were computations from other columns, applying statistical smoothing and all kinds of other shit. All right, so I've got some videos I can share. I think this is something you'll want to see. I'm trying to find where I know I posted them at 24/7 as well as some other servers. Let me go find while I have you guys here. Let's see if you
Yeah, I
go to
appreciate it, man.
24/7, go to gyro. You're welcome. I mean, this is a worthy topic to stay on. You go to gyro. I've got a paper. I've got presentations. I've got some links. No, I don't have the Honeywell link here. Let me go get the Honeywell link. Surprised nobody posted that to the gyro section. Well, you know what? It's probably in the mod server. Hold on. I'd have to post it there. Let's see. Gyro compass. Here we go. Better be in here. Oh man. Okay, so I actually downloaded the let me save it and then I'll post it. I downloaded the actual Honeywell builds components for the Ataru. So that's why it's important to watch this. I'm gonna post it here. See, it's probably gonna take a bit. And this is one of these like instructional videos for like Honeywell employees. This explains everything I just described to you, which is kind of interesting. Download that, pay attention to it. Let me show you some other stuff.
This is fascinating.
Yeah, this was random. I retweeted or reposted a video of a gyroscope, or a mechanical gyroscope, maintaining rigidity in free space. And I said, this is what proves the Earth is flat. And someone responded back to me and said, no, you don't understand what Schuler tuning is. And I'd never heard of Schuler tuning. So I started looking into it, and then I'm like, well, I wonder if Yoder or Triangles is in the chat right now. So like as I was reading about it, I'm like, okay, I just did a quick glance over. I'm like, let's see if I can get like a concise, basic understanding, because I understand physics. I understand how things work. So let's see what Yoder says, and then obviously I'm going to do my own research and see what I can come up with as well. And who knows? Well, I'll come back. We'll do a part 2 on Schuler tuning and a part 3 and 4. And I think this is a fantastic subject to talk about. I appreciate you having the knowledge in this, Yoder.
Yep. I've got a lot. I've got a research paper that I put together on this. And the most important part of it are the sources. But let me take this down. Gotta remove that link. All right. So This is interesting. So, Title 49 of the U.S. Code, Section 1114, the National Transportation Safety Board is bound by statutes prohibiting the disclosure of confidential business information, intellectual property, and personally identifiable information, which extends to aviation investigative data, such as flight data recorders derived from ADRU sources. Let me post my source for that. And here's that. These restrictions are reinforced by federal regulations like 49 CFR Section 831.6, which allow the NTSB to withhold voluntarily submitted safety-related information unrelated to its investigative functions, emphasizing prior notice to submitters before release. Furthermore, NTSB guidance cautions against sole reliance on processed data like FDR tabular conversions. Oh, that's what we saw, by the way. Noting potential inaccuracies from manufacturer documentation and placing responsibility on end users for subparameter validation, which indirectly applies to ADRU-derived attitudes. Got more on that. So, let me continue. You want to see a picture of what these things look like? I've got pictures of them here. Here's the black box of the black box that you're not allowed to have access to, which has the raw sensor data stuff going on. You're not allowed to open that. Let's continue. Oh, got some more. Yeah, this is all related to Schuler tuning because it's part of this whole proprietary process. Okay. Is there any more? Yep. Hello.
What's up?
Hello. We're talking about flight navigation right now, man. What's up?
I'm good. I'm good.
Let me find the final paper.
You talk about flat Earth.
Yep, we were just having a conversation. Got a
We're talking
10-pager
about
here I'm going to share.
we're talking about how flight navigation works over flat Earth.
Okay.
All right. Here's the paper you guys need to read. Files. Thank you, Acid Tech, Motion of the Earth. Okay, let's go to downloads. Sort by date. There it is. Grab this paper. This represents a cumulative effort of some of us in 24/7 Flat Earth who, in a back chat, spent months researching and trying to figure out what the hell's going on with these devices. Understanding both Schuler tuning, transport rate, and Kalman filtering. So this paper covers a bunch of topics. I'll just read the topics out here. First is a preference, just an overview. Second is describing the nature of opacity itself in modern avionics. And what I mean by that is your inability to get to the raw sensor data. Mainly because aviation's still a private industry. It's not only private, but there are also things happening within aviation that are protected for national security, military purposes. Like if you can produce a really good inertial navigation system, super accurate mapping system, the government might knock on your door and ask to purchase it from you and then classify it. Because if the bad guys get their hands on an elite guidance system that can help improve the accuracy of their nuclear rockets, then by golly, it would leave us at a disadvantage. So then the next section 3 describes what is called in the industry a strap-down system and the dependence on models and not actual measurements for the navigation system to work. There's dependence on actual measurements, but after the measurements are are applied to models. What you see in geodetic surveying, where they take azimuthal angles and elevation angles over a plane that they measure, and then they do what's called a mathematical reduction of the horizontal datum to the surface, meaning that they take your flat Earth tangent, you take your flat Earth measurements and you pretend it's now a tangent plane to a globe, and now you wrap the globe with a tangent plane. That's what's happening in real time with these computerized navigation systems. The next section 4 describes the circularity of what's happening. So how do you know I'm on a ball? Well, because I'm using a ball to navigate on the ball. And as long as I'm using the ball to navigate on the ball and the ball's internally consistent, why would I think I'm on a flat Earth? All right. So the problem with that circular reasoning describes the circular reasoning embedded within the system too. Next, section 5 is the algorithmic veil. This is where you get into the filtering, the Kalman filtering, which is statistical smoothing, basically like mean reversion stochastically, the Fuller tuning, and so on. So that's described in here, and I have the Schuler tuning formula. It's 84 minutes. I said 92 or something before. It's 84.4 minutes. The dual black box, how the flight recorder system, the flight data recorder, is considered the black box, but there's a black box within the black box that you'll never have access to, and I talk about what that is. Then there's what's called epistemological constraints and policy implications. Basically, you have no way of knowing what the data should actually say because you can't actually get to the data, the raw data itself. You only get derived data, and that includes the graph that's shared by flat earthers. I mean, the graph alone, you could carry an argument and conversation from it, but to be honest, I mean, the graph itself is showing you data that's been normalized after it's been globularized. So first you have flat Earth measurements taken from the aircraft, then it's globularized by the math, and then it's flattened back out and put onto the graph for you. Summary, the mechanics of opacity and circularity, that's put together. I described the regulatory context. So what regulations exist, like under the FAA and ICAO and such, like what's providing some regulatory barriers to getting to the system, or even to build a system. To build an inertial navigation system, you have to have the math build a globe. Otherwise, you're not allowed to have it work for aircraft safety. So, does that mean Earth is really a globe? It's not flat? No, it just means that you need to use a mapping system that's conformal to everything else. So how the air traffic controllers and radar systems are picking you up and putting you on a globe has to match where your airplane is tracking your plane and putting your plane on a globe. You need to have all this stuff working together worldwide. And so you're not going to get away with like trying to be a flat Earth navigation systems engineer and expect to gain any traction or win any contract bids. Next section's on integrity and fault tolerances within the system. Basically, there's so many redundancies built in, making it even more difficult to get to the raw data.
I want to add something to that real quick, if I can,
Sure.
Jigger, what you said prior
Go
to
ahead,
that.
I'm just rambling. That's about done. Yeah,
All
go
the
ahead, I'm about done.
All the systems that are using the Glover system, and how, like, if you came up with a better navigation system on a flat Earth system, that would mean redoing the entire navigation system that's currently in place.
Yeah.
And so they literally have a preference to keep it a globe because they don't how many billions of dollars or trillions of dollars would it take to rebrand the entire system?
That's exactly it. The cost would be immense. So they just keep patching it, right? So when they're navigating a globe, folks, here's something to understand. There are so many corrections that are put into it that they're effectively flattening it out again. But nobody has a way to really quantify all that right now because it's so immense. But so it's not like that they're navigating a raw sphere. They are applying corrections after corrections after corrections. This system's an entire ball of corrections. And it's been cheaper to incrementally patch corrections to it than it has been to overhaul everything from the ground up. This is what's called a sunken cost. They've already sunk all these costs. The last 100 years of aviation and technological development has kept us on the ball. And now what's keeping us on the ball is the sunken costs that have gone into it. And people don't want to. So even if like people were to discover that the Earth is flat, It'd still be using the freaking spherical coordinate reference system to get from A to B. Why? Because it fucking works for now. And with all the patches, it seems to work good enough, right? So go check out that paper, check out the references. Let me know if you have any questions, shoot me a DM. But yeah, it's true. So airplanes physically measure a flat Earth, mathematically conform it to a ball, and then spit out graphs. And it's all internally consistent. So as long as you stick with the system and don't try to apply any external corrections to it that would be incompatible, it's going to be internally consistent. It's going to get you from A to B. It doesn't mean it's going to be the most efficient way to get there, you know. And even if with all the corrections they flatten Earth back out again, what's inefficient are all the freaking patches that they had to put into the system, yet to be quantified in order to flatten it back out again. But it's interesting. I mean, we've got all these other papers from fields of geodesy as well as navigation, where they've determined that if you want to improve your target accuracy, your reckoning, that you're going to want to use planar coordinates and not spherical coordinates. And I find this very fascinating. The less of a globe you use, at the local level at least, the more accurate you are. Well, if Earth is a globe, why can't you continue to use your globe at a very localized level? Oh, because it might take too much computing power. No, horse shit. They actually compare the two systems at a local level and find locally we got to use a flat Earth to improve accuracy. I've got one such examples, this paper by the U.S. Post-Naval Graduate School on how to improve precision targeting of drones, of unmanned aerial vehicles. And they say ditch the globe for GPS and use GPS to produce a local tangent plane coordinate system. And guess what? GPSs already do this, GPS receivers. Every GPS receiver by default puts every user on a flat Earth coordinate grid called a local tangent plane. And the coordinates are XYZ, east, north, and up, or east, north, and down, depending on the convention. You can use either one. And all users of all GPS receivers using this default local tangent plane are all chained together. But they're chained together globally in ECEF, which is a secondary coordinate reference system used in GPS. So how is it that they're chaining localized tangent planes for each user around a ball when there's no ball being used between GPS users? Because they're all on local flat Earth planes. Well, that's where it gets interesting, and that's where higher level geometry comes in. And what I've come to realize is what they're using is actually hyperspherical coordinate reference system by imposing two coordinate systems in one. They can chain tangent planes together around a ball that has no curvature, essentially, is what's going on. It's fascinating. So if you figure like if you just have a checkerboard of all the squares and all the squares are people's local tangent planes, imagine if you could put a point below the checkerboard, call it the center of the globe, and the distance from that point of origin to every point on the checkerboard is equal. Well, we know by trigonometry that can't be the case. You can't have a single point of origin below a checkerboard and have every distance to that checkerboard be the same length. However, if you use force space in geometry, you can have this happen. You can have one radius that's equidistant to every point on all these chain local tangent planes together. And that's how I think GPS satellite system works and reconciles local tangent planes at the receiver with ECEF globally. They're using hyperspherical geometry.
Is this what we were talking about earlier, Yoder, probably like a week or two ago when I was telling you that I think GPS makes an observer-centric point for each for each location?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. So yeah, they're using a Pac-Man Earth for the math to keep the globe going. To keep the globe going, they're using a freaking Pac-Man Earth math, dude. It's fucked up. I'm not saying that's what Earth is, and I think it's kind of silly to say that that's the case.
No, it
But
just works. It works
yeah,
good
just
enough.
yeah, it allows them to have their ball. I mean, this is how they do asset tracking by having in the fourth spatial dimension an absolute point of reference that is equal to all the surface, every point of a flat surface, equidistant every point on a flat surface. And when you understand GPS, it's like, oh, I understand why that has to be the case, because you need an absolute reference frame and ECI for the clocks to measure a differential in the claimed speed of light and the time of arrival of packets to each receiver. You need an absolute frame of reference somewhere. So they put one in space and call it ECI, and then they put one on the ground and call it ECEF. And they use hyperspherical geometry in order to reconcile all the flat Earth tangent planes that everybody's using together to maintain the globe illusion. It's fucked up. So talking about like all the ad hoc patches that go in this, yeah, they got a big sunk cost, man. It's not only trillions and trillions of dollars over 100 years of development, but it's people's minds and people's convincing belief in the globe that goes along with it, and they're not willing to give up either. I have to go in a few minutes. Thanks for letting me rant, though, Sheepdog and others.
Outstanding rant. We'll be
I want to
clipped.
read that paper. Thanks. I want to read. Oh, look, thank you, Over Fences, for providing the abstract to the U.S. Naval postgraduate paper that I was trying to find. The purpose of this thesis is to incorporate GPS and inertial navigation system for the guidance of an unmanned aerial vehicle seeking precise navigation in a local tangent plane. That's my underline. By applying the differential positioning technique, it's called DGPS, differential GPS. This is where GPS is enriched with radio tower data, with Wi-Fi data, cell tower data, and so on. By applying differential positioning technique, GPS position data becomes more accurate. This position can then be referenced to a known location on the ground in order to give the aircraft's position in the local tangent plane. They're using east-north up, east-north down, local tangent planes enriched with hyper-localized RF emitters in the GPS network in order to improve precision over a globe. Like, that's what this whole paper's about. You can find that on our home server too, 24/7 Flat Earth, discord.gg/Flat Earth. And it's not the only example, guys. Like we've got other papers from other disciplines, other fields that say the same thing as this, that when they want to improve the accuracy, they got to ditch the globe.
And what was the D in DGPS again?
Differential.
Differential. Got it.
Differential, yep.
This is great material.
Yeah, this DGPS became popular in the late 90s, early 2000s. There's a company called Skyhook, made up of former and current Air Force people that got out. And if you're familiar with like the hacking world back in the day, there's something called war driving, which where you basically drive around and you look for open Wi-Fi routers and you plot them, figure out where they are. Well, these guys said, hey, what if we do that, but instead of war driving, we're going to be war flying. We're going to fly all around America, and we're going to geographically tag every Wi-Fi router that we can sniff up, every cell tower we can identify, every radio station, you name it. If it emits an RF signal, we're going to tag it. We're going to try and obtain its hardware information based off of the quality of the signal that we record. And after processing that, we'll geotag it, give it some coordinates, and this will help us in our GPS calculations. We'll make sure that the GPS receivers are able to differentiate between these signals too and use those signals to help triangulate positions better. And now today, that technology exists in your cell phone. That's why your cell phone's GPS positioning improves when you enable location services. That's what's happening. Now it's sucking in cell tower data triangulation, as well as GPS network radios from satellites if they're really satellites.
Oh
So
my God, I just realized something. Like sometimes I turn off my Wi-Fi so I'm not like constantly going in and out of Wi-Fi. And then
mhm.
when I get in my car to use my GPS, it says, if you want to improve accuracy, turn on your Wi-Fi.
Yep.
What?
It's so crazy.
Yeah, that's part of differential GPS. So surveyors now, they've got these total stations. They can cost like, I don't know, 30 grand or whatever. They use GPS, but they also use DGPS. It allows them to get super precise accuracy. But you know what? Those total stations, you have the ability of choosing any coordinate system you want. If you want to use a flat Earth coordinate reference grid called like a state plane coordinate system, you can use that and use your tangent plane. It's not really tangent to anything, but tangent to a mathematical ball. If you want to use the UK Ordnance Survey's British National Grid System, you can use your total station and use that. That's a flat Earth coordinate reference system too. Or if you want to use a globe, you have your choice of using multiple versions of the globe, giving you latitude and longitude, but all the latitudes and longitudes between these different models don't match each other. You pop up one, it might say you're like, I don't know, just use an example, like 44 degrees north latitude and 130 degrees west longitude. And you pull up another one and it'll say you're going to be at that, but it's, add like 0.7 to each of these. They're not all the same. They're not all equal. And the point is if you're going to choose one, you pick one and you stick with it, it's going to be internally consistent. WGS 84 is just one of many. There's also like a GRS 83, GRS 80, NAD 27, Clark and Bessel ellipsoids, the area ellipsoid. There are local datums. The Chinese government actually has their own globe datum, and you are required to use it for all surveys. And if you don't use it, they'll actually fine you. And if you take the survey and leave the country, you can go to jail. And they
Is there
require you to use
places
the globe.
the WGS 84 doesn't work? Like I heard
Yeah.
in Australia they have a different coordinate system. So if the WGS 84 was consistent, right? Why
Yeah.
wouldn't you be able to use it in Australia as well? It doesn't
Oh
work in
yeah.
Australia, does it?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's theoretical. It's only mathematical. Yep. Good point. Australia has its own. So I don't know what like pilots use, but I'm sure they still use WGS 84, but they don't care about whether or not it seems as accurate. Accurate though, with respect to what is the question? Right. So that's always the question when people talk to us and they start making claims and they're like, yeah, but what you're saying is for you to be true, then your distances and orientations are going to be inaccurate. It's like, well, inaccurate with respect to what? Well, and then here's where they go circular. All right, I gotta go, guys. Thanks. I'll be listening in, but
Thanks, Yoder.
I'll be back in maybe 20 minutes, though, maybe 30.
Awesome, man. Yeah, a buddy of mine's got a question for you, Yoder. So might hit you up then.
Yeah, send me a DM. They're open. It's fine. Does your friend think I know what I'm talking about?
Well, he's a good friend of mine. He's actually, I would say, more like a geostationary geocentrist, but still, holds true to the globe. But he's an ex-pilot and has a lot of information and questions. And he was listening to you talk the past 10, 15 minutes or so. I'm trying to encourage him to get on Discord eventually, but he's actually working out a question for me that I'm going to send to you.
Excellent. I'd love to have it. Send him the paper, the PDF that I posted, if you don't mind. He might be interested in that.
Awesome. Will do.
It's a group effort.
What's the what's the timestamp on that PDF?
Just replied to myself. All right, hey Bennett, I tagged you and replied to myself.
Perfect. I see it here. Thanks.
I wanted to mention too, um, pre-flight, the um, the ring laser gyros need to be calibrated. This is part of the whole pre-flight process. Your friend probably knows about that. What's interesting is the circular reasonings embedded within this, where they claim that the ring laser gyro via the Sagnac effect, right, is detecting it via phase shift, the Earth's movement at a particular rate, um, and in accordance to latitude. But the funny thing is if it did that, then you wouldn't need to punch in the latitude in the first place. They have to punch in the latitude in the first place. So when they punch in the latitude, then the latitude is then computed on WGS 84 and then applies a rotational vector model based off of the sidereal rotation of the stars. So when I come back, if y'all want to get into detail regarding this, I'm capable and willing of going deep too.
Yeah, definitely. We're on a job, so we'll be together the next few hours. So I'm going to have him work out his different questions and just if I give you just whatever question, if you can expound on and go deep into and I've explained to him a lot of the basic premises about not no curvature being there and it's either curving or a disco ball, Earth or flat and stationary, and going over some of the basic, observations that are debunking the mainstream claims.
Right, man. Yeah, sounds good. I like a good challenge too. So, I'm willing to be wrong about everything too. So looking forward to it. Yep, I'll be back.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up?
What's up, man?
All good, guys. How you guys doing?
All right, man. We're just waiting for someone to bring evidence for the globe.
Let's go, bro. The flat earth theories, bro. Let's go.
It's not really a theory.
That's a fact, right? You mean to say it's a fact?
It is a fact. When you actually go measure it, the
Yeah.
Earth measures flat. There's no measurable curvature. So if there's no measurable
Yes,
curvature,
sir. Say
then that's a flat
universal
measurement.
truth, bro. Let's go.
while it's kind of silent. I have a question regarding some Glover's refutation of 8 inches per mile squared being required for the globular model.
Go
Um,
ahead.
can anyone steel man what they're trying to, what their position is with refuting the requirement of 8 inches per mile squared, and then
Yeah.
point out why that's wrong?
Yeah. So 8 inches per mile squared, according to them, is a parabola. Well, it's true. It is a parabola. But they say that that doesn't work on the ball, right? The problem is 8 inches per mile squared. Actually, and that's their argument. That's their steel man. 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola. Therefore, it's not a ball. Therefore, you can't use 8 inches per mile squared. The problem is that when you use 8 inches per mile squared and you take a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles and you shove it into that parabola, it fits almost completely perfectly, where like you're only off by a few inches over, 10, 15 miles. You might be off by a foot over 100 miles when you're dealing with 1.2 miles of curve. You might be off by a foot, and then over 1,000 miles, you'll be off by 2 miles of curve, but you're looking at 124 miles of calculation over 8 inches per mile squared and 122 miles of earth curve. So what's wrong with being off by just a little bit when you're so close in that, right? Like, I mean, at 10 miles, are you really going to be like, oh, well, there's a 4 inch difference, so we can't really use that, even though a whole 6-story building should be hidden behind the curve.
Yeah, especially if they claim the Earth is an oblate spheroid, right? So that curvature would be different a little
So,
bit. So it would be
so
off anyway.
they claim the oblate spheroid, like, oh, it's not a perfect sphere, right? But the equatorial radius is supposed to be 3,950 miles, and the 3,963 miles. I apologize. And the polar radius is 3,950 miles. So that's a difference of 13 miles. So when you stretch that out, that's a difference of 26 miles in diameters, right? The polar diameter is 26 miles shorter than the equatorial diameter. So when you're dealing with a circle that has diameters close to 8,000 pixels, 8,000 miles, let's just translate it over to pixels, right? 8,000 pixels. Are you going to notice a difference in 26 pixels when you're dealing with 8,000 pixels, right? So it's about as close to a sphere as you're going to get. I would venture to say it's probably more perfect than a cue ball in a lot of senses. So when they want to argue, oh, it's not a perfect sphere, I mean, oof, we're talking off by a factor of like less than 1%.
Wow. Now, isn't the 8 inches per mile squared, wasn't that kind of the mainstream curvature rate to begin with? And then
Yeah.
they had to kind of move the goalpost or deny it
No, they
after
deny
observations?
it. The hardcore anti-flat earthers will deny it. The globe will still acknowledge 8 inches per mile squared as a great rough estimate for calculations. And so they still use it. This is geometry. This isn't flat earth math. This isn't globe earth math. This is just flat out. You have a average radius, right? If your equatorial radius is 3,963 and your polar radius is 3,950, and then if you take the irregularity of the Earth, so your shortest radius and your longest radius are those, you take the irregularity of the Earth, if you average them all out, right, the average radius is 3,958.8. So we just round up to 3,950. And then based off of geometry and how geometry presents itself, that algebraic parabolic function fits within the paradigm of uh, uh, circumference 24,900 miles. It's just math, man. At that point, it's not like, oh, that's globe Earth math or flat Earth math. That's just math, and then using the rules of geometry and algebra. This is how we go about um, setting the standard. Right? We're holding them to their math. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just wonder, like, when an anti-flat earther says you cannot use 8 inches per mile squared as a requirement, that's just basically them saying "nuh-uh" to their own
Pretty
math.
much. Pretty much. So, but
It's
here. Oh, go ahead, DJ.
Oh, just really quickly, yeah, it's just an anti-flat earther thing, right? You could Google right now what's the curvature rate of the Earth, and just the mainstream regurgitation from AI at the top of the search results will say 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, in the transcontinental, the arc of the parallel, like the major surveys they do, they use that formula. It's it's perfectly accurate formula over these shorter distances. For them to say it's not correct is just completely retarded, right? When they say it's not correct, you say, "Oh, okay, so tell me how much curvature there is over 10 miles," and then they'll just start spiraling, start freaking out. You'll say, "Is it 66.7? Is it 66.7?" And then they'll just trying to divert onto something else. They'll start using their little tactics, right? Because they know it's 66.7, and then you can use a different formula. Use any formula that you want. It's just basic geometry that it's going to be 66.7 feet of curvature over 10 miles. Right? This is just anti-flat earther coping tactics. These guys are absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, the one thing I will say that flat earthers get wrong when it comes to the 8 inches per mile squared is it's not from the observer's location. It's actually from the horizon location, right? So if you were 0 inches off the ground, then 8 inches per mile squared would begin right there. But because, let's say you were 1 foot observer height, well, you'd have to do the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That'll get you your distance to the horizon. And then you subtract that number from the total distance to the observation. That gives you what should be obstructed. And then you multiply that times 8 inches. Or you square that and then multiply that by 8 inches. And that'll give you your obstructed height. So
Yeah,
there's a little bit
exactly.
of nuance.
Well, not really. I mean, it's two different things that you're doing. Right? One of them's calculating horizon distance and hidden height, and the other one's just the raw curvature, like you said. It's still, even if you go up, right, make your observation from 5 foot, right, it's still 66.7 feet of curvature, right, and that's calculated using 8 inches per mile squared or many other different formulas. But then when you're doing your observation, you're going to use a different formula because that's just a different thing altogether.
Yeah,
How
to
would a
give you
flat
like
earther use 8 inches per mile squared and include an elevation height into that?
Yeah, like I give you my example that I always try to do to teach people when I'm teaching flat earthers how to use the two formulas together. So let's say you have an object that's 11.225 miles away and you're a 1 foot observer height. Well, you take 1 foot times 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is 1. That gives you a distance to the horizon of 1.225. So 11.225 minus 1.225 gives you 10 miles from the horizon to the object. That is 8 inches per mile squared. And then that gives you 66 feet of curvature from the horizon.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah, that's a cool way of doing it. I like That's easy to do in your head as well.
Right. And amphibious, it's just a coping mechanism, man. If you ask them, say, okay, well, what's the distance? What's the obstructed height of an object? And if you know how to use the 1.225 formula with the 8 inches per mile squared formula, if you know how to use those concisely together, you're going to be within like 2-3 inches of their observation, and then they can just cry about it after that.
Awesome. Thanks, Nate.
But like DJ said, Google it. Say, does 8 inches per mile squared work for Earth curve? And it'll say, yeah, 8 inches per mile squared is a great rough estimate. It's used accurately up to several hundred miles. I like I said, the calculations I did at 1,000 miles, I was only off by 2 miles of curvature, but we're talking about 124 miles of curvature versus 122 miles of curvature. So really, what's 2 miles of curvature going to do? Like, oh, we couldn't see the top 2 miles of the mountain. Like, what mountain is going to be 2
Yeah.
miles tall?
Who's going to be doing these observations are going to be way off anyway. You've got so much atmosphere between point B. There's no point doing a 1,000-mile observation unless you're doing it from some really high altitude. You're much better off doing shorter distances because you can much easier control for what's going on with refractive index.
Well, that DJ and the angular size of so many objects are going to be so small. Like, it's going to look like a flat line.
Yeah. And when you're zooming over that, I mean, you can't even see that far anyway. Like if you're low to the ground, you can't zoom 1,000 miles and see it. Impossible, because the maximum distance you can see through the medium of air in ideal conditions is 300 miles, which is never something that you experience in reality anyway, because you know, the average visibility rating is like 10 miles or 20 miles or something that for most locations. Occasionally you'll get lucky and you'll get a 50-mile observation, something like that, like Chicago skyline, but not that often. You're never going to get a 300-mile observation unless you go up in altitude and use infrared, like Peak Gaspard or Canigou or something like that. Personally, yeah, I like the ones that have a clear. When you zoom in, it's still clear. It doesn't get all crazy and blurred out. I like it, you know, give the analogy of a ship, right? If a ship is at point A and it has a target at point B, and say point B is 10 miles away, okay, and the ship makes just the slightest little turn, right? It wants to go straight to point B, and it's just 10 miles away, and it makes the slightest little turn, right? Like the tiniest little bit of a turn. That tiny little turn over 10-mile distance is going to add up to a lot more, okay? So it's going to be a little bit off when you get to that 10-mile mark. Right now, if we extend that from 10 miles to 1,000 miles, that tiny little turn, now the ship's going to be so far off course by the time it gets to the 1,000-mile target, it's not going to be anywhere near destination. And I think light, you know, it can do the same thing. If you have a pocket of warm or cold air close to where you're doing the observation or something like that, you can get a small deviation that's going to cause such a huge difference over a long distance observation. That's why I don't like super long distance ones generally.
Yeah, it's kind of like you look at a 1 degree angle, right? And if you're drawing it on a piece of paper, a 1 degree angle is really small. But if you extend those lines out infinitely, right? And I know you hate that word. Yeah, after 10 miles, like that's going to be a huge gap.
Yeah, man. Isn't it crazy that you can debunk the entire heliocentric model? You can debunk gravity, you can debunk eclipses, you can debunk everything just with a simple validation that there's no curvature over the surface of water just over a 10-mile distance. It's a prerequisite for all of those things that I just mentioned. If that's not happening, right? You like on a globe, you cannot have 10 miles of water anywhere on the globe under any circumstances that's not curving approximately 20 meters.
Yeah, I mean, so when I became a flat earth, before I even met y'all on the server, right? I just, in my heart, I knew that the earth was flat. But then when I met Sean, I heard the arguments. I'm like, really? Like none of it can be true. And then you just start working through how everything works, and you're like, yeah, if you debunk the globe, the entire cosmic ladder is gone. Like even if the globe was a bigger globe, right? Like let's just play with some people's minds how they like, oh well, what if it's a bigger globe? Well, even if it's a bigger globe, the entire cosmic ladder is wrong. Now you got the sun still being hovering around a geocentric Earth in a local area, and the moon's in a local area, doing the same route that the sun's taking, and the planets are now back to doing their not gyroscopic swirls, but trying to think of the word. What are those things called? Oh my gosh, I can't even remember what they're called now. Probably know what I'm talking about though. You stick your pencil inside of it, and you draw in this circle, and it creates these geometric loops.
Spirograph.
Spirograph, yeah. Now you're back to the planets doing a spirograph in the sky. If the Earth is not the size that they say it is.
Yeah, so the anti-flat earthers, right? They just have to go to dishonesty and cogdis, right? I mean,
yeah,
their argument would be, oh, we can see whatever laser or skyline or whatever observation over 10 miles because the light is refracting up, right? That would be their claim.
Hey guys, just announcing myself. I'm back. Carry on.
What's up, Yoder? Yeah, that like 8 inches per mile squared doesn't include a radius value, and so the radius value is required in order for refraction to take place, and so they don't like 8 inches per mile squared. But Josh, what do you think about 8 inches per mile squared? How do you feel about it?
It's an okay parametric.
Is it a fair enough use for like 100 miles? Would you say?
Yeah, I guess the only thing I don't like about it is that it assumes Euclidean space, right? Where actually on a globe, the thing at that distance would be tilted away from you as well as drop below. So it's there's some extra trig in there that you have to include if you actually want to figure out the apparent height of something.
Tilted 1 degree away from you for 69 miles, right? That's
Maybe,
pretty
I'm not sure.
insignificant.
Yeah, if you don't do that trig, then
parametric.
if you don't do that trig, that thing tilted away from you is going to be dropped down by like another 50 feet, right? Or if it's 1 degree, I'm assuming
Josh has already been schooled on this before, right? He last time we brought up 8 inches per mile squared. He said he came in. He's like, "Oh, that's a parametric formula or whatever." He's complaining about it, and then he got schooled on it, and now he agrees, right, Josh?
Well, no, it's a parametric. It's not. It's it's applicable.
So
in
it's
the
accurate. No.
distances.
You understand the argument. Last time we. So
Yes,
how
I
much
agree.
curvature is there over 10 miles? Using 8 inches per mile squared or any other formula based on how much is it? Is it approximately 66.7 feet, perhaps?
From your local tangent plane, correct.
Correct. Right. So it's fine to use 8 inches per mile squared over 10 miles of it. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, so it
Again,
sounds
it's
like
parametric. It's all good.
coping with this parametric point.
Yeah. So see the
is
cope
kind of
right
just
here.
like
Is cope in action right now.
Yeah, and it's just plain semantics, right?
Yeah.
That's all it appears to be. And
This is the everything a flat earther says is wrong, or I watched an anti-flat earth video where someone said that you can't use 8 inches. Right, and then they'll use little
You
weasel
can, but it's
techniques to try
different.
to get around it, rather than directly answering the question. It's fine. What about 20 miles, Josh? Is it approximately 266.7 feet using 8 inches per mile squared?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it is.
If local tangent planes are good enough for GPS and precise accuracy, then why quibble over the difference between a spherical conformal surface and a parabolic conformal surface?
I'm not quibbling. I was addressed directly in here. I didn't, I was going to say I didn't raise my voice and say I have an issue. I was specifically asked to, discuss about this again.
All right, we have a game started in the chat. If you want to download your bingo sheets, we have a game of Bingo Sol has begun.
Damn, that's just mean.
So, Josh, how do you come to terms with that? How do you come to terms that there's no 8 inches per mile squared measured? There's no curvature measured that is required. And even, if you play semantics, it still doesn't make a difference.
Am I required to engage in this conversation if I want to just listen?
You're not required.
No.
Okay, I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, just
amphibious. I'll tell you what.
Cross y'all off the bingo sheet.
I'll tell you what Josh said. I know, right? I'll tell you what Josh has said in the past. His own words have said, "It baffles me that Earth curvature is not measurable from the Earth's surface." I know I'm not exact quoting, but it's close enough.
I mean, I can respect that honesty, and I can
He
respect
claims
people want to listen.
He claims that the satellites that he observes in the sky and tests in the sky prove the Earth is a globe, but for whatever reason, there's no way to measure Earth curvature from the surface of the Earth, and that doesn't necessarily sit right with him, or he's confused about it, something along those lines.
Oh yeah, well look, we can put helicopters on Mars, right? That's fine, but we can't find 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles. That would be impossible. Right?
Yeah,
it's like a 7-story building worth of curvature over just a measly 10-mile distance.
And I can respect him, being honest in that regard and not wanting to engage right now. Like, that's no problem. I was just trying to understand his mindset, because you cannot accept the claims of the satellite imagery and the government space agencies without being fallacious, right? You have to admit that it is akin to a religious belief. And that's cool if you choose to do that. Just don't, you can't at the same time mutter that you are following facts and science and ridiculing others who question that religious dogma. I should rephrase that. Of course, you can do that, but you shouldn't if you want any dignity. It wasn't too long ago where I thought flat earthers were completely knuckle dragging science deniers, because I never gave it a second thought.
Let's be honest, there are plenty of those that still exist.
Yo, hello guys.
Yeah, for sure. But I thought the whole concept was antiquated, and you know, I thought it fell flat on its face. And then when I listened to a debate and I learned about fallacies, I was just like, wow, couldn't have been more wrong.
What's up, man? Did you feel the need to make noises for everybody to hear the room?
I'm sorry if I'm making noises. To be honest, I
Would
just
you?
joined the server today, and I'm kind of very curious about this VC.
So why
Yeah.
would that be your intro? That's
You're
that's
Sounds like
sorry,
strange.
man.
someone would like
You
some
had your mic
attention, so
open.
let's pay him some attention.
Yeah.
Mr. Ad hominem. What could go wrong?
So, hey, Mr. Ad hominem, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I mean, I would say the Earth is. Uh, I mean, if I say the Earth is globe, then it might be that I'm appealing to
Oh,
the most
we want to
people
know
that they
what
believe
you
in.
think. No. We want to know what you think. We don't care about like what you think other people might think of you. We just want to know what
I
you
mean, I
think.
would say the Earth is globe, but I'm not. I don't have any evidence for it.
Okay. And then, so how did you learn that the Earth was a globe then?
Yeah. I mean, from my environment, from my schools, from my teachers.
Okay. How old were you when they taught it to you?
Well, I was 11 years old, if I
11
remember.
years old. And do you think
Yep.
that you had the capacity to question what they were teaching you back then, or were you just sitting there bright-eyed looking at the teacher and trying to absorb all the information so you could pass your test?
No. I never had this kind of intentions. Like, I was just listening to them yapping a lot.
Okay. And then, so you have no evidence for Earth curve, you just believe it?
Yeah, like, I mean, it's hard to prove, We are so small.
How big
Ah,
is the
you
Earth?
remember that part of your class?
I mean, yeah, it looks flat, if I just go around and see with my eyes, it looks very flat. But,
Yeah.
I mean, it's very counterintuitive, what the
No.
people say.
So if the Earth looks flat, right,
Yep.
then where would be the curvature?
I mean, the thing about curvature, I would say it's just an illusion.
Yeah, that's about right. I think anybody here would agree that curvature is an illusion.
Is it really though? I mean, it wouldn't like you would have to see it for it to be an illusion. We don't experience it at all. It's not like I'm having like it's an illusion. I see curve.
Mm-hmm.
Just see flatness. But what about okay, so I agree with you that you wouldn't see the water curving, like you wouldn't see a curved horizon. What about the
Yep.
byproduct of the curvature? Like over 10 miles, there should be about 66 feet of curvature, 20 meters. Okay, so if you were
Mm-hmm.
standing at a 10-mile lake and there was a boat right in front of you, okay, and then the boat sailed over to the other side of the lake, a small boat, okay, like a canoe or something
Mm-hmm.
like that. It paddled over to the other side of the lake. Do you think you'd be able to see the canoe anymore? Because there's
To
20
be
meters
honest,
of curvature.
okay, like you just said, I only get the byproducts of the curvature, what you just said. And like apart from the thing which you said, I didn't get it, like I'm sorry.
Oh, like okay, so me and you, right? We're standing at a lake next to each other, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it's 10 miles across the lake. to
Mm-hmm.
10 miles, right? Yep. Okay. Right. You're standing on the shoreline and I'm in a canoe right in front of you,
Mm-hmm.
right? I got a canoe and I'm going to paddle all the way over to the other side of the lake. Do you think you'll be
Mm-hmm.
able to see me when I'm on the other side of the lake? Or do you think I'll be hidden behind the curvature of the earth?
Interesting. I think I would be able to see you.
But there's 20 meters of earth curvature over that distance, 66 feet curvature. That's like a 7-story building worth of earth curvature.
Mm,
You know what the
interesting. I never thought this
horizon...
way.
Right. This is the way we can easily test if the Earth's a globe. You know what the
Yep.
horizon is? The horizon?
Horizon, do you mean the end?
It's like when you look out into the ocean, it's where the sky and the ground meet. It's like the horizon line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like horizon line. Right. So on a globe, they say we know the Earth is a globe because the boats go over the horizon. Okay, and you see the boat
Mm.
disappear over the horizon. Have you heard that argument before?
I think I heard this a little. I mean, not full argument,
Yeah.
but yeah, it was some kind of similar to this.
Yeah, this is what they say. They say if you're standing at the beach or at any bit water, right, a big amount of water, when a boat sails away from you, after a certain distance, it will start to disappear from the bottom of the boat to the top of the boat. Gradually, the bottom of the boat will start to be hidden behind the curvature of
Mm-hmm.
the earth, and then you won't be able to see the boat once it gets past a certain distance away. Because the earth's curving, right, and it's going over the curve, past the curve.
Mm.
Yeah, so if we can calculate, right? So they tell us that, right? Let's say you're 6 foot tall, okay, and you're standing there at the beach or at the lake. Let's stick with the lake example. Okay, so we're standing there at the lake. You're 6 foot tall, and that means
Mm-hmm.
the horizon should be 3 miles away, 5 kilometers.
Okay.
Right. So I'm just gonna put a diagram in the side chat, just so you can see what I mean by the geometric horizon. Just a
Mm-hmm.
second. It is. Check this graphic out.
Okay.
Okay,
Man
so
standing on.
yeah, it's not to
I
scale, but
see.
he gets it. All right. So notice how where the tangent, right? Can you see the little red and yellow circle there?
Yep.
Okay, so you can't see any more water beyond the horizon. That would be where the horizon line is, just like the picture on the right. Okay, and you shouldn't be able to see
Mm-hmm.
any more water past the horizon.
Yep.
All the water will start to be going beyond the horizon, hidden by the curvature of the Earth. Right, now, think about the example again with me paddling out into the lake with my canoe. Okay, once I
Mm-hmm.
get past 3 miles distance, that's where the horizon is. Right, as I
Mm-hmm.
continue going past 3 miles, I should start to disappear. I should start to go over the curvature of the Earth. By the time I get to the other side of the lake, I should be hidden behind about 50 foot of Earth curvature.
Yep.
Right, so I would have to be 50 foot tall for you to be able to see me, and you would just be able to see the top of my head if I was 50 foot tall, right?
Yep.
Like a
Exactly.
five-story building. So if I'm normal height and I'm in a canoe, by the time I get to the other side of the lake, you shouldn't be able to see me. I should be completely hidden behind the curvature.
Yep.
Right. So what do you think if we went out and we tested this, but instead of the curvature being there, you could just see all the way across the lake Okay, there's
Mm-hmm.
no horizon. There's no horizon, and you could zoom in and you can see me, and there's no curvature. That would be a good way to
Whoa.
test. Yeah, that would be a good way to test to see if the curvature is there.
Mm. Yeah.
So we've done that. We've done that hundreds of times, probably thousands of times, right? And we have all of
Mm-hmm.
these high definition videos where we're using these amazing zoom cameras and telescopes and lasers, and we're able to zoom across a 10-mile lake, and we're able to see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, and then even a 20-mile lake, right? A 20-mile lake it doesn't have double the amount of curvature. Okay, it has actually, instead of 66 feet of curvature, it has 266 feet of curvature,
Mm-hmm.
right? But we can go to a 20-mile lake and we can zoom in and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Right? That
Okay.
and now what you need to think about is that curvature, it must be there if the Earth's a globe. It's impossible for that curvature not to be there. So because
Mm.
because on the globe you have gravity, okay? And gravity means that
Mm-hmm.
everything is being pulled towards the center of mass.
Mm-hmm.
So that includes the water, and that's why the water would be curving in relation to the size of the globe. Okay? So any 10-mile body of water has to be curving by approximately 66 feet, 20 meters, right? If gravity is real, if the globe
Mm.
is real. Okay, so if that curvature
Mm.
is consistently never there, then it is impossible for the Earth to be a globe.
Mm.
Right? So
Yep.
if you have a look in the side chat, I'm just going to post an observation where it's actually a little bit further than 10 miles. It's 11.2 miles. Right? So this guy, he sets his camera up just above the surface of the water, and he's zooming
Mm-hmm.
out across the water, and we can see some windmills. See the windmills?
Yep.
All right, so we can see the entire windmills, all of the windmill, and we can see the bottom of the windmill touching the water. So I'm just going to post a screenshot of the windmills from a close distance so you can see what they look like close up. All right, so see, this is what the windmills look like if you go close to them. And when the tide is low, we can see the little black section of paint on the bottom of the windmills. And now have a look at the zoom footage again and tell me if you think you can see the whole windmills. Pretty much, right? We can see the whole windmills.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
Yeah,
Now,
it's the full picture of it.
yep. Okay, so now we can calculate. All right, so I'm going to put another screenshot in the side chat. All right, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Remember, I said over 10 miles,
Mm-hmm.
there should be 66 feet of curvature. Okay, this
Mm.
is 11.2 miles, so it's about 83 feet curvature there should be over. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
he has his camera at 1 meter height. Okay, so the camera's on a tripod, and it's sitting just next to the ocean water on the shoreline, and it's 1 meter high. 3.5 feet is 1 meter. All right, and that means the horizon should be 2.9 miles away. Okay, 2.9 miles, that's 3.4 kilometers. Right, so we went over the horizon diagram before, so the horizon would have to be at that distance. But we can tell that the horizon is actually far beyond the windmills, and the windmills are 11 miles away. Right, so
Mm-hmm.
that horizon isn't where it would have to be if the Earth's a globe. And if the Earth's a globe, the bottom of the windmills should be hidden behind the horizon, just like the canoe that we spoke about earlier. Okay, the bottom 52 feet of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon, right? So basically, there should be a 5-story building, right? 5 levels, a 5-story building should be missing from the bottom of the windmill, and the horizon should be blocking it. But in the observation, there's no curvature. And remember how we spoke about how that curvature must be there. It has to be there if the Earth is a... And it's not there, right? So this is something that anyone can go out and test for themselves. And we have hundreds of different observations, right? This is just one out of hundreds and hundreds that we've done. So this is the best evidence, in my opinion, that the Earth is absolutely not a globe, because the prerequisites, okay, the requirements for the Earth to be a globe aren't present in reality.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. You know what's even crazier about this last observation I showed you? When he zooms in, you can actually see a boat off in the distance. And what the cameraman did was he saw the boat and he tracked the boat on the shipping radar. And he worked out the name of the boat and the distance to the boat. Okay, so I'm going to post another screenshot here now. So this is a screenshot from the ship tracking radar from that same day where he did the observation. So you can see where he's standing with the yellow line on the shoreline. And then that straight line goes out to where the boat is. And the boat's called the Shetland Trader. And that's 12.1 nautical miles out in the ocean. So that's about 22 kilometers or 14 miles. Quite a long distance out. Now, if the Earth's a globe, remember that horizon should be at 2.3 miles. Anything that's beyond 2.3 miles should start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Like the canoe example we went over. Now that boat should be hidden behind 28. There should be 28 meters hidden height.
Bro, the science discovered a black hole.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so look,
Yeah,
here's the
thank you.
boat, right? So this is the boat. So he looked up the name of the boat. It's called the Shetland Trader. So you can just look it up. Okay, and you can find the specifications of the boat. And then he was able to work out how high the boat is above the water. All right, so to be able to see the boat on a globe, it would have to be about 30 meters tall. And if it was 30 meters tall, you would only just see the top 2 meters of the boat, right? You wouldn't see most of the boat or the whole boat, right? If it was, so basically, this boat is only 8 meters above the surface of the water. Even though it's a big, 8 meters is quite a big distance, so it is a big boat. But you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Yeah. So look, this is if you want to check out more about this observation later, I'm going to post the video to the entire observation. Okay, this was done by a guy named Dr. John D. Very smart guy. He originally went out trying to debunk flat earthers. Okay, and then he took his lab equipment and he thought that, okay, I'm going to debunk them. So he's got a PhD in spectrophotometry, which is like spectroscopy. He's an expert in how light travels through a medium, that kind of thing. So he's a very smart guy. That's all I'm pointing out. And he went out to try to debunk flat earthers using high-powered lasers and doing these types of observations. And he became a flat earther in the process because he could not find the curvature of the Earth. He had no alternative.
DJ, who is this?
What's that?
Who are you talking about?
Dr. John D. Yeah, I'm about to post the video for the observation that I just went over in the side chat. So that's the full video. It goes for an hour and 15 minutes. It's extremely comprehensive. It goes over all of the details about everything in the video. So if anyone wants to check that one out, that's an awesome video. And if you click on his channel, there's tons of other videos that are really good as well.
He's probably one of the most rigorous as far as his methodology goes and procedures.
So, Mr. Ad hominem, after seeing that observation, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I would say like it's actually it's hard not to consider the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, it's definitely worth considering. You know, you probably have 100 other questions that will arise, that will pop into your head. You'll be like, what about gravity? What
Yeah,
about this? What about that? Right? And that's
yeah.
other conversations that we can have. But what you need to remember is that uh, all of these other arguments, like gravity and what about space and all of these things, the prerequisite is that this water should be curving for any of that to be true. And if the water is not curving, then all of the other arguments can be dismissed because you don't have that prerequisite that it's an absolute requirement
Mm,
for all of the other arguments to work. Right? Like if you
exactly.
said right now, well, what about eclipses? We can see the curved shadow of the Earth on the moon. Well, that would require
Mm,
this water to be curving at this specific rate. And it absolutely isn't doing that. So whatever we're seeing in the sky must have a different explanation because we can't detect any curvature on the Earth whatsoever. And I did just want to
mm,
make one last statement because we didn't explain to you that what we mean about flat Earth. Okay, a lot of people when they first hear about flat Earth, they think about the vacuum of outer space, right? Outer space, deep space, all of the planets orbiting around, and we've got all of these stars which are distant suns, millions of light years away, right? And that there's planets, and that Earth is one of those planets, okay? And that you're in space floating around, flying through space. And then they hear about flat Earth and they think, oh, okay, well, and then they replace the globe with a flat planet, okay? That's
mm,
not what flat Earth is. That's not what flat earthers are claiming. We don't think that we're in the vacuum of space on a flat disk planet or anything like that, right? This is a completely different system. You need to completely remove the whole globe idea, the whole idea of the outer space as you've been taught, right? And think of this from a completely different starting point, right? I like to think of
mm,
the Earth more like the foundation or the floor or the, you know, the ground of the system that we live in, right? And that all of the
mhm,
celestial bodies that are in the sky, right? They're the ones that are moving. Okay, we're not the ones that are moving. The earth is fixed. It's like the ground, it's stationary. Okay, and we see the sun and the moon and the stars. We all see them moving in the sky, doing cycles, going in patterns, which reset at the end of each cycle and then begin again. And that surface of the earth that we know about, the area that we're on of the earth, is more like a lake. You could think of it more like a where if you picture a lake that has some islands inside the lake, okay, and then you make
mhm,
that lake really, really big and the islands really, really big. Think of yourself as being on one of those islands in a giant. Okay, think of them as you could call them continents. The water is flat.
mm,
Okay, the water needs to be contained, right? The water gathers in the low spot in the land. Like if you have a bucket of water and you tip it out, right, the water's going to go everywhere and it's going to try to find the low spot in the land and it's going to form a puddle. And then if you have a bigger version of a puddle, it's a pond, and then you have a bigger version of it's a lake, and then it's a sea, and then it's an ocean, right? It's the same principle, right? To have a large body of water, you must have a container, and then obviously the surface of the water on that container is going to be horizontal. It's going to be flat. And that's a simple way of thinking about the system that we live in.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah, so look, man, I appreciate your good faith conversation, and just let us know if you have any more questions or anything. Or you can just listen if you want to listen in. I'm sure there'll be some more good conversations in here.
Yep. I mean, it's
Cool.
already 12 in the midnight. I will be back tomorrow. Like,
Yeah, come
if
back
I got any
anytime, man.
questions, man. Yep.
Awesome. All right,
Yep.
well, have a good night, and catch you when
Yep.
you come back next time.
Yep. And yeah, also thank you for this information. See ya.
Yeah, no problem. Bye.
Another satisfied customer.
Pull up the Homer Simpson meme. He just found out the Earth's flat, and he can't sleep.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Wow, who would have thought someone that came in with the name Mr. Ad Hominem would be so polite and respectful?
Yeah, that was good. Thank you for that. Very well handled, as always. That's how you do it.
Some crazy stuff going on right now in the Middle East, hey?
I haven't actually followed it. What is going on there?
I've just
U.S.
heard a
built
little
up
bit
a
about
girls'
it.
school.
What's that, Josh?
The U.S. blew up a girls' school in Tehran.
Oh.
Killed 40 people.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a bunch of bombings and chaos going on in the Middle East. I haven't looked into it yet, but
Yeah, no,
I'm
we're
hearing
attacking
some
Iran.
crazy. What's that?
Yeah, at 3 a.m.
The U.S. is attacking Iran.
At 3 a.m., Trump released a social media post saying we're getting combative with them.
Well, that makes me think what's really
It's
going
wild.
on that they want to distract us from, but who knows?
Agreed.
Apparently, when Trump totally obliterated their nuclear program last year, it wasn't enough.
Right? And what was it? Operation Midnight. I forget what it was called. Operation
Hammer.
Hammer. There you go. Midnight Hammer.
Yeah.
Here's a screenshot from the White House webpage. That if you disagree that they obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons programs, then that's fake news.
And they're like, oh, they're building nukes. We won't let them have nukes. Like, I thought we obliterated the program.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah, I'm all.
Part of me is like, agrees that we should have done something after they brutally murdered the protesters that were protesting against the regime. But then at the same time, it's like, well, we have our own problems here, you know? Shouldn't be the
Hey,
world police.
I'm all for wars as long as the people who start them send their kids first.
Yeah, they should have some personal skin in the game for sure.
Yep.
I just love all the tweets from Trump between like 2011 and 2014 where he claimed that Obama would attack Iran to improve his approval rating. Like every accusation is just projection.
Yeah. If everybody knew Earth was flat, we wouldn't have to fight any wars over the limited resources anymore because they would be unlimited.
Well, we know they're unlimited because energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only transferred. So whatever we turn it into and use it, eventually it will return.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it would throw a wrench into the medicinal industry as well, to know that this realm just grows healing plants that we can utilize, and that will actually solve the root issue instead of just solving symptoms that keep you a perpetual customer and cause other problems.
Come on, man. What about all the people who love being perpetual customers?
You'll own nothing and you'll like it.
Those people still haven't removed their face masks.
I saw one of those today at Best Buy. She was trying to sell me a laptop. She had a mask on, and I could only think about the mask the whole time. It was ridiculous.
It was a cultural thing before COVID, right? Like Asian cultures wear masks much
Not
more
really.
frequently.
I don't think that's cultural. I just think they were taking the proper steps because their air pollution was atrocious.
Flat Lloyd is ripping his hair out right now. Oh no, they're gonna ban me over on YouTube. We can't talk about COVID here. Anyway, this is Flat Earth channel. So if we have some listeners over on YouTube, shout out to you guys. If you want to come in and talk to us, we're here all day. So let's have some fun with it. We could probably start up a little court session too if we have some people here that we can call in as expert witnesses. Amphibious J says we need some court action. Yeah, I agree. We'll make Josh take the stand. Come up here, Glober. Defend your globe. I'll swear you in. I'm just kidding.
I'm good.
I'm just kidding. All right. It's all good fun. Mojam323. Do you want to talk?
Actually, I didn't finish my search. But if
Okay.
you want to,
You want to be educated?
I want to be what?
I asked if you wanted to be educated or if you want. Well, I couldn't. Maybe I misheard you. Do you have any questions about Earth?
Salam alaikum.
Are you a ball believer? Sinji is here. How are you? We have Abdul Majid. How's it going?
Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Oh, it's good. I am good.
You're good.
Yeah,
You want to
what do
come
you
up?
say? What do you say
Yeah.
before?
You know we talk about Earth in here, right?
Yeah.
You've been here before?
No, it's my first time.
Yeah. Do you think you live on a globe?
Yeah, this a long topic. I at the first place I was living in the ball. You know?
You live on a ball?
Yeah.
You do.
But after that I changed my belief to
Oh yeah?
flat earth.
Oh good. Good. But it's
But
not a
then
belief, right?
yeah,
Then what?
but then
What happened?
I changed my mind and I leave this topic because this does not matter. At the end you will
Alright.
die. Even if you are in the flat earth or in the ball. So
Wow.
اعبد ربك حتى يأتيك اليقين.
There
So
you
that's
go.
it.
All right. Well, that's it then.
So I don't have problem with the flat earth or it's circle or
So if it doesn't matter, how come you're in this room?
I told
What?
him actually. I told him we were in another room, and I told him, why don't we come here?
to see what you're talking about, guys.
Well, it
Yeah, do you
doesn't
What are
wanna
your
matter to
thoughts?
him.
do you wanna come up to
Okay,
the
Hassan,
stand and
Hassan, do you have a question?
yeah, I have a question for you. Do you wanna come up to the witness stand here and take the oath and testify how you know that Earth is a globe?
How do you assume that we believe that Earth is a globe? We haven't spoken yet about this.
I haven't. That's why I'm asking you. Are you gonna defend the globe or are you gonna defend the flat Earth?
Actually, I'm gonna defend. Yeah, you've
The
guessed
globe.
it.
The globe.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Well, you think I'm lying because this is these are facts.
No,
I'm not
court
gonna
is
lie
in
about anything.
court is in session. I'm the judge here. Come on up and take your seat and open your mic. Let's talk. What's your best evidence that Earth is a globe?
I have actually a lot of evidence.
Bring one.
But okay, I've said it before. I'm saying it now again.
Yeah.
The sun, when it sets, the sunset. They say that the sun goes away, but I believe that the sun doesn't, because if it goes away, you will see it shrinking and lowering in size, but it doesn't. How do you
Thank
explain
you.
that?
Thank you. Do we have any?
Actually, thank you for being the judge here, because we needed somebody to
Yeah,
roll this.
I am the judge for now, and we usually switch that around. Now I'm going to ask the
Thanks.
people down in the gallery. Do we have a defense lawyer for the flat Earth here? You need to throw in an objection here. You got to say objection, Your Honor, because we're not talking about the sun in this courtroom. We're talking about the Earth, right? So why are you bringing up the sun?
Objection, Your Honor.
There you go. Sustain.
Because the
like
sun's
Here we
light,
go.
Excuse me. Order
because
in the
the
court.
sun's light is falling, because the sun's
Order
light falls.
in the court.
Wait.
The gallery will be quiet. Calm down. What's the defense lawyer? What's your objection?
I would like to ask the Globe Defender in reference to what
No, you
are
gotta
we
state your
comparing?
objection.
Yeah,
you
you gotta
gotta
say your
state your objection. Like an objection would be, objection, Your Honor, the sun is not the earth.
Sustained.
Objection, Your Honor. We have nothing else to reference the sun to.
Sustained.
Objection, Your Honor. I guess that sun is really relevant to this topic because it's. I think it's one of the main things that could prove that
Okay.
Earth is a globe or no.
Okay, what's the sun made out of?
What?
We have a
Bro, not like this.
cross-examination here. Go ahead, sheepdog. You can cross-examine the witness.
Yeah, let's see. Hassan. What's the sun made out of?
Who's not allowed to talk?
Oh yeah, you're
Who was
allowed
it?
to talk.
Yeah, I'm
I am
cross-examining.
allowed to talk.
What's
Okay.
the sun made out
We
of?
take turns, right? We got to take turns. Go ahead.
All right.
What's the sun made out of?
The sun is a combination of helium and hydrogen.
How do you know that?
Oh my goodness! Scientists have
No,
proved that.
How do you know that?
We have studied this, and I
How?
believe in it.
Oh, you believe in it?
What do you mean?
Well, because it's a belief, it's inadmissible in the courtroom. We need to focus on what we can actually measure and validate. No beliefs.
Counselor.
All right.
Counselor.
Don't you think?
You can object at this point if you want, and just say objection, hearsay. I'll sustain.
Okay, objection.
No,
No, he's not talking to you. I'm objecting to you.
Sheepdog.
You're bringing hearsay evidence in.
Yes.
You have no.
Oh,
You have
okay,
no.
okay, go object.
You don't know that sun is made of helium, so I'm going to have to rule that inadmissible in this court. That's
Yeah.
just a guess. Stay empirical and use facts only.
Let's go back to the
Could the
curve of
glober
the
use
Earth.
it regardless of what it's made out of?
We have a comment
What's
from
that?
the gallery. Go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, could not the glober use the sun regardless of how whatever constitutes the sun?
Well, I can
In
prove
what
that
way?
the
Give an
sun is made.
example that would be valid.
Sorry for interrupting, but I can prove that the sun is made of helium and
We will
Okay.
other
call.
gases.
We can call you up as a witness after we're done with this witness.
Wait,
So who's the witness now? Who's the
So
witness now?
Al Hassan, can we focus on the actual curvature of the Earth?
okay, I
Fine.
can. Okay.
Okay, so the Earth is supposed to be curving, right?
Here we go again. Yeah, it's supposed to be
Okay.
curving.
Okay. And then do you know how big the Earth is supposed to be?
Sorry, what?
Do you know how big the Earth is supposed to be? Do you know the circumference, the diameter, or the radius?
Yeah, it's approximately, if I'm not wrong, if I'm not mistaken, 17,000 foot feet, or maybe 70,000 kilometers. I'm not pretty sure, but yeah,
No.
like this, 70,000 something. It's either kilometers or feet. I'm not pretty sure. I can make sure
No.
I've got
now.
a question. How many times does the globe spin on its axis per day?
Once a
Ooh.
completed orbit. I mean, like completed spin. Like it does a completed circle once a day.
Okay. All right.
All right. Let's not derail the conversation. We have a question on the table from the defense. Sheepdog, go on.
Yeah. So it's not 70,000 kilometers or 70,000 feet. It's 40,000 kilometers, not 70,000. So you're making
Yeah,
the
he
Earth
said he's
bigger
not
than what it is.
pretty sure.
Right. So the Earth has a specific size that is claimed to be. Right.
Yeah.
All right. And
Yes.
then 40,000 kilometers. I'm still working on the whole kilometers, the whole metric, but I'm going to convert everything over to miles. And if we need to, we can stop and compare miles to kilometers at any point. Okay. So 24,900 miles is the distance around the Earth, roughly. Okay. This is a specific size. And then if you're standing at the beach, how tall are you, Al Hassan?
My height. It's
Yeah.
roughly 178 centimeters.
Okay. How do you know that?
I measured it.
You measured it? All right. So that's good because we're talking about measurements. So if you are standing at the beach and you're looking out over the water, whether it's like a large lake or a sea or an ocean, how far is the horizon from your eyes if you're 1.78 meters tall or 178 centimeters tall? How far is the horizon?
The horizon is what the end of my sight. I can't know
Right.
how far is it is.
Right. So then if the horizon is at the end of your sight and it's not the curve of the Earth, then how do you know the Earth is curving?
How is that even relevant? I mean, that has nothing to do with the curving of the Earth.
Yeah, it
I
will be
believe.
when it will be when the sun sets, and you say, "I can't see the sun because it's going over the curvature of the Earth," or it will be when you suggest that I can't see the bottom of that boat when it sails over the sea because the curvature of the Earth is in the way. So it will be relevant.
This is what it's all about.
Didn't he have to say I object or I can witness?
Do you object? What do you object to?
No,
Hey.
the guy that just talked now.
Well, he probably should have said, "Excuse me, Your
Did I?
Honor,
Did
can I interject?" And I would have said, "Yep, absolutely interject." We're new to this. We're working on it.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
your
yeah.
objection against that behavior is sustained, actually. Go on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, you said that the horizon is the end of the sight of your sight. So it's not
No,
the curve of the Earth.
no, that's what you said.
You're claiming that. I said
No,
that the
I
horizon is the
agree.
end of
I
my
agree
sight.
with you. I agree with you. But in order
Okay.
for the Earth to be a ball, that's
There's
not
two.
the claim. The claim is that the geometry of the Earth, where boats go over the curve and where the sun sets, gets in the way of you being able to see any further. That's the claim.
Okay.
So if the curve
Mm.
of the Earth is not what's getting in the way of your ability to see things off in the distance, then how can the Earth be a ball?
If
Please
you
answer
see,
the question.
yeah, I have a question, I guess.
No, do you have an answer
No, answer.
to his question? Repeat.
Yeah.
You don't
Repeat,
get
please.
to
Yeah.
ask a question until you answer my question.
Just
Repeat
repeat
your
the
question,
question.
please, for the
Yeah,
host.
so
No.
if the curve of the Earth is not the limit to your vision on Earth, then how can the Earth be a ball?
What does he even mean? To be
It
honest, I
means
didn't understand.
if you see further than you should, if you were on a globe, how can it be a globe? At least not of the size that they have told us. Do you understand? If you can see 10 miles out and you are 178 centimeters tall, when you should only be able to see 4.5 kilometers from where you're at, like over the sea. If you can see further than 4.5 kilometers, and I think you have done that in your life, if you can see islands or boats or people 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kilometers out, you cannot possibly live on the ball that they say you live on if the size that they claim is the size, right? You understand logically, right? You don't have to
Okay,
agree.
now I understand.
You get it. All right, there. Clarification. Go on, counselor, sheepdog.
Okay. So,
Now,
according
hold on. No,
to your
hold on.
claim,
Hold on. Now, so you agree that boats go over the curve, right?
yeah, I'm trying to explain this to you.
Right. So again, how far away is the curve from your eyes when you're standing at the water edge?
I don't have a specific number to give to you.
Okay, well, that there is a specific number that coincides with the geometry of an Earth being 40,000 kilometers around.
Which is
From your height, roughly 4.8 kilometers, which would be roughly 5 kilometers. We'll just round up to 5.
in a flat or a globe Earth or a global Earth.
In a globe. That is
In
the
a globe.
number.
Yeah.
And you can go look that up on earthcurvature.com.
Now, the statement you made earlier, I agree with. The horizon is the limit to your vision, where everything converges into what's called the vanishing point. And so, as things get further and further away, they get smaller and smaller and smaller until they're imperceivable. And so,
Mhm.
your eyes aren't perfect. You can't see forever, but I mean, we can see 10, 15, 20 kilometers away. That's very common on a clear day.
You mean it's the number is more than the number that we're supposed to see in a global Earth?
Correct.
So it's flat.
Correct. Because there's
100%.
no curvature. The curvature is not there.
So if the curve's not there, what is it?
You mean you can see islands from, like you said, more than 14,000? What? How much?
You can see islands more than 10 miles away.
Yeah, 10, 15, 20 miles away.
Yeah, even 30. We have videos up to, I think, 250 miles when we use infrared. And that should be
Would you see a
completely
ship
impossible.
from this? Excuse me. Would you see a ship from this far?
Sure.
You can see ships 30 miles out easily. We have expert witnesses in here. He's not here now, but maybe he comes in at some point. He can testify that he has seen boats 30 miles out with his own eyes.
A
So,
ship
I mean,
from this.
yeah.
Look, as I told you, I didn't have specific numbers.
That's
But
fine,
as
but we're telling you that there are specific numbers. That's the important part. If the globe does not adhere to those specific numbers, then the orbit of satellites is wrong, the orbit of the moon is wrong, the orbit of the Earth going around the sun is wrong. The entire story is wrong if the Earth is not this size and the horizon is not at that location.
We have an objection. Objection.
Oh.
The defendant is asking us questions. Yeah, you're here to answer questions mostly. Unless you want to remove yourself from the stand and just sit down in the gallery, and then you can ask questions from there. We can take a little question session, I suppose. Do you have any more evidence for the globe you want to bring to us before we do that?
Do you concede that that is a problem for the globe if we see too far?
I would like to ask one question. One other question.
Before you ask your question, do you concede that that is a problem for the globe if we can see too far?
There's no problem.
There's no problem?
You understand that if we can see too far, we cannot possibly live on a ball. You would have to concede that that is a problem, if that's the case. We're not telling you have to believe that that's the case, but if that is the case, at least hypothetically, you need to understand and recognize that that is a problem for the globe. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do understand.
Okay, good. All right, I think we can take a question here. Go ahead.
Okay. How do you explain the eclipses?
All right, do we have an expert witness on eclipses who wants to take this one? Please come up, and get sworn in.
Hello there. Jedi here. I would like to take the question of eclipses, if possible.
Jedi, do you swear that you will tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah, man.
And I would like him to swear that he could speak a bit slowly because I cannot understand him. Excuse me, man.
The judge
Just
asks
talk a bit
Jedi
slow.
to speak slowly and clearly. Go ahead, Jedi. You have the mic.
Thank you and appreciate it.
Yeah, that's fine. I can speak slower for you. If you don't understand anything that I'm saying, my friend, please just ask, okay?
All right. Go on,
Cool.
please.
I don't need to explain anything that's happening in the sky with regards to the surface of the Earth being measured flat. If you would like to suggest to me that somehow eclipses prove verifiably and empirically that the surface of the Earth is indeed curved, then you can make your case. Hello?
Sorry.
Do you want me
So,
to?
do you have? Do you think that our explanation for the eclipses have any like blind spots or some places that are not clear or cannot be believed or cannot be logical in our explanations that the Earth is the cause of the eclipses, and the Earth being a globe is the cause of these eclipses?
Okay. In the solar eclipse, what has the Earth got to do with it?
No. In the solar eclipse, it's the moon coming
Yeah, cool.
in the
You
way of the
said
sun.
sorry. You
But in
said
the lunar,
eclipses. That's plural two. So solar and lunar. So we've
okay,
established
I'm
that
sorry.
a solar
Sorry.
eclipse has got nothing to do with the Earth. So we can put that one aside. Not solar eclipses. Okay. In your model, what's a lunar eclipse? And how do we know the true shape of the Earth because of a lunar eclipse?
Okay. So as we the globe, who's this? So in the lunar eclipse, we believe and we have measured and we think that it's true that the Earth comes in the way of the light of the sun that comes to the moon, and because of that, as known that the moon's light is actually from the sun, and the Earth comes in between the sun and the moon, and it blocks the light from the sun to the moon, so the moon goes black or without light.
Okay.
And because of and that's impossible if the Earth isn't globe, because if it was a flat Earth, that would not be logical to happen.
Right.
You
So
can
you're saying to me that in your model there is a straight line between the sun, the earth, and the moon, known as a syzygy. And because of because of the earth being between the light of the sun and the moon, the shadow of the earth is interrupting the light that's projected onto the moon from the sun. Right? So this is a
yeah
straight line,
yeah
yes? Okay. So, what would happen when we observe a lunar eclipse when both stellar objects, the sun and the moon, are above the horizon, showing us that this isn't a geometric straight line because you can draw a triangle between these things, showing that the Earth is not directly in between the sun and the moon within your model, casting the shadow that is observed on the lunar eclipse. This is called a selenian eclipse, also known as the impossible eclipse. It's been observed through recorded history, especially from the Royal Astrological Society since their inception over 500 years ago. So the selenian eclipse is called impossible because it is not a syzygy. There is not a straight line between the sun, the earth, and the moon. There's a triangle because both sun and moon are above the horizon. It's literally a lunar eclipse during the day.
Counselor, I'm going to have to ask you to
I
provide evidence for this in the chat. Is there a video? Someone, do you have some help in your side of the court there?
Okay, so if you need me a couple of minutes to go and find something, I'll go and find something for sure.
I think we need some assistance to help out the counselor here. Need an example of the selenian eclipse. It's fair to the defense that we do this.
No, that's a perfectly fine request. I appreciate that. I will go away very quickly and look for references to the selenian. If you will be patient, I can
Yeah,
be back within a minute or two.
perfect. We're dealing with this here. This is good. This is good. Have you heard of the selenian eclipse before?
me no.
Yes. Okay. So did you understand the explanation? The selenian eclipse is when both sun and moon is over the horizon. We can see them, and yet they say that it's the Earth that's in between. That's impossible. They also call it the impossible eclipse. And
can
we're
I
gonna,
ask the main point of the room?
yeah, I'll put the evidence has been found, counselor, so you can move on with your questioning, and he can look at it in the chat. 30 minutes over the hour. There is an example of a selenian eclipse.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Just give me a moment.
I mean, if the Earth is flat, then when it's noon in London, it's midnight in Sweden. So what?
So
I'm
if we
gonna,
moved off us, if we moved off
yeah,
the subject,
I'm gonna have to mute you, Shadow, for now. You cannot break in unless you're sitting up on the stand. We can take you up as a witness after we are done with the current witness here, Al Hassan. I will unmute you now, but you can't break in unless you're on the stand. We're running the court here today, so order in the court. Go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to ask, if the Earth is flat, how can't we see the chips on the horizon, or
No, this is crazy. We're talking to Al Hassan right now. Just wait. You're not up on the stand. We haven't even sworn you in. Al Hassan, do you have a reply to Jedi? Jedi, do you have any more questions for the witness?
okay. So
Yeah,
I
I'm asking
appreciate
for the evidence. Where are the evidence?
it's in the
It's
side
in the
Where's
chat
the
that
chat.
was
evidence?
posted
Sorry.
by Plain and Truth just a moment ago. So this is a short GIF of an observation of a selenilian eclipse. Now at the moment, it's just showing you the shadow upon the moon. Now I'd like to draw your attention to the shadow. Is that the curved surface of the Earth upon the shadow? So, for example, the silhouette of the Earth upon the moon. And because that silhouette, that shadow is curved, that's a true representation of the curved surface of the Earth. Is that correct?
Actually, I was trying to open the image and it didn't want to open. And I couldn't understand what you mean.
On
I
the
would
image,
like to ask you to repeat.
yes.
It
At
doesn't want to
30
open. I
minutes.
don't know why.
Okay, so you can't open the image at 30 minutes past the hour posted by Plain and Truth.
Wait. I'm gonna leave the call and come again. Maybe it will. 1
No
second.
problem at all. Thank you.
Court is in recess until the witness comes back.
I'm here again.
There he is. Go ahead.
Okay.
So, you see the image, my friend, yes?
There are 3. Which one you now?
Just let me know when you see the image, please.
The third one, the last one, the last image.
The one posted at 30 minutes past the hour by Plain and Truth. It's a short GIF. You'll see a lunar eclipse as the moon passes downwards. This is the selenilian eclipse. I just want to know you see the image, dude. If not, we will
I'm looking
recess.
for it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's at 30 minutes past the hour in the side chat. I say 30 minutes because your hour will be different to the one that I see in the chat because of time zones. So at 30 minutes past this hour, posted by Plain and Truth.
By ANG or by Plain Earth Judge.
Plain Earth Judge, sorry.
Guess I found it.
Cool.
Downloading.
Awesome stuff. No problem. So, just so we're clear, so we have this image and you can see the image that I'm referencing. Are you suggesting that the shadow that's on the moon, which is curved, is a true representation of the curved surface of the Earth? As in, we know the Earth is a ball in between the sun and the moon because we can see the curved shadow of the Earth upon the moon. Is that your argument?
Yeah. And I guess you
Cool.
understand more than me.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that I understand your argument so I can address it. So, within this idea, can I ask you, sir, is the moon flat?
You're asking me?
Yes. Is the moon flat within your example?
No, of course not. It's not flat.
Okay. That leads us with a problem. Because you can only have a true silhouette or shadow of an object casting it on a flat surface. On a curved or distorted surface, as the shadow cast by the object passes over that curved surface, the shadow will be continually distorted. At no point on a curved surface would you have a true representation of the object cast in it. Have you ever played shadow puppets before? Where you've got a light and you've got your hands and that type of thing. You usually do that on your wall because that gives you really good shadows. You don't do it on curved surfaces because that will stretch and distort the shadow. So for your example to be true, you need the moon to be a flat surface. So the silhouette or shadow of the Earth that's projected on it is a true representation of the Earth object casting it. So if it pleases the court, I would like to dismiss this piece of evidence. Also, like I said, I don't have to explain these phenomena in the sky. They're irrelevant to the surface measurement of the Earth. Whatever happens in the sky is above a measured stationary flat Earth. I rest my case.
Can I object, Your Honor?
I like to sustain first because it has nothing to do with the surface property. But now we have talked about it. What's your objection?
I object about the evidence, Your Honor, because the evidence here is showing a solar eclipse and not a lunar eclipse.
Objection, Your Honor, that's incorrect. This is a selenian eclipse.
Yeah, it is
How
a
do you-
lunar eclipse.
After the shadow went off of the moon, if you claim this is a moon, how did the light become like this? Do you see light like this in night?
Objection, Your Honor,
That's
this
nice.
is irrelevant. The discussion is about lunar eclipses.
Sustain.
Wait. I think I confused the evidence. I see the evidence posted by Plain Earth Judge at 3 minutes past this hour, and it's showing that what we should see, what we should have seen, and what we saw. Is this your evidence?
Okay, so that was written on the GIF. It was not my direct line of inquiry. My inquiry was regards to the shape of the silhouette upon the moon's surface. If you would like to discuss its placement, I would be willing to discuss that with you.
Yeah, because the shadow that comes on the moon is curving, and if yeah, and explains. Sorry, it explains the shape of the Earth because the Earth is the one
Objection, Your
blocking
Honor.
them.
Objection, Your Honor. I've explained this already. I have told him it is impossible to cast a true silhouette on a curved surface because of the nature of the curved surface. The curved surface would distort the shadow. So logically, you could not have a true representation of an object casting the shadow on a curved surface. This is why I asked if the moon was flat in my previous line of questioning. I've explained this.
It was a good explanation. Al Hassan, do you understand that a round object, if you cast a shadow, it's gonna take the form of the object it's cast on. You get that, right?
Yeah.
So if you take two balls, you can go and do this in your bathroom or wherever. Take two balls, shine a flashlight on one of them, see if you can cast a round shadow on the other ball. You cannot. It's in fact it's going to cast what's called a sinusoidal shadow. It looked like an S. So you would have to either say that the moon is flat or you would say that Earth is not round or something, if you want to claim that it's the Earth that does it. But in this court, we can't grant you that because there is no proof of Earth casting a shadow, and there's no way to get that. You understand, right? Because the only way to get to see that is if you're God and you can go outside of Earth and have a side view of it, right? But we don't have that technology, and nobody has done that. So we're going to have to disregard this evidence. We can't prove it. It is hearsay. So rules the court. Do you have any other evidence that Earth is a ball?
Okay, if it pleases the court.
I would like to call a witness. Can I?
You want to call a witness? Of course.
Okay, Mohjam, please, my friend, can you explain your theory?
Okay, Your Honor,
Oh, yes.
I need
Second, we have a
I
question.
need the
Okay,
concession
sure.
before we move on to other subjects
Go ahead,
and
Jedi.
other people explaining their theory. This is not a
No,
good
no, wait.
standard of evidence to suggest that the true shape of the Earth is cast upon the moon. I need that to be conceded so we can remove the evidence from the record.
Wait, let's hear our witness here before we
Is
do
it
anything.
relevant to eclipses, my friend?
Mohjam, is it relevant to the eclipses? To the eclipse?
You don't even know why your friend's interjecting. Your Honor, please.
Actually, I don't
I'm
have enough
asking around
information.
him.
Just a second.
I don't have enough information about the eclipse, but I want to talk about the horizon
Can I, before you
and
do that,
ships.
can you hear me, Jedi? What's your objection again, please?
No, so I require a concession from my friend so we can remove the evidence of lunar eclipses from the record.
Yeah. Do you understand
That's what
that
we
you
need
cannot
before we
use
move on to
lunar?
other
Okay,
questions.
Right. Let me ask
okay,
him
just
then.
remove
Do
this
you
shit.
understand that you can't use lunar eclipses because you don't have enough evidence to prove the cause of them, and it has nothing to do with Earth. On those two grounds, do you understand that why you can't use it? Jedi needs you to say yes here. Just do that, and we can move on.
Okay, yes, sir. Just remove
Thank you.
it.
Good. Now,
Appreciate
do you
that.
want
Thank
to
you very
call
much.
another witness to the stand? We'll swear him in.
Yeah.
Who?
Mohjam 323.
All right. We're calling Mojam 323.
Yeah.
Bailiff, please bring him to the stand. We'll swear him in. Who's my bailiff today?
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
he is here.
Okay, he's up
I'll
there.
talk.
Mojam, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah, I swear. What? Why do you ask for that?
You're sworn in now. Go ahead.
Why do you ask for
Bring
that?
your best
Because I
evidence.
Just a
didn't
bit of
lie.
fun,
Actually.
dude. Don't take it
Bring your
seriously.
best.
It's just a bit of fun.
Order in the court.
Okay.
It's just fun. It's just for fun. Okay, don't worry about
Okay.
it.
I'll talk about the. I'll talk
Good.
about the ships and going behind the horizon, and
Thank
you
you. We have ships going behind the horizon. We're going to deal with that first. Do we have any ship expert witnesses
please
in the
don't
court?
interrupt me while
No,
I'm
you
speaking.
can bring up more evidence as we go, but we do one thing at a time. No laundry list. So ship over the horizon is what's on the table right now.
Yeah, we're
Yep.
not gonna change the topic,
No, we're going to
and
stay
you
on
have
that.
to. Oh, okay,
We're
we're gonna stick on this topic. Okay.
Yes, boats over the horizon. And when we have resolved that one, you are allowed to bring more evidence. Do we have an expert witness in the court on the flat earth side who's willing to argue boats over the horizon?
If it would please the court, I'd like a anti-globalist DJ to take the stand if it's available.
That would be
I am
fantastic.
available.
Sustained.
I cannot understand a British accent that much.
All right.
It's a beautiful accent, but it's I just learned the American. So yeah.
That's why I asked
Mojam,
DJ to do it.
All right, order in the court.
you-
We have called DJ to the stand. You have the courtroom's attention.
Yeah, DJ.
Mojam, yeah, you remember talking to me about boats?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Can I just explain the Mirage to the others? Okay. The Mirage is like okay. Its characteristics are okay. It happens when the ground is very hot. It's the first adjective to it. Okay.
Objection.
Objection. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
What's the
and
objection? What's the
Okay,
objection?
the first one.
okay. So mirages don't only happen when the ground is hot. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to mirages. And if he wants to say a particular mirage is taking place that causes a boat to go over the
Please
horizon,
don't
he's going to have
interrupt
to
me while I'm
he's
speaking.
going to have to specify precisely which type of miraging effect he's talking.
Sustained. Mojam, can you
Oh
specify
my gosh.
the effect?
Okay, can I what? Specific.
What
DJ,
type
do
of
you have a
Okay,
mirage are you
question?
talking about? Specifically name the mirage.
What do you mean?
Well, you're arguing that ships go over the horizon, and sometimes it can be caused by a miraging effect, right?
Yeah, I
And
agree.
you're
I
claiming
agree
that
that.
it happens when you have hot ground, right? It doesn't have to be hot, right? Define hot. What do you call hot? What's that even mean? Hotter than what? You can have a miraging effect when you have an ice lake,
Yeah,
right?
like
And
not hot.
if you have an
We
icy
should
lake, right, and then you have even
wait.
colder air than the ice, right? Let's say the ice is negative 17 degrees Celsius.
Okay. We should.
Oh, sorry, negative. Yeah, well, okay. Let's say the ice is -5, but the air above the ice is
Wait.
-20.
Wait.
Right, that can cause the same thing
Okay.
to happen.
I'll say the mirage happens when there is a difference between the temperature of air and the ground or the water. Okay.
Not necessarily. Yeah, well, not necessarily, but yeah,
No.
it's
Oh my gosh.
generally caused. Yeah, let me clarify. Okay, you'll probably agree with me. Okay, it's when you have warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher, and that will generally cause what people call upward refraction, which will make things in the distance look like they're a bit lower. I,
What did? Can you just repeat that?
right. So, what causes sinking refraction is when you have slightly warmer air down lower and slightly cooler air up higher. Okay, and the light will deviate slightly towards the cooler air because it's more dense, and that will cause things in the distance to look like they're sinking or dropping down. I can
Wait.
provide
You mean that?
evidence of my claim.
Wait. Let me just clarify what the mirage is, and then we'll talk about that. Okay.
It's called sinking refraction. You could look it up right
The
now on
mirage.
Google.
You mean the?
Type in what is sinking refraction.
No. Wait. Let me just explain what the mirage is. Please don't interrupt me.
All right, go ahead and butcher it.
Okay. Okay. The first one. It happens when the ground or the water. There's a difference between the temperature between it and the upper layer, and so that thing or that effect makes the air the air's dense makes a difference between or makes the air near the ground or the water becomes less dense, which makes the light bend, which makes the light bend upward.
Right.
So yeah. Do you want to say something?
No, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So it bends the light upward, so that the most important point is that doesn't cut or cover the bottom, but it causes like distortion, not
Incorrect.
why
It doesn't do that. Okay, it
it's
only
bent.
does that. It only does that if you have an extremely sharp change between very warm air down lower when it's very warm and then much cooler above. Okay, so when that happens, it's not called sinking refraction. It's called a full-blown inferior mirage. When you have an inferior mirage, you're going to have a byproduct of that called total internal reflection, which is the mirroring layer where the horizon is, where the apparent horizon is. You're going to see a mirroring layer where you can see a reflection of the sky or whatever's in the background on the ground, because the light is bouncing over the top of the observer's head and you cannot resolve it. So you just see a reflection of what's in the ground. That's not what I'm talking about when I'm saying the cause of ships that look like they're sinking behind the horizon. Okay, that's called sinking refraction, which is a minor variation of an inferior mirage. It doesn't have the distortion that you're talking about. I understand why you're talking about that, because we showed you an example of a ship that looks like the bottom is missing over a hot surface of ground on a small scale. And in that one, you have an obvious miraging effect, because that's a full-blown inferior mirage, not sinking. That's not classified as sinking. That's classified
Okay,
as an inferior mirage. Different thing.
wait. So you mean the so you mean the sinking with the inferior mirage makes the with it makes the ship disappear, right?
Well, that's when you the distortion that you're talking about, right? When you have a mirage, right? It doesn't look like a normal scene, right? You're going to have an obvious mirroring effect, mirror, right? You're going to have this mirroring effect. Okay, and it doesn't look natural. It looks fuzzy, right? Like what was the you were using the word vibrating the other day, right? It looks like it's warping. Okay, so that doesn't happen when you have a small gradient between the warmer air down lower and the cooler air up higher. It just looks like the thing is sinking behind the horizon. It still looks like a normal scene, right? You don't see that obvious miraging effect. It just looks like something that would normally be visible on the horizon sinks behind the horizon. It looks like the bottom of it's missing, even though it's geometrically unobstructed.
Hello.
That's what the definition of sinking is. I can bring up the
Hello.
definition right
Okay.
now and put it in the
Wait.
side chat
I
for
think
you.
I think it's incorrect because wait. Oh, okay. Because the sinking is is that the waves cover
Incorrect.
the ship.
Objection.
You said that actually.
What's the
No.
objection?
Okay, so I'm talking about miraging
What's the
effects. I'm
objection?
talking about atmospheric refraction, and now he's conflating that with waves blocking the bottom of a ship.
What the
Right?
sinking?
No. Sinking's not anything to do with waves. Okay, waves is a different cause of bottom-up obstruction. Okay, that's a physical obstruction. That's not to do with the atmospheric condition. That's purely to do with the waves blocking the bottom of the ship. Let's say there's no waves. The bottom of the ship can still be obstructed, and it can still be a clean obstruction. It can look very clean. We don't have any distortion. We don't have any miraging looking effects, right? We just see textbook definition sinking refraction. And I'm just about to post the citation in the side chat.
I think
from the Oxford Dictionary of Weather.
I think the objection would be argument from ignorance. Then sustained.
So I'm just going to bring up the definition, and you can read out the definition if you like, or I can read out the definition. Okay, so this is the Oxford Dictionary of Weather. Okay, and I'm just going to post the citation in the side chat so everybody can see it. It's not a long one, and I'll just read it out. All right, sinking, Oxford reference. A refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it.
Did you send that to the side chat?
It's in the side chat now. It's there. And I would like to add a further citation from a subject matter expert named Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, so I will read out a second citation, which further backs up my point.
I'll allow it.
Okay, so Andrew Thomas Young, from his book, 1994 book called Optics of the Atmosphere, Reports on Progress in Physics. Page 57. Atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, this effect results from vertical refractive index gradient near the surface that produce curved ray paths. I'm just going to drop that link in the side chat. Right, this is from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University. He has his own website there. Right, so there's that citation as well.
Thank you. We have recorded them in the court. We have entered them into evidence.
Excuse me. I gotta go for 1 minute or half minute. It's not.
Court in recess for about a minute. We have a guy in chat who wants to interview us. He can ask a couple of questions now while we wait. Go ahead. I'm ready to answer
Oh,
them.
hello.
Hello?
Yeah, no, I would
Okay.
just like to. I'd like to say now that I'm just not interrupting anybody on the mic. If anybody would be willing to do a
Okay. There's a
quick
difference.
voice.
I'll do it
Wait.
when it's over. I think our witness is back. We can talk about it when it's over. Please mute.
Do you mean me?
Who?
No, you're back now, right? You wanted a minute, Mojan? Who was
Okay.
talking?
There's a
Yeah,
difference between the
go
curvature
ahead.
effect and the refraction effect. Okay, the refraction effect changes with the refraction effects. The refraction effect changes the image of the body a little bit, not or bend it or like make it like looks like it's flying. Okay,
No,
it's
it doesn't do
not
that.
at
Look,
all.
just let
Not
me respond to you. Look, I've been studying this. Okay, I can tell that you're new to studying it, and I credit you for studying it. Okay, but what you're talking
wait.
about when you see a boat that looks like it's flying in the air, that's called looming. It's a looming effect. Okay, that's the opposite of sinking. Okay, that happens when you have very, very cold water and it makes cold air above the surface of the water, and then you have a gradient where it gets warmer as you
Okay,
go up.
but
It's
it's
the
still
opposite of
refraction.
sinking. Yeah, it's still
Yeah.
refraction, but it's
Yeah.
not
Okay.
refraction is not just this, it's not a blanket statement, okay? Right? So you can have
So yeah,
looming
I said
and
or not
sinking. Hold on, let
only.
me explain to everyone listening. Looming and sinking are the opposite of each other. Okay, they're minor versions of an inferior and a superior mirage. Right? And then we can have towering, we can have stooping. And then there are other variations of miraging effects as well. Okay, you need to learn about these things before you try to debate someone about it.
Okay, it changed. Okay, the refraction. I don't. Okay, you said that it's true. It's not wrong, but you're talking about the opposite. But it's still a refraction. I'm talking about the refraction. It changes the image. It makes like the body. It cutting. It cuts the body, or make it fly. Or okay, but it can make the body disappear. It's like there's like two kind uh of refraction.
Yeah, upward
And
or downward. Upward refraction
right.
makes things sink, and downward refraction makes things rise.
Okay, but the refraction depends on the temperature.
Yeah, the
Okay.
temperature gradient. It will.
And the
Okay, the
density.
temperature gradient. The temperature gradient
But you're
is
interrupting me.
what is the primary dominating factor of the optical density gradient. Okay, so if you have cooler air, it's more dense, and if you have warmer air, it's less dense. It's very simple.
Okay,
Okay,
that
the light
thing.
will deviate towards the more dense medium.
Oh my gosh. Okay, please. Okay. Okay, the refraction. I said the refraction depends on the temperature and the dense. And these two things, the both of them makes the light bend or like yeah, as I said, makes the body cuts off or um flying. Looks like it's flying. Okay,
Okay.
the third thing.
Mhm.
It's possible. It's possible to see the ship with the real zoom camera.
What do you mean?
Okay, you agree, right?
What do you mean? Well, yeah, you zoom in, you
You
see the
can make it
ship.
come back. You can make it
No, you
come
can't.
back,
You
or you
can't
can
make
see
it
it.
come back. Well, what do you? Oh,
No.
okay. Hold on. Let me clarify. Okay, you can only zoom in and bring the whole ship
Earth
back.
is still in Lord Vishnu. Snake.
Oh my god.
Don't do it. Put yourself on mute.
Bailiff, take
All
that
right.
person off of the gallery.
Yeah. Okay, so what are you talking about? Yeah, obviously you can zoom in on it. What's
Yeah,
your point?
you can make it come back. You did that actually. You gave a video on the side
Hinduism say Earth is
on the
round.
street. Can you just mute
Someone mute that
sir?
clown.
Yeah, she'll be just yeah.
You gave a you sent a, you have sent a video for a ship
Okay,
that
look, the reason the ship is disappearing is because of its angular size becoming too small for the human eye to resolve. Not because of refraction, okay, just because the ship becomes smaller due to perspective, and the human eye cannot resolve something that's below
Nigga.
something that's below 0.02 degrees cannot be resolved by the human eye. Okay, so when you use a zoom camera, you're able to resolve that ship, so you can see it again. But if we have sinking refraction, for example, right, or looming, or let's say sinking refraction, it looks like the bottom of the ship's missing. Zooming in on the ship, okay, it will not bring the whole ship back to view. You will still you're just still seeing the ship that looks like it's sinking, but you're just magnifying.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, it was wrong. You cannot bring it back. You cannot see it back. See it again with the zoom. With the even though it's real zoom.
That's correct. I would like to
Yeah.
show you an example in the side chat. Okay, so here we go. Here's an image of a ship, and we can only see the top of the ship. Okay, the whole bottom of the ship's missing, right? This is the ship. I'm going to post a picture of the whole ship. Okay, this is the ship that I'm talking about. Okay, this is sinking refraction. Okay, so when he zooms out, you can only see the top part of the ship. The bottom of the ship looks like it's obstructed behind the horizon. Okay, now he's going to zoom in on the ship. Okay, zooming in on the ship doesn't resolve any more of the ship. It just magnifies what you can see in the distance, and it still looks like the ship is hidden behind the horizon. This is textbook definition sinking.
Okay, the refraction. It's possible the refraction can flip the ship. Okay, up down, right?
No, not sinking. Sinking doesn't flip a ship.
Not
Okay,
sinking, but I'm talking about
you're talking
refraction.
about extreme miraging effects, where you have a superior mirage that has an inverted image. That doesn't happen with sinking, right? Sinking is just the definition that I read out, right? Something that would normally be visible on the horizon looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, even though it's geometrically unobstructed. It doesn't. You cannot have sinking refraction and have an inverted mirage or anything like that. Right, that only happens when you have an extreme temperature gradient change,
Okay, you're talking
and you
about
have a superior mirage, and we would never use anything like that for evidence of
anything other than look, here's a superior mirage taking.
Okay, are you talking about a special type of refraction, which is thinking, and we can know which one. I mean, it's correct. It's not. It's. I mean, it's. How can I say
So
it?
the
Wait.
ship I just showed you, is not upside down. That's just the top of the ship.
Yeah, yeah.
Just the ship.
Upside down
No, it
is
looks
another
perfectly.
another type of
Yeah.
refraction, but
No, this is sinking
exists.
refraction. Okay, this is sinking refraction because the guy stayed there at the scene. Okay, and 3 hours later you can see the whole boat again, proving that
Okay,
it
so
wasn't
we know.
hidden. It wasn't hidden behind the horizon. The latest picture that I showed, right? This is later in the day. Okay, when it gets later in the day, then the morning, right after the morning's colder. Okay, and then it
By the
gets
way,
hotter. Hold on,
these
let me
pictures.
finish my sentence. Okay, in the morning it's cooler, much cooler. The air is much cooler in the morning, but the air temperature of the temperature of the water can still be much warmer because the water temperature doesn't fluctuate much during the daytime and the nighttime. Okay, but the air temperature gets much colder during the night. Okay, so in the morning you can have much warmer water and much cooler air above it. So in the morning when he viewed the ship, we had sinking. Okay, and you can't see the bottom of the ship. And then over the next 3 hours, you start to see more and more of that ship start to appear until 3 hours later, we zoom in and we can see the whole ship.
Okay, but actually, these pictures doesn't prove that this is thinking effect. But okay,
Okay, it
but
just matches. Okay, I'll say this. It matches the definition of sinking refraction perfect. Okay, so if you wanted to claim that the ship's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, you would have to go and make an observation where you've taken into account the refraction and eliminated that as a possibility of the observation and validated that the ship is
Wait.
sinking behind the curvature of the Earth. There is no example that exists.
Okay, so you said okay. Let me talk, please. Okay, so the refraction is not organized from the bottom to the top because after 3 hours after 3 hours the water becomes more I mean the air can be more warmer, yeah. So it's not organized, but the curvature is organized or fixed from the bottom to the top. You cannot it cannot come back or anything like this. It's just go away and you cannot see it again. But
That's
the reflection is correct.
physical
I'm not
expression.
I'm not saying yeah, physical, right. But I'm not saying the reflection is wrong. It's true. There are a lot of videos shows the reflection effect, so it's not wrong. But we can have a difference between the curvature effect and the reflection effect. Okay,
Okay,
but
so
let me say something.
I would say that there's no such thing as curvature. And if you say that there is curvature, I would like to see your evidence because I've presented a lot of evidence, but you haven't presented anything. So do you have anything to present to the
Yeah,
court?
yeah, yeah. I'm just organizing. Wait. So but by the way, I want to tell you something. The friction effect uh, just happens when the ship is not so far. It didn't go behind the horizon yet. So if we got a video shows that shows that the ship is going after behind the horizon, fixed on a fixed movement. There's no it can it didn't come back, and it's organized. Okay, and
Right, but I can show you
I can show you things that in a fixed position out in the ocean, right, that are way beyond the horizon. This ship is way beyond the horizon, by the way. This ship, okay, so the good thing about this ship that I showed you, okay, it is beyond the horizon. It is beyond where the horizon would be on the globe. Okay, the horizon on the globe should be at a certain distance away from you. Okay, and that ship's 14 miles away. The ship is 14 miles out into the ocean. It should be hidden behind the horizon. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the ship. Okay, but you can, so I can show you
Yeah, you can. You
many.
can wait. You can see it if you are on the high position. It's true. You
No,
can
no,
see it.
no, no. We can see it. We can calculate based on how high the position is, how far away the horizon should be. That's how. Okay, that's what
If
causes
you
a
gave me,
horizon.
you
Altitude
should give
causes
me.
a horizon. If you don't have any altitude above the surface, you don't even have a horizon. Horizons don't exist unless you have altitude. So as you go up in height, you can then all of a sudden you have a horizon. So you go up to 1 foot, the horizon's at 1.2 miles away. You go up to 5 foot height, the horizon
Wait.
is 2.7 miles away, right? You go up to 8 foot, it's 3.46 miles away. You go up to 66 feet high, it's 10 miles away. Okay, it changes depending on the height. So we can calculate that, okay, we can confirm that the observer is 8 feet above the surface of the water, and that means the horizon would have to be 3.46 miles away. We know that the object is 10 miles away, and we can see the whole object. It would have to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by about 29 feet, based off the mathematics, but we can see the entire object. And we can see the horizon is beyond the object, debunking the globe.
Okay, yeah, you can. Yeah, we can, but just give us a
Would
video
you
that
like me to
shows.
demonstrate? I can show you an exact observation with the exact mathematics, right? The exact distances that I just explained to you. I can show you the observation right now. I can present it to you really quickly, and you can see from an 8-foot observation height that there's no Earth curvature. Would you like to see it?
Yeah, okay, give me the video. Is
All
it a
right, it won't
video
take
or
it.
what?
Yeah, it's a clip of a video that I took from a full-length video, so it won't. And I have the full video as well. Just a moment. Just going to post it in the side chat. Okay, it's now posted. All right, you should be able to see it now. Okay, we have an
Yeah.
8-foot observer height. Right, that means that the maximum globe geometric horizon distance is 3.46 miles. All right, and we can see 2 oil platforms out in the ocean. Right, you could think of them like boats that are anchored. Doesn't really matter. It's objects that are a known distance out into the ocean. Okay, so the first oil platform is called Platform C, and that platform is 6 miles away. The second platform on the right-hand side is called Platform Habitat. That's 10.1 miles. Okay, the horizon on a globe from an 8-foot observation height is 3.46 miles. Halfway to the first oil platform, basically. That's the maximum distance you should be able to see the water.
Give me the numbers again to count.
Yep, so the observer height is 8 foot.
8 foot.
Yep. The distance
Okay.
the distance to the object is 10.1 miles.
Distance. Can you repeat that?
10.1
10.1
miles.
miles.
Right.
But how long is the how long is this tower? I don't know what it's called.
It's an oil platform, okay, but it doesn't
Yeah.
matter how tall it is. We can see the bottom of it
No,
touching the water. Okay, the height is 100 feet.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it. Because
You shouldn't be able to see it. The bottom 29 feet should be hidden behind the horizon. The horizon should be at 3.46 miles.
you mean the bottom of okay, can you watch it again? You can see the
I'm
bottom,
going to
right?
show you. I'm going to show you a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. Right, so I'm going to bring it up right now. I'm going to put it in, and then I'm going to take a screenshot and put it in. Just give me a second. Okay, so this is what I'm doing. Distance to the object, miles, 10.1. Okay, eye height level, 8 foot. Distance to the horizon is 3.46 miles. Okay, object obscured part, 29 foot. So that means the oil platform at 10.1 miles should be obstructed by the equivalent of a 3-story building, 29 foot. But we can see the entire oil platform, and we can also see the horizon is beyond the oil platform. So obviously, the oil platform is not being obstructed by the horizon because the horizon is further away than the oil platform. Okay, so here's the screenshot from the Earth
Wait,
curvature calculator.
by the way, wait. The reflection can make it possible to see it behind the curvature because it's make it like fly. So
No, it's not flying. Okay, so you would just so I'm going to give you so looming is the opposite of sinking, right? It means things go up, right?
yeah,
Upward refraction, downward refraction. So it would
I
just
mean,
look like it's raised up on the horizon. The horizon is past it. The horizon is not in front of it. Right? You can't say it's looming because this is looming, right? I'm going to put some pictures of looming in the side chat. Okay, this is what looming looks like. Right? If you go to Google and you type in looming and you hit images, you just see this, right? You see ships floating. Okay, we don't see the oil platform floating. Okay, we don't see that happening. Look, here's another example. This is looming. This is what looming is. Okay, that's not what I'm showing you right now. I'm not showing you what's happening with the looming. Right? We're just seeing a perfectly normal looking scene. We don't have any heavy refraction at all happening. We don't see any inferior, superior mirages. We're not seeing any sinking. We're not seeing any looming. Okay, it's a very nice clear day. It's taken in the morning when you have very little refraction. Okay, we don't see any distortion. It's just a normal scene.
Yo. Hello, guys. Hi.
but how can I first? How can I trust the video?
Okay, so I'm going to give you a link to the full video, and you can watch. you can see him arriving at the location, setting up his camera, showing you his coordinates, doing the entire observation, all in high definition. You can watch the entire process being done, and then you can make up your own mind about it. Because and this is the great thing, anyone can go and replicate this themselves, right? This is just a guy doing an observation. So I'm going to grab the link for the video right now, and I'm going to put it in the side chat. So just a moment. Right, we'll get to the person that was just interrupting. We'll get to you in a second.
But how did he know these numbers? I mean, is he a normal person? How did he know
Yeah,
the
he's a
distance
normal
between him?
person. Okay, so you can just look it up. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do right now. So you can just go to Google Maps or Google Earth or any mapping system. Okay, and you can look up oil platform habitat. And then you can do a distance marking tool and you can work out the distance to the platform. Or you could go and find the actual oil platform website, and you can see a diagram of all of the oil platforms, the heights, the distances, all
But the
of that
position of
kind
the
of thing.
person?
The position of the person, right? You can see his coordinates, right? He brings up his coordinates, so you can go on Google Earth, right? And you can stand exactly where he's standing on Google Earth, and you can see that it matches up with exactly where he's standing in the video. Now I have a GIF, a longer GIF from the video, so you don't have to watch the video just yet, because it's it's like a 20-minute video. So I'm just going to show you a GIF that our friend made. As soon as my computer stops glitching, I'll post it, and it shows you everything that I was just talking about. Okay, so a moment. All right, here we go. Just copying it into the side chat. So check this out, right? Concentrate on it, watch it, and then respond after you've watched.
Where are you up to, gentlemen? This session of the hearing has taken approximately 20 to 30 minutes now. Are we reaching a conclusion?
Yeah, I think we're about to reach a conclusion now.
Awesome.
He's just watching a GIF in the side chat from the 8-foot black swan observation.
Not being rude, not trying to hurry anybody, but we've got a lot of
Excuse me,
attention. Lots of people in
can you
the chat.
just repeat the numbers? Because I missed it.
Yeah. Yes. I'm just going to post the numbers in the side chat from the Earth curvature calculator.
Thank you.
Just a moment.
Yeah, like I was saying, lots of people in the chat wanting to speak and ask questions, not rushing
Yeah,
you along.
definitely.
With fantastic.
I need to get to work, so I definitely want to wrap this up. So there you go. There it is. Right. This debunks the globe. You got the full length video in there if you want to go and watch that. Okay. Here's another observation that is impossible on a globe. And I rest my case on that.
Thank you, Counselor. You may leave the stand. Do we need to call another witness up? Who is willing to come up and be sworn in and defend your globe? Speak up.
Are you speaking with me?
Well, I think we're finished with you. You got what you came for, right?
No, I'm just counting, but you can talk with another person
Right.
while I'm.
We'll do that, and then you can come up again and present your next piece of evidence.
Okay, I will. We can.
Sounds good. All right, we're running a court session here, Globe versus Earth. If you feel like you have what it takes to defend the globe, come on up. We'll swear you in, and you can present your evidence for why you think you live on a globe.
I would like to add one more point, if you don't mind, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay, so as proven and as experienced by a lot of people who have traveled before on planes, I don't have, I don't have now specific countries, but if the Earth is flat, some flights would take more time to go from a place to another, and some flights also say that they go and come to the same point while traveling for a straight line in a straight line. If you
Do we have
understand what
any?
I mean.
Yes, thank you. We've heard this question before. Do we have any experts in airplane travel here who's willing to address his
I'll take it.
question?
I'll take it if nobody
Jedi,
else wants.
come on up.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it if nobody else wants to. If
Please go
somebody
ahead.
else wants to jump
You're already sworn in. Go right ahead.
in. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, right?
Yeah, go on.
Good. So you brought up 2 points. Flights wouldn't work if the Earth was flat. They would have to fly longer distances, and airplanes can travel straight and end up where they started. Which one of these 2 points would you like to speak about first?
Because I don't have much time, I would like you to consider one point. I would choose why do they go and come back to the same point. And please don't tell me that the plane is going in rounds. They go in a straight line. Go ahead.
Okay. In a straight line. Would aircrafts always fly in straight lines? They do this when they navigate across the Earth. What they do is they fly to a bearing point, a coordinate, and then they change their bearing, which is their direction, to another coordinate. So aircrafts always fly straight. Now, if you're talking about how an aircraft comes back to where it started from, I suggest that's because they use coordinate system north, south, east, and west. Now, if we understand, if we were to go true east, then this is not a straight path. 90 degrees to your right, if your compass is pointing north, is east. If you always want to keep going east, then as you move, you're going to have to readjust, because by definition, east and west are circular paths around poles. A pole being a center of the circle, let's call that radius point north, and you traveling in an easterly or westerly direction around that pole. Now it's going to work the same on a flat surface and a curved surface because the coordinate system that dictates it's true. There's only absolute directions in this. Absolute direction being north and south, true locations, and east and west being directions of travel around those true locations.
I'd like to take a different approach, if I may.
You may, yes, thank you.
We have another witness who's willing to come up. Let's swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to object to the thing that the previous guy stated about traveling in straight lines, given that within his premise, he believes that the earth is a globe. The reason that I'm objecting to that is because if you are flying around a globe, you are indeed not traveling in a straight line. Is that true or false?
Objection sustained. That is correct. What does the witness say, Al Hassan?
By straight line, I don't mean that it's like going in rounds. Like when I said it doesn't go in rounds, I meant that if in a flat Earth, if you say that when they go and come to the same point, they go and have a flight around the Earth and come back to the same point. In a flat Earth, that is only possible if you go do around the Earth. This is my claim. And
Objection.
wait.
What's object? Wait, yeah, wait. Finish your sentence.
Yeah. Okay, and
So wait, if there's a
flat.
real hold on. If there's a real objection, what's the objection? Let me hear it.
Okay.
Well, the objection is that it's. I don't think that on the flat Earth side, anyone has made the claim that the Earth is flat because you take a plane and you can come back to the same destination by flying in a circle. That seems to be what he is countering. Yet I haven't heard an argument for that on this side. Sounds like a straw man to me.
So your objection is objection straw man then. Okay, sustained until there's further evidence that shows that it's not a straw man. Go ahead, Al Hassan.
Yeah.
I think what the gentleman is saying is that even on a ball, right? You go in circles. Even with the plane, you take a basketball, hold it out in front of you, and run your finger over it. That's how you navigate. You do that over a flat surface. That's how you navigate. There's a compass demonstration in the chat as well that shows that if a compass is pointing north at all times, you are effectively circling around, right? And also another thing to remember about airplanes, they fly in flight corridors. They are assigned. It's not like people just go up there and fly wherever they want, right? So you can download a flight corridor map and see exactly what's going on. Go ahead.
Yeah. As I said, you're going in a straight line. I don't mean that you're going in a straight line and because the Earth is a globe, you're gonna exit it. I meant that you're always going towards the north.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I
You
interject?
will end up in the same place you started from. Go ahead.
Yeah, you do that over a flat
Be
surface
quick.
as well.
Please.
Be as quick as possible because I gotta go. Please.
Two types of circle you can draw on a sphere. One is around a pole, which would be east and west. The other one is what you're talking about, a straight path through poles, north to south and back again, following one line of longitude. If you're saying that this is done on the Earth, I require evidence that this path is actually taken. I require evidence that a flight follows one line of longitude only, completing a circumnavigation.
The court agrees.
I didn't say latitude, I said longitude, through the north and through the south.
Yes,
if you say that that's done, I require the evidence of it.
It would be prudent at this time to provide evidence for that kind of straight travel if you want to continue down that line.
Sure, but how can I get evidence here?
This is your claim, sir. You're saying that this is even done, so we require evidence that it's done. We can go with the east and west because our circle is around poles, like we said, but we understand that you're talking about a straight line. This would be following a line of longitude. For you to prove your claim, then you need to provide the evidence, my friend.
The evidence is either a photo or a video. And how can I post?
You can post a flight plan. Someone who took a trip, they just went south, and then they came back up north from the the back of the Earth. Who has done that? Do you have any? Is that your claim? And can you provide evidence for that then?
I will look for some evidence, but the evidence that I have right now are the photos or videos, not.
You have videos of people flying south, coming back up behind on the ball, north again. Is that your claim?
Yeah. Hold on. I'll try to give you a link.
You may post it in the chat.
First, I need to understand that our friend understands the difference between following a line of longitude, a line of latitude around the Earth. You understand the difference, don't you?
I do understand.
Cool. So you understand why I'm asking for the longitudinal.
Somehow.
The only other flight that you could give me would be an equatorial flight around the circumference of the sphere and its diameter.
Has the witness left the stand? I do not see him in the room anymore.
Yeah,
Where is
okay.
he?
If he's left, that's fine.
Bailiff, did he leave the room? I think so. This is evidence for north-south navigation. He could not do it. Court is in recess. Thank you all for your contribution. If we have any more witnesses for the globe, feel free to say so. Open your mic, come up to the stand, and present your best evidence. We will hear it. And we have people here on the panel today, some prosecutors who are willing to try to refute your evidence. I think we're going to make a ruling. We're going to throw out flight paths. We don't have to address that
We
one
got
again.
somebody. We have somebody over in the side chat. I think he might appreciate the microphone.
Ayuhub, do you want to come up and defend your globe? This is your chance, Ayub. We have time to entertain your questions and your testimony at this time. If someone else would like to be the acting judge, that's also all right. I think I've been sitting here for now for a couple of hours at least. I do have some other stuff to do, but and also it's good practice. So, and it's fun. So if you want to do it, just, let me know. I don't mind switching out.
I don't mind you tagging me in, mate, if you need to.
Yes, I will do that. I would love to have you as judge. It's fun. So good luck. Tag is done. I'll probably hang out listening in the background, and now I can throw in objections. So this is going to be cool. Jedi is now our judge. Here's the gavel.
Oh, cheers, mate. Thank you.
Can
Right,
we get some W's in the chat for the judge? Plain and truth. Outstanding.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Sustained. The Honorable Judge Jedi has taken my place. All rise.
I appreciate that, guys. Thank you very much. Just looking through the attendance of the court at the moment. There's quite a few defendants on the stand. Prosecutors, which way round do we prosecute? Guess we are. They're coming to defend. That's right. So lots of prosecutors waiting for a claim or a position to be heard. If anybody wants to bring their case to the court, please feel free to do so. It is customary, obviously, to unmute yourself and please tell us who we are speaking with. Introduce yourself to the court. And like I said, if you want to bring forth your case, then please do so. Please respect my authority. If I do interject, I expect everybody to stop speaking. I will only take a moment. I just need to take order in the court. I will be as quick as I can. I do not mean to interject. But like I said, if anybody wants to take the stand, then please make yourself known at the moment. It's going to be fun.
Thank you, Judge. May we all be seated?
Yeah, I'm going to sit here in absolute silence now. Got a few people in the chat, names that I do not recognise. Ibada, are you here with us today, Ibada? You are in the court. If you wish to speak, you can please feel free to do so. Fry's joined us. What's up, Fry? I haven't seen you.
Yeah, hello.
Hello there. Who is this we're speaking with?
Like, I really don't have questions, but like, I'm curious about this topic, so I'm just here to
Okay.
listen.
Do you have any questions for the?
Like right now, I don't, but like I'll come later to ask.
Okay, my friend. Well, thank you
Excuse
for
me, but
introducing yourself.
Sorry.
Hazan had sent me a message. He's my friend, by the way, and he said he has an emergency, so he'll back later and continue. But
Okay,
now
my friend.
he
Thank you
has.
very much. We look forward to him coming back later. Being as you were on the stand earlier and the court was relatively quiet, would you like to take the stand again, my friend? I'll take that as a no, Mojam. No problem.
Sorry, was that you were asking me?
I was talking to Mojam, my friend. He was talking about his friend being delayed because of an emergency. No.
Yeah, I was talking about
Земля
Al-Hazan.
круглая, вы чё?
Okay, Mojam, what did you want to say?
Круглая земля.
Just
Почему
he like asked me to tell you that he was in an emergency.
No,
Okay, my friend. Thank you.
I'm so
Okay.
sad.
Thank you, guys.
Почему
Okay,
вы считаете,
Maka
что Земля
Godman.
плоская, если она круглая?
Okay,
Как
somebody needs to jump in.
мама ваша.
Okay, if you're not speaking English, can you please mute yourself? We are live streaming on YouTube at the moment. We have an event running, the Globe Earth versus the Flat Earth, a setting. If anybody wishes to defend the globe, then please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, tell us who and come to the stand. Please, we will require you to be honest at all times. So a little statement of your honesty would be great. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if anybody wants to defend the globe, the court is now in session. Judge Jedi is residing. That's going to make everybody run away, isn't it? Okay, guys. Well, I suggest that the court recesses for a moment. Talk amongst yourselves. If Globe Defender comes into the courtroom, I will take order and we will resit the proceedings. So talk amongst yourselves, guys.
Hello there.
All right, I'm making lunch. So I was in on X earlier, mocking a whole bunch of people because of the Artemis cancellation. I've had so much fun today. I used up all the bookmarks, people I was going to mock in 2027. But Christmas came early, and I've been posting like crazy, laughing at those people that said, you guys just wait until we land on the moon. All right, well, the day is here. You're not going to do that anymore.
Yeah, nobody seems to be speaking about that, do they? They've all gone very, very quiet.
Yeah, they're all quiet. Where's Gunslinger when we need him? Oh, we have a lawyer in the house, Makar Goodman. You want to come up and take the stand and defend the globe?
Yeah.
Okay, Judge Jedi, you have a person who needs to be sworn in.
Hello, my friend. What's your name, please?
We scared him. Sorry about that. It's intimidating. We have snow down there. I can be the bailiff for a little while, escort you up to the stand. Are you willing to defend the globe, Snow? Not today. Okay. There is usually a lot of chatting in the gallery, but when you want them to talk, they're all quiet, Jedi. Isn't that the case right now?
Oh, that is always the case, and there's a lot of chanting, especially by our friend Ayubi. I believe that's how they say their name. It's definitely been chanting in the chat. Thinks it will probably be a waste of time speaking to us. So maybe I should appeal to a Yubi to unmute themselves. And if they think that the Earth is easily defended, then we can have an honest and reasonable conversation where evidence is provided for either side in a courtroom setting. If you think this is easy, then it should be a breeze. So a Yubi or anybody else who's jumped into the chat, I appeal to your what should I say? I appeal to your ability to defend what you believe. There we go. Be reasonable.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, if maybe you're the one who's going to cash in the 3 bitcoins that's out there for evidence that we live on a ball. So we can certainly make a judgment in your favor here. If you can provide that, we'll forward it to our good friend Dave, who has put 3 bitcoins up for anyone who can provide globe evidence. Maybe that's you. Come on up. We have a couple of people who are muted. I don't know the reason for that. Should we try to unmute and ask?
Yes, we should try and unmute and ask, and the court will clear itself out.
Actually, Makar Godman is back. Looks like a lawyer. Do you want to come up and defend the globe, Godman?
Repeat, please.
I didn't understand that. You can go after him if you want to, Judge.
That Makar Godman, are you back again?
Yeah, he showed up.
Oh, if you want to mute yourself and speak, my friend, if you want to speak, awesome. If you don't, then please mute yourself and move away. If you're just here to listen, that's absolutely fine.
All right, as the bailiff, I will check if Semga want to be called up to the witness stand. Nope, he left or she left.
Semgo is in the side chat, Your Honor, requesting an unmute. They made a mistake. They're prepared to fix the mistake.
We can unmute, but he needs to come back into the VC first. Today is your chance. If you have been muted for any reason, if you want to come up and repent and use this chance to testify for your ball, then you will get unmuted, at least for a little while, so we can hear your arguments. We have Judge Jedi presiding today. The Honorable Judge Jedi is presiding.
Right honourable. Right honourable.
We have the dishonorable judge, plain earth judge, me, myself. But I can escort you up to the stand. We're currently talking about the cancelled Artemis moon landing. And if you think that's funny, you can say so in the chat, I guess. Do we have people just chatting in chat, not willing to talk? Semga, if you come back, I'll unblock you. You gotta join the VC. Actually, can he hear me? He can't hear me because he's not joined, so I don't know. I guess I can reply to him in the chat. See if we can T-Dub posts something in the chat for us. See the impossible as sunrise and the total lunar eclipse appear at the same time. There you go. On March 3rd, so it hasn't happened yet. When is that? Is that in 2 days? What's the date today? Oh, it's the 28th. 4 days. 5. No, wait. 28, 29, 30, 31. Second, third, 6 days. Where are you supposed to be able to see that thing?
Around the Pacific Rim.
Okay. Ayub, do you want to take the stand and present evidence for your globe? All right, let's see if we can get some Globers in here. As bailiff, I can probably go out and get some. We're going to go check YouTube while we wait. We have 2 live streams running, I think. Let's see if both are up. I'm 99% sure that Flat Lloyd's stream is up and running. And it is. Do we have some people over there watching? We have Dr. Bass Ackwards. He's talking to Dr. Phil, I guess, or Professor Phil. Shout out to both of you, Phil Connors and Dr. Bass Ackwards over on YouTube. Shout out to Devon J30 as well. Did I just hear someone open their mic?
I was just going to suggest calling Fry to the stand. I don't think he'll unmute his mic, though.
Sorry about that. My Bluetooth took over and I didn't hear you for a second there. Who did you want to call up to the stand? Zeus?
Fry.
Fry? All right. Fry, if you're willing
He
to
doesn't
come
seem to want to unmute, though.
All right. Well, my lunch is here, so I need to take a little break. Delivered by a really beautiful girl.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Hey Yoder, you still around?
Yeah, sort of.
All right, we're about to park our work truck here in a second, and he typed out a question for you, so I'm going to read it to you here shortly.
If you could type it in a DM, that would help. I'm working with both hands right now.
Sounds good.
But yeah, feel free to share with everyone else.
Yeah, he's a pretty good guy, ex-military. I think he's just a little gun shy of I guess speaking. He's got his reasons, but very open-minded, and
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
All right, Yoder, I sent you the question, but I'll read it out to the group. My friend wants to know if an aircraft navigation system uses calculations to conclude a spherical Earth from a flat Earth while flying a long distance flight, does it work? Question mark. Did the aircraft reach its destination successfully? If it added extraneous calculations and flew over a flat Earth, it would not. If it did arrive, it's evidence that the flight was over a curved Earth. So that's his question, and he adds, if they added more calculations, what are they? And if we could have an understanding of the equations they make and add to it.
Yeah, it is it's incrementally added. The marginal error is negligible over most short distances and unnoticeable even over long distances. The calculations include Schuler tuning and transport rate calculation, applying Legendre's theorem. There are more questions than that.
Could you go in deeper, or has the knowledge that a bombing mission or something like that, if you're even 1 degree off, I guess going deeper on the marginal errors, I guess, or the equivalency of it.
If someone's flying in for a bombing run, they're looking at the target on a map and they're going to see an aerial view of it before they get to the location. So even if it's like there's going to be somebody at the wheel, so to speak, for that drone who's going to be dropping in the bomb, and so that person's going to know what the target looks like anyways. They're not just going to go gun ho and just start shooting bombs everywhere.
At 35,000 feet, you'll be able to, if you got night vision easily, you could see 250 miles plus, 500 miles in some cases.
And then because he was wondering about a night run, how would you be able to visually, if you're calculating, based upon a coordinate versus a visual. But it sounds like even on a night run, you would have night optics to kind of confirm
I don't have much time.
target.
I can't really talk much, but the computer's doing the calculations for you. How do you know what the calculations are doing? We can provide some insight like we have as to what they are. If you haven't looked into it, you wouldn't know.
Right. And yeah, it's like basically that paper you shared going into that would probably reflect calculations and everything you're talking
like
about.
He's discussing. You're probably going to be using something different than commercial airlines are using.
Another question he had was globe earthers hold that curvature is not visible due to refraction, and so the claim that we make that lasers should have a drop over distance is unreliable using the laser because of refraction.
Well, that's just not true, and we talk about it every day, all day in here. Especially if you're using infrared.
That's what I was.
Infrared targeting, like what the military uses, has a lot higher accuracy. Also, you should direct them to JTOL and Media One on YouTube. All right, I can't talk more.
Anyone else here that can help my friend out?
What answers do you have for your friend?
Well, what I try and tell them is, the refraction argument. I mean, 7/6R. The most refraction you could have would be, that the globe is 1/6 bigger, but these observations we're making would be showing the globe as being thousands of times bigger. So these long distance observations, falsify the claim that the radius is 3959 based upon the 8 inches per mile squared. And his, counter to that is refraction, makes it impossible to depend on those observations. And then my counter to that would be, well, then at that point we're using circular reasoning to assume that it's curving.
Oh, Bennett, can you please repeat what his question was about the lasers?
Yeah. Basically, that any lens is unreliable because the light is bending. And I was basically my response to that was, if that's the case, then we're using circular reasoning to assume the globe in the first place, because there's never a prediction that results in Earth curve. From
claiming high precision bombing runs. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, has he referenced any military use of lasers at all?
Not over great distances or anything like that. He, if y'all want to expound on that, I think he believes that over long distances would work.
Well, you see, the thing is, it's funny because if lasers are unreliable at long distances, right, due to refraction, he's insinuating that you'd point a laser at a target and it wouldn't hit the target because the atmosphere would redirect the light. But we get globers in here telling us that the lasers are reaching the target because the atmosphere is redirecting the light. So which one is it, globers? Are lasers unreliable because the atmosphere will redirect the light and you will miss the target? Or are they reliable knowing that the atmosphere will redirect the light and hit the target?
I think his claim is that you can't measure flat Earth or globe Earth through a moist atmosphere. I want to give his perspective to the group, because I'm always giving him, my perspective is it's circular reasoning, and it's we're falsifying it through the long distance observations, basically seeing too far. And my argument is like, okay, is the claim that refraction, then we can just see our butt if the atmosphere is clear enough, just looking forward.
Look, they accuse us of not being able to make predictions. So we make a prediction. We predict that over this vast distance, if the Earth is a globe of said dimensions, then there will be this much curvature. Thus, we will get this visual effect or this light propagation effect, right? We do these things, and we get a prediction. We get a result that goes against that globe prediction, right, and aligns with that of a flat Earth, right? Now, they just want us to accept the excuse.
Now, when you take your load,
accept one, that the Earth is a globe, and then accept two, that light propagates through the air in a manner which makes it appear and measure flat. No, I'm sorry. Come up with something better.
Okay, he wants to shift gears. He said, "What do you say about the final experiment?" I of course have similar opinions about as a flat earther that it proves flat Earth, but he wants to know. I want to share your views.
Deductive argument for it. If he's this deep into it right now, then he's probably not in good faith. Yeah, challenge him to make a deductive argument. He won't be able to.
Explain to him. I know it's silly, but he's here with me, so this is like we're back and forth. He's telling me, ask him this, and we're just chilling outside right now. So he's listening to everything you're saying, and then giving me a question. And when you said tell him to make a deductive argument, he asked me, how does the sun go around your head in the south?
Listen,
In the South Pole.
The whole thing started off under the okay. So the premise for the globers was that under our conception, under our conceived model, right, that if we go to these poles, right, during certain times of the year, we'll witness a 24-hour sun, right, thus lending credence to our assumption that the Earth's a globe, right, and spinning. And the flat earthers went there under maybe a couple of them went there under the premise that if the land masses are laid out in a planar fashion, as such that it is represented by the azimuth or equidistant north-centered projection of the globe, right, where Antarctica is a ring of ice surrounding the center continents, then we will go to the Antarctica and not witness a 24-hour sun because we think that the sun does concentric circles around the north constantly, maybe changing the circumference of the circle throughout the year, right, from winter to being more tightly wrapped around the north, and then in summer more widely wrapped around. So they were under the assumption that was the absolute path of the sun, and if they go to Antarctica and witness a 24-hour sun, then that can't possibly be true, thus entirely dismissing the notion of flat Earth, right? When there's other evidences, they're ignoring the other evidences, right? We here are not proposing that the Earth is laid out like that, nor are we making claims about the workings of the sun, its exact path, etc. Right? So we're just relying solely on the measurements of the surface, which your friend is doubtful of because he's willing to accept the excuse of globe refraction, right? So it's a bit of a conundrum for him because he's not going to meet here necessarily people that are going to say, yes, the Earth is absolutely laid out like that AE map. And yes, the sun does those concentric circles around it. And if anybody goes to Antarctica and says they saw a 24-hour sun, they must be lying or there's some sort of illusion going on. Right? That's not us. That's not us. Also, it is a fallacy. If you conclude that your assumptions are true because of something you've witnessed based on a prediction of it, it's called affirming the consequent fallacy, where you say, if the Earth is a ball and it's spinning on its axis, etc., right, all the conditions, I'll go to Antarctica and witness a 24-hour sun. So that the first will be your P, the second will be your Q. You go to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun, Q, therefore all my assumptions about the globe are correct, P. It's called affirming the consequent. It's a formal logical fallacy. If P then Q, Q therefore P. It's an invalid form of reasoning.
Oh, it's round, bro. It's round.
It's a good one. Good one. Look, I just wanted to jump in on that as well. I can completely debunk the globe explanation of the 24-hour sun easily. We've already done that hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Great. This is basic logic right now. Okay, I'm going to give an analogy, super simplified. Okay, if I have a flat floor in my house, don't talk while I'm. Hey, Twizzy, what's wrong with you, bro? You not hear me talking? All right, so look, super simplified. Right, I have a flat floor on the floor of my house. Okay, I can measure different sections of anywhere I go on the floor. I can measure it, and it's flat. Okay, flat, 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 flat. Looks flat, measures flat. Right. Doesn't matter what's happening above that. Nothing that happens above that floor, nothing at all with some lights up above, is going to change the fact that it's observed and measured flat on the floor. So whatever happens above that is happening above a flat surface. It would be impossible to have a certain section of that floor, let's say a 5-meter section of would have to be curving at a certain amount to be flat, right? Obviously, this is just basic, like simplifying down to complete, like basic logic. Okay, so if the Earth's a globe and it's 70% water, the water would have to be curving. Okay, and we've tested it hundreds, if not thousands of times, and there's no evidence, no empirical evidence whatsoever that it is actually curving. Okay, so whatever's happening in the sky, which I think nobody truly knows how the sky mechanic, where the sun is, what the sun is, right? How does that all work? It could be something way beyond our comprehension, the way that we view the sky, that the sky works. Okay, but we can validate things empirically here on the Earth. Okay, and we have validated that there's no surface curvature. So whatever's happening in the south above the flat surface is just happening above a flat surface. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Well, he definitely 100% believes it's a globe, and I would like for you to offer him maybe a question or something to bring his knowledge
look.
to test.
Yeah. Look, anyone can believe whatever they want. That's fine. Okay, but if you want to actually take that belief to something that would be considered a knowledge, right? Something you know, you would actually have to go and test that belief out in reality, right? We all used to believe that the Earth was a globe. Okay, we grew up on that belief system, but he's never experienced the Earth as a globe. He's never seen the curvature of the Earth, and he's probably never gone to test for the curvature. Right? It's a belief that's based on faith. Okay, it's a mathematical theoretical concept that we were all brought up on. Okay, it works mathematically for the most part, but it doesn't match reality. Okay, and he could go and test it for himself. We've done that, right? We already know all of the arguments for the globe side. Right? That's not a problem. Flat earthers, right, know more about the globe than most of the globe by a long, right? But the difference is we've actually gone out to test what we learnt about the globe in reality, and there's zero curvature to be detected. It would be impossible to have a 10-mile stretch of water on the globe that's flat across the entire surface. That would be impossible. That would debunk gravity. That would debunk the 24-hour sun being a byproduct of a globe system. Okay, all of these claims, right, they have prerequisites, right? You have to have that curving surface. Right? If it's not there and you don't have any evidence that it's curving, and we have a huge amount of empirical evidence that it's absolutely not curving, right? Then that's kind of where we're at. We all experience, some people believe it's a globe, but they experience it as flat. They don't have any evidence that it's curving, but they believe it is. They believe it's spinning at 1.5 million miles per hour in all these different vectors through a space vacuum, going nowhere for no reason at all, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's just a belief system.
Thank you, DJ. I appreciate your explanations. And he was responding, and he believes it's a, I've told him this is like, the images of the curved water, we should be able to test that from the surface. He believes like holding on to just measuring the surface is a cop-out for not, and I'm using his, his wording here, is a cop-out for not addressing the other indications in the sky.
Okay, well, listen, here's what I want him to provide, okay? I want him to provide an independent validation of the 69-to-1 rule. The reason why I'm asking for it is because it's never been done.
He wants you to explain further.
All right. Well, here's the thing. If I need to explain further, then it's revealing that he doesn't know what he's talking about when he's making the objection that the sky somehow reverses any of the claims that we have on the table regarding the surface.
I think he's just not sure. I think you're referring to 69 miles per degree of latitude or something. But if
Yeah.
go deeper.
Well, I mean, that's a rule of thumb, and it's never been verified to be true. Certainly not in all instances, in all cases.
Will you explain to him real quick? Because I really love the logical simplicity of creating. I think we've used the term logical syllogism or deductive argument, and explain to him how someone can come to knowledge. As exemplified or demonstrated by creating that statement.
Okay. Well, T-Dub went over it earlier when he described how using the claim as the conclusion creates circular reasoning. When you say if A then B, B therefore A, you are making an irrational argument. Now, you still may be correct, but not for the reason of the argument. It's for something else that you have not discovered yet. So there are two ways to come to knowledge, really three. Deduction is the only way to come to true knowledge, but then you can also get the gist of things through induction and abduction. And deduction is the only way to actually prove something that you know. An example of a deductive argument would be the modus ponens or modus tollens. You can look that up. I don't have much time. So.
He said he's heard of it.
Just quickly, Bennett, I did want to respond to him hand wave dismissing the long distance observations, right? Just hand wave dismissing empirical evidence, right? That's not honest, okay? First, you should analyze it, right? And you should try to have some kind of rebuttal for it, which there isn't, but he could try. Okay, so hand waving the prerequisite for every single one of his claims, right? So every single further claim that the Earth's a globe has that prerequisite of that curving floor. Okay, and if we've measured the floor flat, right, then all of those claims are debunked by the empirical evidence that we have to begin with. That's the baseline, right? So if he wants to just hand wave dismiss the empirical evidence and appeal to what I'm not sure what his particular arguments are, whether it's making assumptions about the lights in the sky, right? Or sure, but all of those have a prerequisite, and that is that the Earth must be curving. Okay, and there's no empirical evidence of that whatsoever. In fact, that has been completely debunked. So hand wave dismissal just shows intellectual dishonesty. I'm sure your friend's a nice guy, right? But this is just a natural mechanism of cognitive dissonance. It happens. Okay, people want to cling on to their ball, and they want to hand wave dismiss the empirical evidence and just appeal to stories that they've been told about things that they can't empirically validate.
He says evidence is not proof; it's compelling, but it's not proof. And before you address that real quick, I did get a private message from Yoder talking about multiple wavelength laser tests to account for refraction. I think that's quite fascinating, interesting. I'm talking to him while I'm talking to y'all, but essentially using different laser wavelengths to account for that refraction. And what I think is interesting is that with infrared, it should actually deduce the amount of refraction, so you would actually see less farther, but what we see is we actually see even farther. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys, on that.
Right. Yeah, I can get into lasers a bit in a second. I just wanted to address his so-called rebuttal. Okay, it's not just evidence, it's empirical evidence, right? It's been repeated over and over and over and over and over again, thousands of times, with the same results every single time. Zero curvature. Okay, it's a measurement. So look, if I say I have empirical evidence that my desk is 4 foot long, right? I can measure my desk using lasers, right? I could use tape measures because the desk is I could use a tape measure for the desk because it's small enough to use it for that. But I could use lasers. I could use different methods. I can validate that my desk is a certain size, or I could invalidate the claim if someone says the desk is curving on the surface or something like that. Right? I could test it, and it's not evidence. It's invalidation of a claim. Right? I'm not claiming that the long distance observations are proof of a flat Earth. Right? They are debunking the claimed curvature. That's a difference, right? What we're doing when we do the long distance observations, we're testing for the geometric horizon. We're testing for the drop over distance, and it fails the test every single time. All we're detecting is a flat surface, just as we all experience. Okay, and there's no evidence that shows it's anything other than that, right? So just by basic reasoning, right? If you have a surface area that's not curving, it's just a default that it's flat. Okay, so we don't have to say the long distance tests are proof of flatness. It's debunking the globe, and there's no evidence of anything other than a flat surface.
Yeah, I think that's been my challenge to him is that, basically every time people go out to look for a curvature, they're not finding it when it should be at a predictable place. It would be one thing if, like, okay, maybe once out of 100 times it's super far, but most of the time it's there at 1.22 feet times the observer's, height in feet. And but it's like every single time everything's just flat horizontally.
Exactly. Right. There's not one long distance laser test, not one long distance observation that matches up with the globe.
Exactly. You shouldn't be giving the globe any hall passes at all, right? So your natural base experience is flat and motionless, right? All the measurements confirm that, right? All right. If someone's telling you it's just so big and the light's bending, tell them to prove it. Otherwise, they have no grounds for their claim.
Well, and one thing
if they
that
say, but we know the Earth's sphericity by looking at the sky. Prove it. We're not looking for explanations. We're looking for definitive proof. Otherwise, you have no grounds for your claim. All these other things. But the eclipse. No, prove it. Prove it, sir. Prove it. And they can't. They cannot prove any of their claims.
Well, and one of the interesting things is my friend is actually a geocentrist. He believes that we are at the center, and he's looked into things like electric universe and a lot of different, in-depth like theories and stuff. But he still believes like in the sphere and the solar system, I guess you would say, but that we're the center.
Does he think NASA landed on the moon?
He says absolutely.
Oh wow, that's hilarious. Can he see the side chat at all? I mean, has he?
Can
see
he
the
just
side
get
chat?
on? May he have the microphone, or is he unwilling?
He's 100% unwilling. I've known him for a number of years now, and I finally got him to this point where I can get him at least, next to me while I'm on Discord. So this is a big success, guys. We baby steps.
Well, the only people to have ever seen the Earth as a sphere are the people who went on the moon missions. Period. Everybody else has only ever claimed to have seen less than 3% of the Earth's surface if they're on the ISS. No one else has ever seen the Earth as a sphere. And geometrically speaking,
outer space is fake.
Yeah, absolutely. But at 250 miles above a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, the horizon for them is still flat, geometrically speaking, according to the math, right? That's allowing your friend to have a sphere in outer space with an ISS orbiting around it. No one has seen the Earth as a sphere except for the moon missions. And he can go out and look at all of the Globers, talk about how all of the moon missions are fake, and then listen to the Artemis astronauts claiming that Artemis will be the first mission on the moon. And they've also canceled that. So if Artemis is claiming that no one has been to the moon and they're going to be the first, then why is it that all these globe believers are presenting evidence that the moon missions are fake and Artemis is agreeing that they're going to be first?
He hasn't heard about the Artemis claim, so that's interesting. And
All right, I'll
and
post
he's
the video.
asking like so. He's asking like so. I guess the astronauts are liars. Then was his verbatim
Yes, the
question.
Okay, look,
astronauts
I just want to
are
make one
liars.
while Jimmy's finding that video. I got to go in a second, so I just wanted to make this one last question to your friend. And if you could show him the videos. There's 5 videos I just placed in the side chat. Right? I just want to hear his honest opinion, right? So this is not, I'm not claiming this is proof of, I just want his honest opinion on whether he thinks that this footage looks questionable or not. And tell him to have a close look at it, especially the bottom 2.
There's also more than just Artemis astronauts claiming that we haven't been outside low Earth orbit, right? And I'm going to just give
Just a
a
second.
6-hour. Go ahead.
Sorry, Jimmy, I want him to focus. I want him to focus on these videos and just give a response. Then I'll mute up and.
Yeah, he says send it to him. I'm gonna try and show him a couple now, but it's kind of difficult. We're out in the sunshine, so it's kind of hard to see really good. But his claim is that some of the videos may be faked or the photos faked as a backstop for political purposes. However, the rest of the ones are real or the mission was real. Is this position?
Right. Okay. All right. Well,
So
tell
how
him I
does he
appreciate the
have-
conversation, and I'm gonna go on mute.
How does he have the evidence or the knowing to know when they're lying for political gain or telling the truth for gain in reality? If
Right,
all of
is
the
this a
evidence is
belief?
going to be viewed from his same position, he's not given anything other than what they give him.
Hey guys,
Exactly.
can you?
Does he?
He said,
One sec. One sec.
that's
Does
not
he?
for.
Sorry,
He
go on.
said,
Guys, I'm new here. Can you tell me what you are talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
hold
just
on
wait
and
your
listen,
turn,
and
please.
you'll understand what we're talking about. You just need a little bit more time in the room and listen. Hang on.
He said that's how
So,
court cases are won through witness testimony, and so he believes the witnesses, astronauts, are credible.
And right, so every
okay.
witness is infallible and can't lie. Nobody's
Can
ever been
you
convicted of a crime where someone falsely witnessed.
He doesn't disagree with you on that. He said,
Right. So
Yeah,
does he
that's-
realize it's a belief, or does he claim that the moon landing is absolute knowledge?
you say you can't have absolute knowledge. It's all secondhand unless you went yourself.
Right. So it's a belief. It's a belief he has. So there's no way he can go and confirm that it is all true, right?
And then comparing astronauts to witnesses is like comparing members of an organized crime syndicate as witnesses.
Right. He's got no
part
problem
of
with every single one of them being Freemasons.
Yep.
So, Bennett,
That's all right.
I posted a link to a 6-hour compilation. Can you send that to your friend so he can watch that at his leisure? Throughout different portions
Yeah.
of this is people explaining the different methods of processing video and images, right? And this is going to be from throughout the years, right? So he's got these people who were globe believers spending their time and effort to compile 6 hours of bullshit into videos that we can view ourselves, and Sovereign Supreme America decided to take those clips and put them into a single video. That way he doesn't have to pour through NASA's videos on his own time. Right? It's
Oh, yeah.
simplified.
Yeah, he appreciates the discussion, and like I said, he's got an open mind. He's definitely got his stance is quite firm at this point, but that's why I want to open him up to these conversations. It's like this Socratic method where we're in a public forum where we're discussing and challenging each other's claims of knowledge and the resources and the evidence. If you take the time to look at it, then you can make better, choices and decisions. If people can message me things, it's helpful, or tag me as the chat's going to keep streaming down, but I'll send what I can find in the chat.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like he shouldn't be so dismissive of long-distance observations, horizon distance measurements, and laser tests. I mean, every time we go out and we're like looking across large bodies of water, is he going to go to a large body of water, like 10 or 20 miles, and see straight across to the other side and truly tell himself, no, I really do live on a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, even though I'm seeing it like this every time? Is he really going to tell himself, like convince himself of that every time?
One of his questions is, why can't we see the Chicago skyline, every time, from across the pond? And I believe
Is he looking at
he's going to have to do
or he
about.
taking people on their word?
Yeah, I can cover that one really quickly, okay, because I looked it up recently. So the average visibility rating over Lake Michigan is 3 miles to 20 miles, right? Much of the footage that we have is when we have a rare day where we can see much further than what you would normally be able to see. Now, we can see the buildings that should be completely hidden below the curvature of the Earth from 56 miles away, something like that. Now, the bottom portion is missing, but bottom-up obstruction is extremely common on flat surfaces. Okay, all it requires is to have warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher, which is super common in a cityscape, right? Or on a hot day when the sun heats up the ground, right? And it creates a much warmer layer of air down lower, and then you have cooler air up higher, and that causes what they call upward refraction, where the light deviates upward slightly, and it causes things to appear to be sinking into the distance, right? This is a mainstream definition of sinking refraction. Something that would normally be visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it, even though the physical line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, this is a super common thing to happen. Okay, bottom-up obstruction doesn't equal curvature. Yeah, that's regarding the Chicago sky. Right, so if someone wanted to claim that it's Earth curvature, they would have to measure, what's going on with the temperature gradients and check that kind of thing out. But it does match the definition perfectly of sinking refraction. And most days you can't see that far across the lake because of the visibility of the air.
He says, thank you so much. He appreciates it. And I'm going to send him some information, and appreciate you guys. I'll be back on here in a little bit.
Legend. All right. Awesome. Yeah, even AI will admit that it just perfectly matches, what would be happening if you had sinking, and that most days you shouldn't be able to see it because of the visibility, and it would make absolutely perfect sense to have that observation on a flat Earth. Funny that the globe Earthers like to use the the flat Earth evidence now as their globe proof.
Yeah.
Because they
How is it that you can see Chicago skyline with the Earth having a radius of 3,959 miles?
Right, exactly. Mary's been very patient. I think, Mary, it's your turn if you want to ask.
Guys, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you a native speakers or not?
Some of us are, yeah, most of us are native speakers in here. Some of us are fluent as well, and
So why you learning? Because I feel like you are native speakers.
we're not learning English. Yeah, we're teaching people about the Earth and helping people with their English. Yeah, we don't need to learn English ourselves.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. The more native speakers you can have in the English Hub server is better for the non-native speakers. You know, you wouldn't want to come in here and have all people that don't have native English speaking. Otherwise, you know, you're not going to learn as well. But this server is not all about English learning, right? We have topic channels, subject-specific channels where we talk about flat Earth, right? That's what this channel's for. And then we have one about veganism, and then there's another one about philosophy, that kind of thing. So in these channels, this is more for discussing the topic of the room rather than English lessons.
It's also
That's
good to talk
nice.
about a topic that you're interested in. Then it's easier to learn a language through immersion rather than just trying to memorize vocabulary words and just pull them out of the air when you need them. So somebody who's interested in geometry and observations, zetetic astronomy, these topics are discussed here, so they'll already have a pretty good working knowledge to draw upon, and then use their English skills to articulate their position.
You sound like you have very good English, Mary.
What?
You sound like you have very good English yourself.
I don't know why, but I'm so nervous. I don't know why. I asked my sister that should I talk to you guys or not, but I don't know. I'm so nervous.
Oh, that's okay. You know, if you don't feel comfortable, then you know, you can just listen. That's also helpful, just to listen.
Yeah, we're also live right now on YouTube. If that might change your add in there.
To be honest, I hope to talk like you one day.
Oh, you're doing very well. That court format, that's kind of fun. I think it's good because we can use the rules of how a court would operate. If someone's trying to gish gallop, if someone's trying to scattergun, change the topic or start to insult, you know, we've got a judge, right? They've already agreed that it's like a court setting, so we can. It's not unreasonable to dismiss someone or to remove someone from a court if they're not following the rules of the court. So it kind of seems to keep the globe earthers on better behavior. And it's fun. And it also interruptions are less. It seems like the globe earthers are much better behaved when we're doing the court thing. It's like structured.
Yeah, it's also good because like the evidence they have to bring forth would have to be
Yeah.
admissible in
It's
court.
like they're on trial.
They
Guys,
can't.
where are you from?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm from Australia.
Wow. I love that country.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice
I'm
country.
from Egypt.
I
I'm
haven't
from
been to
Egypt.
Australia for 5 years. Where are you from? Sorry, Egypt.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Do you
Yeah,
know
we get a
about
lot
her?
of people. About what? Sorry.
Do you know about Egypt? Any
Yeah,
information?
pyramids, Sphinx. Yeah, nice, beautiful reefs for snorkeling.
Yes.
Nice resorts and
Mm.
beautiful food. Yeah, definitely. I'd like to go there one day.
Also, the Christians in Egypt fast more than every other Christian on earth.
They fast more?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Traditionally, yep.
oh, cool. I'm 6 days into my fast now. Today's the end of coming up to the end of day 6. I'm
Oh,
gonna
right on.
see how long I can go for. I definitely feel good. It's
What's your record?
7 days. Is my record.
Very nice.
Do you like no juice or just water or like
Just water and tea. Just tea
okay,
with no
okay.
sugar or anything. Just like black tea, some herb tea or something like that, and tons of water. That's the key, is to just drink tons and tons of water. And then every day I have some potassium and magnesium, and some when I get hungry, I'll just suck on some chunks of sea salt. And then you get hungry. When you get hungry, if you can, like, you get super hungry and you feel like, damn, this could be the end. And then as long as you just can get over that, usually about an hour later, if you can distract yourself, it just goes away. Because what happens is your body is in ketosis, and it's just going to use your fat, and then it's going to convert that fat into ketones, and then that's going to act as fuel, and then you'll feel satiated.
What do you do for activity then? Are you just like I mean not sedentary, but you go for like a light walk or like a
I've just been doing some. I've got some light dumbbells. I just do just dumbbells and stuff like that. Just some super basic exercises. But you could do whatever. I mean, you have energy. I don't feel like I'm lacking energy right now. I don't feel like I'm not dizzy or tired or anything like that. Actually, once you get into deep ketosis, you feel like you're twice as alert as normal. It's kind of like running on like a premium fuel. Something.
Oh yeah, totally. That's what I've done like that. I mean I say when I do a fast, it's generally um like one full day plus another meal. So it gets real into that longer time frame when it's like where you skip from a lunch next day into another breakfast. It's like more than 24 hours. And
Yeah.
then it'll just be like a little small, like 8 ounces of juice or something like that, like grapefruit juice.
Yeah.
It's not like bacon and eggs type thing, like just a little. And then I go on and then skip the next day, then have lunch again. And yeah, I've done that for
Super
a week.
healthy.
Yeah, and I noticed that too. Like I will, it puts you into like this like primal mode where you are full of, like like
Yeah.
you're on the hunt. Like
Yeah, and you feel really alert, and your senses improve as well. Like I could smell some food cooking from a mile away, for example. And you don't need as much sleep when you're in deep ketosis, right? You could have like 6 hours sleep and wake up feeling perfectly refreshed. Well, rather than I think I weighed myself. I've lost 6 kilos in 6 days, which is quite a bit.
it is good too
A
because
lot.
you've been drinking water, so it's not just sort of dehydration.
Well, yeah, some of it is water weight, because I think your body stores a lot of water when you're on a carbohydrate diet. You switch to ketones, it like exerts a lot of that water. So even though I'm drinking a lot of water, I still feel like I'm dehydrated all the time. Got to just keep drinking and drinking and drinking. That's the main thing to keep it healthy, is just to smash the water, at least 4 liters a day, sort of thing. Whereas on a carbohydrate diet, I could just have a couple of glasses of water a day and get by just fine, because your body's retaining all of that water in your fat cells, or however that works. But I was watching some videos on YouTube, people doing like 21-day fasts, and the difference in how they look from day 1 to day 21 is freaking crazy. They look like a different person. It's insane.
You ever do a dry fast?
Yeah, I've done dry fasts, but you lose weight 3 times faster when you do a dry fast, but they're also kind of dangerous, very taxing on your kidneys and stuff like that. And I think I watched a guy do a 7-day dry fast. He lost a ton of weight just doing a 7-day dry fast, but he was a mess by the final day.
Yeah, it's a bit excessive. The longest I ever did was 72 hours for a dry fast.
Oh,
And
wow.
lost 7 kilos.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's I notice I can feel like if I don't drink enough water when you're in super deep ketosis, it's maybe a dry fast is okay if you're on a carbohydrate diet and you've got all of that water built up in your system, and then you do a dry fast for 72 hours. It's probably not too bad because you've got reserves of water. But if you're already in deep ketosis, and then you were to do a dry fast, it's probably super dangerous, right? Because I notice if I don't keep drinking tons and tons of water, I can feel a little bit of a tinge, a little bit of a pain in my kidneys, and then I'll scull a bunch of water, and then it goes away straight away.
Guys, can I sing you a song and you can rate my my voice in
No.
Arabic?
Please don't.
Yeah.
This
It's
is
one of
not
the rules. We used to have it no singing, but we took it down because people stopped doing it.
a karaoke channel.
Oh, Over Fences is asking, how do you deal with thirst in a dry fast? You just have to deal with it. I mean,
You
you're not
melt-
even
you melt
allowed
your
to do a dry
protein.
fast. You're not even allowed to wash your hands. You're not allowed to have a shower or anything like that.
That's a super dry fast, but
Because
yeah,
when
you
you
can
get dehydrated like that, you become a sponge, right? Like if you're dry fasting and then you go have a shower, you can gain your skin acts like a sponge, and you'll gain liters of water just through your skin.
and usually when you're burning your fat, that's where you get your water from.
Yeah, it's some crazy process where your body, I used to know the technical term for it, but it converts your fat into like the most pure source of water possible. That happens, but it's metabolic hydrosis or something like that. Probably wrong. Just for the YouTube stream, I am not giving anyone any recommendations that they should do a fast. Consult your doctor. Plan on.
Yeah, back in my fasting days, I did I think 10 weeks of fasting where I did 5 days of fasting, then I would have 3 meals and then go back to 5 days of fasting.
Yep, that's what I plan on doing. I'm gonna buy a bunch of bones and make like a big giant bone broth, eat that for a few days, and then fast. Here's a dry fasting video. That's the first one I watched about it. So this guy does a 7-day dry fast.
Yeah, and the good news is that if you do happen to have fatty liver syndrome, just 72 hours of fasting is enough to help clear your liver of the fattiness.
Yeah, I have a video somewhere. I'll see if I can find it. It's called "What Happens Inside Your Body when you fast for 30 days. And it's crazy. It shows like all of these animations. It goes over all the technical details of what happens. It's the craziest process. It's like you go into autophagy, and all your cells start to become renewed, and all of the energy that your body's putting into that digestive work, it takes up a whole ton of your energy in your system, and then that energy gets redistributed into other areas of your body that need repair. And it's such a crazy, amazing process. It's kind of like doing a reinstalling Windows or something like that, like formatting your hard drive, reinstalling Windows, and then all of a sudden your computer's running properly again.
Factory reset.
Yeah, factory reset. Sure. But don't do it. It could be dangerous. Yeah, obvious. That's the way to go. You know, a few times a year, just do a fast, right? Because you don't want to format. You don't want to do a factory reset, right? Every month.
Yeah, it is curious how like nature, this realm, if you are a creature of comfort constantly, your body deteriorates, or you know, like to remain healthy, you must be in let's say, stressed out state, a state of, outside your comfort zone. And the more that you do that, like basically there's a balance. To stay in your comfort zone is a detriment to your health. That's how this realm is programmed. Very interesting.
Yeah. I think it's also super important how you break a fast as well. It can be super dangerous if you don't break the fast properly, apparently. That's what they say. I mean, I fasted for 5 days and then gone and bought a bucket of KFC. Felt fine.
Yeah, mine was like 3.5, and I just hit a sandwich right away.
Yeah,
Something
yeah.
convenient. I felt great.
But I am scrolling through YouTube videos right now. This guy fasted for 21 days, and then he ate a bunch of raw eggs to break the fast, and he had to go to hospital.
Wow.
Are you guys in any sort of like debate right now, or you're not like kind of?
No, just casual chit chat at the moment. But if anyone has any questions about flat Earth or anything like that, just jump
Oh
in.
well, perfect. Because I do. I've 6 to be exact. I just at first I'd like to obviously preface. Yeah, I was saying earlier that like I'm just trying to do like a college documentary, just because I'd be unsure, like an unsure earther myself. So it's just like I thought it'd be interesting to do like a quick 5-minute documentary, because we have to do a documentary about something, and it's just like 5-minute long documentary, and I'm just going around asking like flat earthers or unsure earthers. I think I've interviewed one round earther, like 2 unsure earthers and 1 flat earther so far. So I just need a little bit more audio to kind of mix into it.
Yeah,
And
go ahead.
just basically asking them all the same questions. So I'm just kind of open question, and everyone's okay with me recording this, and like everyone, no one has any
Yeah.
objections. So just okay. So can you walk us through in simple terms the basic layout of the flat
Mhm.
Earth model as you understand it, or as you have seen it, or like have you how you would like describe it?
Sure. Yeah. So we don't have a model, right? Okay. So when people say model or the flat Earth model, right, we're not necessarily claiming a model because we're not necessarily claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth. When people say the word model, usually what they're talking about is a miniature version of an object, right? Like a model horse or a model car or something like that, right? We're not claiming to know the entirety of the Earth. Okay, we're regular people. We don't have trillions of dollars to go out, traverse the entire Earth to make a perfect map of the entire system that we live in. Okay, I don't think anyone has that. So, what we mean by flat Earth is the surface of the Earth is 72% water, right? That's what they tell us, right? The surface of the globe Earth, 72% water. Okay, and when we go and test over large distances over the surface of the water, it measures flat. We can't find any curvature. Thousands of tests have been done using all different sorts of methods. Okay, and in that context, right, that's what we're talking about when we say flat Earth. Okay, it's a description of a surface. It's not a shape. Flat's not a shape. Okay, so a surface area that's not curving is by default flat. Okay, obviously we have topography, right? We have hills and valleys and mountains, but the majority of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. Okay, so you could describe it as a topographical plane. Okay, we don't know the entirety of the shape, right? There's a whole bunch of things that are unknowns. Okay, but what we can validate is that there's no curvature, there's no surface curvature that's ever been validated empirically.
Okay. Good answer. So I suppose then you like I suppose how would you this is just the next question basically. What everyday observations or like personal like like experiments that you've seen do you find most convincing in supporting your
Yeah.
view or your skepticism of other views, let's say?
Yeah, I could just roll out a couple of quick examples right now. Okay, so first and foremost, we can do very simple observations where we have a known distance over the surface of water. Okay, I'll give you a specific example. We have a guy named Dr. John Dee, right? He used to be a globe earther, as we all were. He is a PhD in spectrophotometry, and he went out to try to debunk flat Earth using his lab equipment, okay, using high-powered lasers, using long-distance zoom cameras, that kind of thing. He has a great observation that I like to present, where he sets up the camera on an extremely still, clear day on the shoreline of the ocean in the United Kingdom. Okay, he sets up his camera at 1 meter height, and out into the ocean we have a windmill farm. Okay, and it's a distance marker because if there wasn't a windmill farm there would be no way to gauge, right, how far you're seeing, how far away is that horizon. You're going to need some kind of distance marker. Now, the windmills, okay, are 8 miles to 11 miles out. You can see 6 windmills, right? The closest one's 8 miles, the furthest one's 11.2 miles. Okay, we can then do some basic mathematics and say, okay, on a globe from a 1 meter observation height, the physical geometric horizon that must be there on a globe should be at 2.3 miles. Because we have the distance marker of the windmills, we can see in the observation that there's absolutely no sign of that geometric horizon whatsoever. And we can see the entirety of the windmills coming down and then the bases of them going into the water. And then we can actually see the water goes way beyond the windmills out into the ocean, where we can see a boat off in the distance that's 14 miles away. Okay, that's one example, right? It's a great video. There's a lot more to it than that. Dr. John Dee, anyone can look him up on YouTube. You'll find his videos. Okay, the one I'm talking about is called The Black Swan. You'll see that on his channel. And okay, and then a second example, I'll just give you one more really briefly. Okay, a team of field engineers called FE Core, Field Engineers Core. They built a $30,000 laser really extremely high-powered laser. And what they did, they went to a lake in the Netherlands, and they set the laser up completely horizontal, okay, 1.5 meters above the surface of the lake. And then they had a target on the other side of the lake, which was 40 kilometers away. I think that's about 28 miles, something like that. All right, and the target on the other side of the lake was also 1.5 meters high. And they shot the laser across the surface of the water horizontally to test for the curvature, okay? And what happened was that the laser hit the target, okay? They did 5 different tests over different distances on different days, and every single time the laser is hitting the target. Okay, they took the atmospheric conditions into account by using weather stations to measure the vertical refractive index gradients at both ends, right? And every single test confirmed that there's no curvature. Okay, that's called FE core, the greatest laser experiment in history. You can find that on YouTube as well on a channel called Decimal Z. And they have a full hour-long documentary going over all of the technical details, and they have a 180-page PDF where they have all of the specifications and everything laid out. So yeah, that's some examples of how we know the Earth's not a globe.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I'll have to. Yeah, no, that's definitely interesting. I'll have to go in and check out that. What was the name of the guy again? You said John.
Dr. John D.
John D.
And
Dr. John
yep,
D.
and then Decimal Z, right? If you go to Decimal Z's YouTube channel, you'll see the all of the FE core laser tests. There's a whole stack of videos about it on that channel.
Okay.
And just quickly, if I could, if you're making a 5-minute documentary about flat Earth, not a recommendation, but what I would do is cover that most people have a misinterpretation or a false perception of what flat earthers claim and what flat Earth is because of the propaganda in the media. Now, when most people think about flat Earth, they think about the heliocentric model of outer space, and then we have the globe, right? And they think that, okay, we're on that globe and it's orbiting through space, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then they hear about flat Earth and they try to convert that globe in the heliocentric model into a flat disk. Okay, and they think that flat earthers claim that we're on a flat planet. And that's absolutely not what flat Earth is. It's a completely different system. And you can't try to insert the flat Earth inside the globe model. And I think that's important for people to understand when they're looking into this topic, thinking about it.
Right. Okay. That's good. That's good. And I suppose, like, would you be surrounded by a circle of people in your real life that like would believe, would share your beliefs on this, where it's like they're either fully, uh, they're fully convinced of a flat Earth, or would they kind of, a lot of them be unsure, or some of them would be like directly opposing you, saying that the Earth is round? Would they? How would that be?
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah. So it depends on your circle, I guess. I mean, I met my wife on a Flat Earth server on Discord, believe it or not. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Great server. Okay, I met my wife on there. We're married now, been married for 5 years. Super happy.
Great to hear that.
She's a flat earther, and her whole family are flat earthers, right? So I moved over to Poland, right, to be with her. And yeah, it's interesting how many of her friends and how many of her family are flat earthers. It's more common than people think. And then we have the other side of the spectrum, people that, like my sister, for example, right? I wouldn't even bother talking about it with her because it's just, I know that she's not ready for that kind of information. She probably doesn't care about it. My mother's open to it, but once again, she doesn't care. It doesn't affect her life. She doesn't think about that kind of. It's not a big deal. It really depends on each person's individual situation.
Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. Usually, what it tends to be is like when I was interviewing some of the other people, they're kind of, usually it's the people who are on the fence. They'll be like, yeah, no one around me really, like, they don't really care. It's kind of like it's kind of like a thing where they have the mindset of it doesn't affect my life, so I don't really have much of a opinion on it kind of thing. So
Right.
I mean, no, that's interesting that you're. So would that be like a big thing? Like would Poland be more like sort of friendly towards a kind of more of a skeptical look at the round, or would they be more kind of open to that, or would they?
Well, more so than a country, for example, say India, right, or Southeast Asian countries, that kind of thing. You'll have a lower percentage of flat earthers in countries like China and India and Southeast Asia than you're going to have in countries like America, England, and a lot of these European countries as well. There were actually a whole series of polls that were done, nationwide polls, back in 2018, 2019, 2020. And the polls came back that 11% of Americans believe that the Earth is flat. French, 10%. Brazil, 7%. These are the ones I can remember off the top of my head. I think it was Italy was 7% or 6%. Romania was 10%. So yeah, it varies country by country, but you're going to find that certain countries are much lower and certain countries are much higher, depending on their culture and the way that, how trusting they are of what they get told by the authority, right? Some people will be very trusting of what they get told, very obedient.
Right. No, I certainly see that a lot.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Hello?
can hear you.
Yeah, so can you just hold on for a second, my friend, because we're just doing an
Okay.
interview with a guy that's making
just really quick. Only
Yeah,
three
you're
more
right.
questions to go. So, so I heard you what you said earlier that you were kind of like, oh, we were all round earthers at one point. I think you said something like that because obviously when you're obviously younger, you hear what people say and you kind of just take that as that's set in stone kind of thing. But then once you kind of critically think a bit more when you're older, you become more skeptical of things and you start to question things, obviously. So I kind of want to ask you about like that. What was it that kind of made you realize, and what was it like kind of realizing that you could potentially just being either told fibs intentionally or unintentionally? We don't I wouldn't know personally, just but what was it like basically, and what was it that made you kind of clock to realize that I'm skeptical of this, what I'm being told?
Sure. Well, I used to be a big fan of the Joe Rogan podcast way before it was even popular. And I was a big fan of Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo, who was a good friend of his before the podcast even existed. I was right into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So they had early episodes of the Joe Rogan podcast where Eddie Bravo came on. He was Joe Rogan's Jiu-Jitsu master. Okay, and I knew that Eddie was a very smart guy. And he delved into all sorts of alternative topics. And I heard Eddie Bravo talking about Flat Earth in 2017, and I thought, damn, I was like, what the hell? Eddie Bravo has lost his mind. And but because I respected the guy, he recommended some videos. I thought, okay, I'll check them out. Right? So he recommended some videos. I went and watched videos. I was like, oh, there's some interesting points in these videos. I'm going to look a bit further into it. And what I'm going to do is try to debunk, right? Try to debunk the flat Earth. Should be easy, right? And then the more and more I looked into it, the more and more it started to make sense. And then I started looking into these long distance observations, and I thought, wow, okay, these people are seeing things that should be hidden by hundreds of feet of curvature consistently. That's crazy. That's something that needs to be looked into. And I just happened to live on a giant lake at the time, Lake Quarry in Newcastle, and we had a giant 20-kilometer almost 20-kilometer section across that lake. And I had a boat, bought an amazing zoom camera, and I was able to go and start doing my own observations to try to validate what I'd seen, right? Because it's one thing to see the observations, but to go and actually validate it firsthand yourself, that's another thing. And I was able to zoom in 20 kilometers from just above the surface of the water and see the white sand beaches on the other side of the lake consistently I did it probably a dozen times, right, on different days, different weather conditions, from different vantage points, and I could not detect any curvature ever. So that's how I got into it. And then the more, what's that, about 8 years ago or something like that. So the more and more that I look into it, right, because you have to learn a ton about the globe model. The first thing you realize is that, how little you know about the globe. Most people that believe in the globe, they don't know that much about the globe. It's just a belief, right? They never questioned it, and they never had any alternative presented to them. So over time, you start learning about the technical explanations of the globe model. And then the more you look into the empirical evidence that validates those, then you'll really start to see that, okay, this is more of a mathematical concept, more of a theory that doesn't really have empirical evidence to back up the base claims. And then the more you look into the flat Earth information, the more empirical evidence. And then what I encourage people to do is to just look at both sides, right? Check the empirical evidence of Earth curvature from both sides, critically analyze them both, and then come to your own logical conclusion, and maybe go and do some of your own tests if you want to. But yeah, that's how I got into it.
That's right. One sec, I'm just gonna join and leave and rejoin in a second, just because my thing's kind of bugging a little bit.
Yep.
There, I think that's better. Okay, no, that's a good answer. And I mean, I was going to ask the question, how do you like, how would you respond to experiments or observations that other people who might look into it say, like, it challenges the flat Earth idea? But I suppose you've already kind of talked about that, like, at the start, I think, didn't you? You were kind of talking about, like, the observations that, like, round earthers would use to say that, well, the Earth's round, but then you look into it and you kind of say, well, hold on, that's not really adding up to me.
Yeah.
And I suppose
I'd say a lot of the globe Earth arguments, right? They have prerequisites, right? So a lot of the globe Earth arguments are about looking into the sky, right, and assuming that pre-assuming that you're already on a globe in the first place, and then you'll see an effect up on the moon at a certain time of the year, and they'll say that, that's caused by the Earth being a globe, right, like eclipse or something like that, or the motion of the stars prove that the Earth's a globe, that kind of thing. So a lot of those have a prerequisite that the Earth is flat in the first place. And if we can invalidate that the Earth is curving, it's not flat. Right? They have a prerequisite that the Earth is a globe. So if we can invalidate that requirement for all of their additional claims, right, it pretty much debunks all of them. So does that answer your question?
it does, yeah, no, it does answer my question. Just an extra one, I suppose, here. You know, the way a lot of, like, a lot of people who obviously they'd kind of look into flat earthers from the round Earth side, and they'd be like, oh, well, the flat earthers, they're just like, really stupid or something, or really idiotic. Like, what would you like, not necessarily all of them, but like obviously there'd be like lots of them who would, like, just kind of be very, I suppose, insulting about it. Would you how would you feel about round earthers? Would you think they're kind of ignorant? Would you call them, like, what would you consider round earthers? Like, do you think they should look into it more? Do you think they should, like, what would your advice be to them, basically?
Yeah, to learn the actual position that we're holding, and not assume that we're all some tinfoil hat wearing morons, right? That are uneducated, because that's not the case. We've got, in our community, we have professors, university professors, we have engineers, we have all kinds of people on all different varying levels that are experts in certain areas. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that they should actually look into what we're really claiming, because most people that think flat Earth is stupid, they think that we're claiming that we live on a pizza planet that's that there's a big disk in space that has some sort of big Game of Thrones style ice walls, and we claim that Australia doesn't exist, and all of these crazy things that we are absolutely not claiming. This is propaganda put out by the media, right, to discredit flat Earth and to make people not even want to look into it and just assume that it's stupid. So there's a good way that people try to combat things that, like governments and things like that, are trying to combat things that go against the mainstream narrative, right? They use mockery and ridicule tactics where they'll make it so it's socially unpopular to be a flat earther. So if you associate or even talk about flat Earth, then you'll be laughed at, mocked, and ridiculed by your peers. And that's one of the most important things in society, is to have to be popular in social situations and not to be mocked and ridiculed. So yeah, I would say that they need to actually look into it and attack the arguments instead of the person, right? So that's very important.
Right. And just the last question, just to wrap it up. What do you wish more people understood about people who conclude the Earth is flat?
The reasons.
What do you mean? Sorry, can you restate that again?
Sorry, what do you wish more people understood about those who conclude the Earth is flat? So what, like for people who maybe they're not really invested, or people who are like, oh, they just kind of like, oh, the world is round, but I'm just not really going to look into it. How would you, like, what would you want them to understand about those who conclude the world is flat? Like, what's like kind of, you've answered this a couple times, but just like, I suppose, probably just a last kind of wrap it up line, like what's just one thing you would say that people need to like understand about,
Is
like,
this an
the flat
interview?
Earth genuinely?
Yeah, this is
Are
an
you
interview.
streaming? Sorry.
Yeah, he is. He covered all this at the start.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So look, I would just okay. So I would ask them to question what their actual knowledge is that the Earth's a globe, whether it's just a belief system or whether it's actually something they know for a fact. And if they think they know it for a fact, then they should be able to find us empirical evidence that the surface of the Earth is actually curving, right? Because most people, it's just a belief system. And most people think they know much more about the globe than what they really know. People come in here thinking it's going to be an easy debate or an easy conversation. But very quickly they realize that they don't know the size of the Earth. They don't know the rate of curvature. They don't know how fast it spins. Okay, it's just a belief system. They don't know the absolute basics about it. So I would encourage them to have a bit of a reality check and realize they don't know their own arguments, and they probably don't know any of our arguments, and that they should look into the empirical evidence from both sides, like I said earlier.
Okay. No, that's good. That's a good answer. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, no
Kind of,
problem, man. I appreciate the interview. It's good fun.
yeah, you didn't think that was like, because I was getting comments from people that my interview like questions were like kind of not very, like, not looking to hear evidence answers. Like I don't know why that was.
No, I thought all your questions were good questions. No problem at all. It was good fun.
Yeah, no, just trying
If
to.
you are going to release something, it would be cool if you could send it to us. Maybe I could send you a friend request on here, and when it's ready, you could
Of course.
DM it to me or something like that. So yeah, I just sent you a friend request.
That was a really good interview, gentlemen.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Jeff.
Appreciate the questions, and I love the answers. Thank you.
Of course, I'm just coming at this from like a neutral standpoint, because I don't know myself. I can't prove either or at the moment. Like not like, obviously myself, I couldn't like spout the arguments or anything for either side.
Right. No, it's an honest position.
I'll let someone else take the floor then.
All right, cool. Well, I'm gonna go on mute for a bit, but I appreciate the conversation.
Cool, gentlemen. Thank you. We appreciate everybody else staying on project. If there is anybody who's been patiently waiting by,
I believe that the Earth is flat.
It's
Okay.
flat, guys.
Okay. Why would you say such a thing?
You don't believe it?
No, I'm asking you why you would say it.
Because I can see it in the air.
You can see it in the air.
Yes.
So in the air, so up in the sky, you see the flat
It's flat.
Earth in
Yes,
the
it's
sky.
flat.
Okay. If you want to convince me of something, just repeating it isn't going to help me. I want to
Okay, sorry.
understand why
Can
and
I tell
how
you
you have.
more?
Do you reckon you could not interrupt me?
I'm sorry.
You're not going to understand me fully if you interrupt me now, are you? So I
No.
wish to
Yes.
understand how you have reached that conclusion.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. That's a bit weird. So you're going round saying that we should believe this thing that you don't understand yourself.
So you don't believe in flat Earth?
Belief, acceptance without evidence. No, I know through empirical observation, demonstration, and measurement that the surface of the Earth is flat. No
Yes,
need
same.
for belief.
Same.
So people like you are dangerous. You go around spreading things that you don't understand.
Hello?
I know. I
How
don't
do you,
believe.
okay, this is why I asked my friend. Please don't interrupt. Thanks. Oh, that's me.
Don't interrupt.
I don't need to hear myself in the background. I don't need to hear myself in the background. Fuck.
Who's repeating my
Hello?
things?
Oh.
We know.
How?
Because I have found some research online.
Oh, this is terrible. Whoever's got that microphone open, shut it off. Angry.
Fixed. Hopefully.
And yes, I used to believe that the earth is round, but not anymore. Sorry, not believe. I used to know.
Okay. So you saw a video online. What did the video show you?
That I don't know.
You're not doing very well, are you?
Sorry, but
Yeah, you're dangerous.
no.
Yeah, very dangerous. Going around trolling, giggling through what you're saying things you don't understand. That's dangerous.
I'm giggling because I don't know how to explain it in English because it's not my first language.
Okay, no, that's fine. I appreciate that. But you can understand if you can't explain to me clearly how you have reached the conclusion that the earth is flat, then you're just preaching like a Jehovah's Witness or a Mormon on my doorstep. Right? Don't preach. Explain, demonstrate, show me how you've reached a conclusion that the earth is flat.
I can feel it.
What, like in the air tonight?
When I go outside, okay. When I see this, at the top, okay. When I look in the sky, I can see it, bro. You cannot see it.
Where's my mute button? There it is.
Yeah, so Karu, you used to
Yes.
know it was a globe, and then you saw. You weren't seeing before, or your mind was changed by like a airplane flight, or what?
I saw a dream that I was walking on top of the earth and it was flat.
So I think
Okay,
it is.
this isn't your language, right? You're now talking about your dreams. This isn't your language. You're trolling.
I want to talk. I want to talk to this dumbass
Stop
now, and we're
laughing.
gonna have a real conversation.
No.
And then, are you listening to me?
Oh, you can continue talking. I will not stop laughing.
Listen up. Are you
Yes.
hearing me? Yeah, you got me here, right? You and we're gonna talk now. Your name is Karu, right?
Yes.
Are you able to see the chat?
What? Yes.
I'm going to ask you 2 questions. I'm going to show you a picture. Have you seen pictures of Earth from space?
Yes.
What do they look like?
Flat.
No. They
Round.
look like balls with water on them, do they not?
Yes, ball.
Describe it.
I don't know. Describe it.
Yes, describe the Earth as you have seen it in the pictures from space.
I don't want.
You have to, or I'm going to kick your ass out of here. Tell me what that picture is showing that I pasted in the chat. Is it Earth?
Yes.
I'm going to explain something to you now. All of that blue stuff on that ball, that's water. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, do you know the size of Earth? They have told us the radius of Earth.
No.
It's 3,959 miles. Because we know this is the claim, we can use simple math to figure out how much water is curving over distance. Now, over 10 miles, that's 66 feet. That's about 6-story high building, 20 meters, right? Do you understand?
No.
You don't understand that if you have a ball, it has to curve at a specific rate.
Okay, fine.
Over 10 miles, that's 66 foot.
I understood now.
Good. So now, if you want to go and test that for yourself, you will find a friend and you go to a 10-mile wide lake. You have your friend flash a mirror from the other side. If you see that flash 10 miles away, either your friend is over 30 feet tall or water doesn't curve. Do you understand?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. And if water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, that's what they say, it cannot possibly be a sphere. That's impossible, right? Now, if you have some resources, you can buy a laser. Do you know what a laser is?
No.
A laser, it's light. You shoot it over distances. You can measure things with a laser. Maybe you've seen Star Wars, they shoot things in space with lasers. Laser.
Laser.
Laser, exactly.
I know
So
what a laser is, bro.
good. So if you get one of those and you shoot it 1 foot over the water, 10 miles to the other side, if you're living on a ball that has the radius 3,959 miles, that laser beam has to end up about 50 foot over the beach on the other side. It has to if you live on a ball. Do you understand that logically?
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
But
very
guess
logic.
what? Guess what? If you do that test, shoot it 1 foot over the water on your side to the other side, 10 miles away, it's going to end up a foot over water on the other side as well. Do you know why?
Why?
Because water is flat. It doesn't curve. And we've done hundreds of these tests, right? So all the people in here, most of us have done these tests ourselves, right? This is the reason why we are flat earthers, because when they showed us these balls, they told us this is Earth, this is where you live on a ball in space. We all asked ourselves, really, is there a way we can go out and confirm this? Where is all this curving water? We could not find it. I pasted a video to you. You can watch it when you have time. But you really got to drop the troll thing and take this seriously. Agree?
I'm not. Just because I don't speak English, it doesn't mean that I'm trolling.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you for the
No, what you says
conversation.
does.
You can sit back now and listen.
Psych! The earth is round!
No shit. Thanks. We were waiting for that. I
That
think I
was
got.
terrible.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Globers are not sending their best, but if you're a Glober and you think that you can prove that you live on a ball in space, you can come on up and we'll listen to your best evidence. Good interview before there with DJ. I hope that guy makes a good documentary. If there is such a thing. Go ahead.
I hope the editing process and the getting it like actually put together goes well. Just because what's it? It's like when's it due? It's due in like 2 or 3 weeks, I think. But yeah, no, it should be fine.
Yeah, sounds good. Good luck.
Thanks very much. Appreciate the collaboration.
Yeah, no problem. You can always come here and ask any questions you like. As
Of
long as
course.
people are genuine, I don't care what questions they ask.
Yeah.
We have some other people in here. We have Jenny. We have HKO. We have who else do we have? If any of you new guys want to come up and talk a little bit, I have some time. We can talk about Earth. Maybe you want to ask
Somebody
me.
at the top called CD Hamster, who's not a rat, who is server muted. I don't know why. I don't know if that needs to be attended to.
He was the feedback.
Oh, he can
All
stay
right.
muted then.
Well,
Fuck.
maybe we have time to talk to him now. Then let's see.
Oh,
server Hamster,
hello.
how are you doing?
Quite well.
Yeah, you had some echoing going on there, so we had to mute you. Do you have any questions about Earth?
Yes, I have a question. Who is Flat Earther here?
Almost all of us.
Me. I am.
Me.
Yeah, there's a lot. Big panel
Okay.
today.
I'm Spartacus.
Interesting.
Is there no one else?
Hey, Dave.
So, why do you all think Earth is flat?
Good question.
Well,
I know
yeah, go ahead.
few of us is joking.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll give him a quick one-word answer before you guys answer. Water. Go ahead.
Water. I think your claim is water find the level. Am I right?
Very good. This isn't your first radio, is it?
No, I just watched a few videos on YouTube. Done, as you call it, research.
Yeah. The natural property of water's surface, when contained and in large quantities, is that its surface is flat and level and horizontal. Yeah.
Have you ever been in 0G? Weightlessness?
Every time I
No.
fell, apparently, according to Einstein. I'm kidding. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, anyone actually. But in 0G, water is round because of surface tension, yes?
Are you talking about when you fall in an aircraft?
Yeah,
and the
of course,
water
of
that's
course.
also falling, being as it's not attributed to any of the falling frictional forces in the gas that is going through because it's a contained system. It's round. Yeah, in these special set of circumstances. Okay. And?
Okay, next we have mm, little bit lower gravity, even lower than on the moon, like on the Phobos, Mars's um, nat- natural moon. Water on a ball, wood covered.
Okay. So this water in this ball, I presume that water is curved on the surface.
Yes.
Okay. So if
Because
the Earth
each
was like
surface
that,
curved.
yeah. So if the Earth was like that ball of water that's falling in an aircraft at 0 g, then we would measure the surface of that water curving over distance, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would.
Okay. Can you show
And
that we measure that curvature of the water over distance, please?
I watched ships, not ships, bad pronunciations. Ships go over the horizon when we were at Crimea Island, half island. I don't know the right word. And ships go over the horizon. And when
Okay.
you go up
Okay.
to the mountain, ships again can be seen.
Okay. So for you to demonstrate that this is actually because of the curvature of the Earth, I need you to provide the distance to the object, the height of eye of the observer, and show us the prediction of where the horizon should be to occult these things at distance.
The first.
If you're going to say that's a measurement, I need the measurements then.
They won't be correct. No, they won't be accurate. But the first measurement, when you looking at the ship and it's starting to go over the horizon, I'm at that time I was
Is this
1
with the,
meter and
sorry, excuse me,
6.
is this with the human eye or with technology like a zoom camera?
With human
Objection,
eye
Your Honor.
and
He is arguing from ignorance. He doesn't understand that things can go over the horizon on a perfectly flat surface. Do you sustain or do you overrule? You're still the honor, right?
Sustain.
But
At
but
the
I
moment,
will
I'm not doing anything.
All right.
but I will continue about the instruments that were used. First, it was observed with naked eye, and the next was with optic device. I forgot the name. Binocle. Yeah. If I got it right.
Okay, so the height of eye was, for these things, you're going to need to give me the height of eye and understanding that if you lose sight of something with the human eye and then bring it back into focus with the zoom camera, you're showing me the limitation of the human eye.
The height of an eye was 1 meter and 55 centimeters at that time, and the height of the mountain was 250 meters. I could, if I could find, I could send you location in the chat.
If you could post anything that's relative in the side chat,
Oh, yeah, I could. That was in Crimea. Yeah. So, if I watched sheep going over the horizon with eye, then used binocle to zoom it, ship still was under the horizon. This was, I don't remember which, but that's binocle he technically stole in army. And the magnification was like 50 or 70 times. Yeah. Okay. So what would you say?
Okay, I'm trying to find an observation of at the moment for myself. I'm going to put in a side chat for you because you appear to be making the claim that the horizon is geometric and the curvature of the Earth obscuring our ability to see things at distance. Now, if you're going to say that the curvature of the Earth is the horizon, then it will be a mathematical calculable distance based upon the radius of the Earth, which is 3,959 miles. So it's
Of course
based on
it
the
will
height of
be.
eye. Yep. So the horizon will be 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye in height of eye. Now, the observation I'm just about to post in the side chat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I haven't got the full thing. Give me 2 seconds. Silly me.
I'm trying to find the place.
No, that's okay. I just wanted you to look in the side chat for me. I'll post the observation again. So this was an observation that was taken in a place called Santa Barbara in California.
Oh,
The
I
height of
seen
eye
that.
was...
I seen that.
Yeah, cool. So this shows that the horizon is an optical phenomenon, not geometric. The point that I was trying to point out is the horizon, as you claim it to be, is the curvature of the Earth, that when you go up higher, you can see extend further into the distance and you can see more of the Earth. Now, what I'm showing you in this image is the horizon is beyond its geometric capabilities at 1.2 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye in feet. You've seen the video before. I don't want to bore you, but being as you've seen this video before, you must understand it already debunks the claim that you are now bringing forward to us. This
Okay.
shows you the horizon moves. You're saying it's geometric.
Interesting. Mm-hmm.
If the Earth was
How
a
would I
sphere, then for
explain
this,
that?
my friend, if the Earth was a sphere, then for this observer at 8 foot, the horizon, just to be clear, would be in front of the oil rigs at approximately 3.5 miles away. Now, the oil rigs are what, 8, 9, 10 miles away? We can safely assess that the horizon is at least 10 miles away. It could be further. We don't know. It's based on the limitation of the optic, the camera in this instance, and the atmospheric clarity, the weather conditions.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does the height of oil rigs count in this?
The height of the oil rigs? No, the
Yes, of
oil
course.
rigs are just used as distance markers because we know how far away they are from the observation point on the beach. This way, we can estimate a distance to the horizon. The horizon should be in front of them. It's not, it's beyond them. The height of the oil rigs, are you saying that the one that's furthest away appears to look smaller than the one that's closest to you?
No. What about that? Just height of oil rigs.
Yeah, that's because the one that's closest to you appears to be bigger than the one that's furthest away that appears to
I
be
know
smaller.
that's a
That's why the
perspective.
bottom of the oil rig has also gone upwards.
They're significant distances away from each other.
Yeah. About a mile and a half, 2 miles.
And if they weren't there, you'd have no reference to distance, right? You wouldn't know how far the horizon is.
I had a different question, but okay. I mean, what's the height of those oil rigs? Not the difference, just how tall they are.
I think if we look online to platform Hill House and platform Habitat, I think they're going to be around the region of maybe 250 foot. I'm just estimating. But again, the height of the objects would only be relevant to how much would be hidden behind the horizon. The horizon is not in front of the oil rigs to cause the obstruction for us to use an Earth curve calculator for it to predict how much of the object we should see based on the height of the object. The horizon's beyond the objects, not causing the obstruction. So the height of the objects isn't interesting. We're just interested in the distance because we want to know the distance to the horizon. Because when we go back on different days, we'll notice the horizon changes. If we use different optics, we notice the horizon changes. It's not a geometric Earth curvature, it's an optical limitation.
Okay. Interesting. And if we had bigger telescope, we would get what?
Well, we would be able to
What's your
see as
claim?
far as the optic allowed us until the meteorological conditions started to impact how much of the light we could see reflected off that distant mountain. Now, that distant mountain looks quite dull when it's far away. Right? The light has dispersed through the air, so the green grass on the mountain or the field looks blue to you or grey. This is
I
because
know
of the
that.
air.
That's short and short waves is less. Forgot the words. Right words for that. But okay.
Yeah, the limitation is
less
going to be the
affected?
air.
Yeah, less affected. Like if you have aquarium and aquarium with water and add a glass of milk and shine through it with flashlight, you'd get blue light coming out of this aquarium, and aquarium will appear like the sky, a little bit red.
Yeah, spot on.
And
so the limitation is going to be the air.
And I found the place.
Oh, good.
Seconds. I will share the coordinates of this place. Yeah. That's the mountain, and right just close to this mountain is a beach. Hello?
Yeah, you've just posted some coordinates in the chat, mate. That's not.
Coordinates of place where I was.
That's awesome, but that's not showing us the observation. You're claiming with the observation a geometric horizon. I've just debunked that with the image that I just posted, and the argument in its totality.
No, you asked where this place was. I said I could send you coordinates, and I send them.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay. You have an interesting claim.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it?
It is interesting. My mom was actually a flat earther.
Was. Is she no longer anymore?
Was, yeah. Yeah, she's no longer anymore.
What changed her mind?
Was it science?
No. I hope so.
Oh, science! Tell us all about science.
But I think it was some random channel on Telegram. Okay, let's go to the next reason why Earth might be ball. Okay.
Okay. Because it wasn't the first one. Let's try something else. Okay.
Yes, of course. Is flat Earth spinning?
No. I would say no.
I thought this was supposed to be about the ball.
Yeah, that's about ball. But
Okay.
I should question.
So don't talk about flat Earth then. Talk about the ball.
No, I should ask question about their system so I could use this claim.
There is no alternative comparison needed, right? If something's true, it will be true on its own merit.
No,
yeah, the goal here is to compare the ball against the actual Earth, right? So any claims made by or let's say predictions made by a globe or a globe concept must be measured against the actual reality.
No, I just want to ask if your model predicts spinning.
There is no model. There is no model.
There's no your model. Okay.
No, so let's take your model, for instance. So the globe is supposed to be spinning, yes?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so is the Earth spinning? Sir, is the Earth spinning? Okay, how can you prove that?
I'm 1 second, need to formulate that. Do you know about Coriolis force?
Yeah, Coriolis effect is an apparent deviation or deflection observed from a spinning non-inertial reference frame into the inertial reference frame. It is an apparent deflection. It is not an actual force.
Yeah,
as
I know
defined.
that's not real force.
Right. So if it's not a force and there is no Coriolis effect observed on the surface of the Earth, then okay, can you show me the apparent deflection viewed from the Earth into the inertial reference frame?
First, you need the best case is mathematical pendulum, but we don't have it, so we could use approximation. Very thin and light rope and quite heavy load. Like 15 or 20 degrees. 5 seconds. Need to formulate this. But we could use pendulum to see does Earth does we have a Coriolis effect. It is not a real force, but it could affect other things.
Right. So in this case, you would have to have two reference frames. So far, a pendulum hanging from a building where the building is still attached to the non-inertial spinning reference frame, you would have no apparent deflection. Besides, what you're describing is an actual deflection, and we don't have that.
We could use gyroscope to confirm that
Correct.
Earth has.
Right. And there are no gyroscopes that show any 15 degree per hour drifts unless they are the uncalibrated laser gyros that belong to Bob. God rest his soul.
Yeah, I seen that meme.
Right. So if we don't have any other gyroscopes except for a faulty one showing a 15 degree per hour drift, then I would say that there are no gyroscopes that show any motion of the Earth. In fact, if they did, they would be useless to us because they need to be rigid within space, right? So we can use them for the purposes they're built for.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention that there's multiple claimed motions.
Yeah, it needs to detect 4 different accelerations. It would be better just to use an accelerometer, quite frankly.
Why would we use an accelerometer in case if we don't have acceleration? We have a constant force.
Yeah. Well, we have a rotation, right? And so rotation, at least, let's say rim speed or the outer edge of a rotation or a spinning object.
Rotation
These are accelerations. Constant change in vector. So those are accelerations.
It is centrifugal force that's not real, but technically could be considered as.
Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the acceleration that would be experienced if something was in, constant angular motion, because it's constantly changing velocity or constantly changing angle, right? Or vector. So those are accelerations.
In this case, on a sphere or any round object that's centrifugal, you understand?
Yeah, centrifugal force. Yeah, right. That we should be experiencing that as well, but we don't have any measurements of centrifugal force either. We also don't have the 1,000-mile-per-hour wind that we should have on the equator. There's a lot of things that we should have on a spinning object that there is no measurements of nor detection of. The Earth, for all intents and purposes, and as it's measured, is completely stationary.
Why you think we don't have centrifugal force?
We don't. Can you measure centrifugal force on the surface of the Earth?
Yes, it is possible to measure it.
Can you show it to me? Yeah, go ahead and show it to me.
I mean, I can't. I don't have enough budget, but it is possible. You could measure.
Don't shy away. Don't shy away. Just prove your point.
I
Don't shy away.
understand.
Man, I'm backing up. Man, I'm backing up for you. Don't shy away. Okay.
Okay.
I'm here for you, brother.
Thanks, Harry. I appreciate that.
I wanted to how after, but okay. You could measure the acceleration to the ground in the North Pole and on the equator.
How? What instrument am I going to use, and how can I measure this acceleration or centrifugal force, for that matter?
You actually could use different instruments if you want. You could use just a rock, a ruler, and yes, you could use rock, ruler, and your phone. Quite technical.
So things fall at different rates, so you can affirm the consequence somehow that this is going to lead to the Earth rotating.
I mean, you could.
What?
You could
measure the rate in which things fall.
You could measure acceleration when things fall.
Okay.
Yeah.
At different locations on the Earth.
Yeah. You have a different acceleration.
And you observe different accelerations on different locations on the Earth. Meaning
Earth has different acceleration in different places, and in equator you would experience greater acceleration
Man, you
on
have
the
to
poles.
remember, man. Sorry for interrupting. Like you have to remember, your
Okay.
point not to prove your point to someone else. Your point like is to get to the point. Like it's just like you do it like when you're
What's this
alone.
guy's name? Harry.
Harry.
Henry, whatever you're, Harry, brother. You know what?
Yeah.
Maybe go on mute. Maybe sober up a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying. I'm not talking to you.
Okay, well, you're obviously hammered, so maybe just go on mute.
What do you mean now, hammered?
It sounds like you're drunk.
Or high.
Or high.
Okay. If on a North Pole or South Pole, if you are on the South Pole, of course, have lower acceleration than
Sorry.
on the.
What's the North Pole and South Pole?
You have a lower acceleration to the ground than on the equator.
What's the equator?
Acceleration.
Okay. So
if you
North and South Pole and equator, that would be you begging the question that the Earth is a sphere.
No,
you dropping things.
I mean about
and then
no.
okay. Sorry, Cecil. I shouldn't have interrupted.
A guy, I don't remember who, told me, how could you prove the centrifugal force on Earth?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So far, you're
You could
dropping
prove
things.
No, I'm not dropping things. I'm leading to my idea. Maybe it is stupid.
Well, so instead of your idea, you have the World Wide Web at your fingertips. You've got the internet,
Yes.
right? And certainly
I know,
somebody
but
at some
I'm-
time has proven this. Maybe they have better instruments than rocks on different latitudes.
You could use not rocks. You could use accelerometer, anything you want. I mean, you could measure acceleration.
Yeah,
And
you could
on the-
measure the acceleration of the object as it falls to the surface of the Earth. I have no argument with you about this. However, this will not be proving any of the claims about rotation or centrifugal force.
And now I want to tell why it would. Centrifugal force. You have lower acceleration on the poles and greater acceleration on the equator. Why?
Okay. It's not for me to answer. It's for you to answer.
course,
Why?
yeah.
Why don't you tell me why it is? Right.
It was a rhetorical question for myself. Okay, I just want to practice English in this channel too, not just.
Sure.
Okay, and why it happened? Most likely, with a round Earth model, it is because equator is wider than poles.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand the way that you're thinking. The problem is that as T-Dub said before, you would only be affirming the consequent. The first thing you need to do is prove to us in some way that the Earth is actually in motion. That would be the thing we need for you to prove.
Next way to prove not centrifugal force but Coriolis effect. Is it? Yeah, I think that's good enough. You could use a flat ball of water, like a few meters in diameter, and make a cross, two diameters, perpendicular, and use food coloring or any paint and the cross and dip it into water and put it out. And on the water will be a little cross pattern. Will it be? Of course. Next, you need a little hole in the center of this bowl of water. and you would get, after a few hours, just a little rotation in one, a little rotation, clockwise or anti-clockwise. It depends on which hemisphere you are in. So you understood what was the idea, because my explanation was
Didn't
a
understand.
little
I'm
bit
sorry, I didn't
stupid.
understand.
Okay.
What about you,
You have a
Sasu? Did you understand?
no answer. Okay.
Do you have an example of this test that you're talking about? Is there a video on it or something that you could post in the side
Yeah,
chat for us?
one YouTuber did it. It was, if I remember correctly, Backyard Scientist, or don't remember who it was exactly, but I remember it was tested. Now I will try to find this video. Seconds.
Well, it doesn't matter because this guy, this YouTuber, did it with a sink and it is not working. So forget it. The Coriolis watching the water spinning one way is debunked. Do you want to watch the flush in the toilet? Spinning?
Hello? Hello, I'm here again.
Yeah, I did post, I did debunk you right now. You see in the side chat.
Okay, 5 seconds. Boo. No, not that video.
Yeah, this one, the guy did the same thing, you know, he did travel to north and then to south, and it's not working. Your Coriolis.
I'm not sure that was what he was talking about, though.
He was talking about
It is
the
not
water
about the
spinning.
thing.
I thought he mentioned
Because
something about food coloring.
Yeah, it was a giant, like a petri dish bowl, filled with water, and girls made of paint on this water.
And
Seconds. I'm trying to find this video.
so watching water, how it spins left or right.
Yeah,
right?
depends
To prove
on.
Coriolis.
Yeah, depends on your hemisphere.
Yeah, the hemisphere. Okay, so this guy did travel, let's say, to the north hemisphere with this sink, the same sink. You see that in the preview? So he did travel to north and south,
No,
and it's not
there's
working. Yeah,
there's
it's not working. It doesn't
there's
prove
a little.
Coriolis. It doesn't prove
No,
Coriolis.
there's a little problem in your experiment. No, not your, but that guy. Coriolis effect is really, really subtle. It's really.
Listen,
hard
this
to
guy
know.
did test that. Okay, with the same sync. Did travel with the sync in the airplane. It's not working according to what you think it's working. You didn't even watch the entire. Did you watch the entire video? In 5 seconds? Come on.
Just
Also, this
look,
was already explained to you that the Coriolis effect is not
this,
an actual deflection; it's an apparent deflection. So that let's
yes,
say that an aircraft traveling in a straight line, right, above
okay,
the Earth's surface at a constant rate. He's not accelerating or decelerating; just a constant
of course,
velocity, right? He's traveling in a straight line. Now, to an observer on the Earth who's on a turning non-inertial reference frame, they will see that the airplane's path appear to curve, even though it's actually going straight, right? So
yes,
the curve isn't real. It's just an optical illusion due to the fact that you're on a spinning reference frame while the plane is actually going
yeah.
straight.
I think,
Right.
yeah,
So this is
Veritasium did it.
never observed. This is never, ever, ever observed. Now, claiming that water goes down a sink one way and another way in another place, that's not Coriolis effect.
And what is that? That's
That's
not a
actual.
Coriolis
That's
effect.
actual motion. That's actual deflection or change in direction, not apparent. And
Look,
it's been debunked. It's actually not true.
about
Water doesn't
Coriolis
have a
effect, I want,
propensity to spiral down a drain in one direction in the south opposed to the north. It doesn't. It depends
about,
on it depends on the container that you're using, and the placement of the hole, and and from the location you pour the water in, and how you're pouring the water
yeah,
into the bowl
that's
into
what,
the thing.
that was exactly what Veritasium was talking about. Because there is a scam on the equator, actually not on equator, that on the one side it is clockwise, on the other side is under anti-clockwise, and on the
Right.
equator it is
Exactly.
just
People are
straight.
taking
But that
$5
is a
to see the
scam.
Coriolis
Yeah,
effect. Yep. I know.
because just guy is pouring in a different way water, and that's causing the deflection. But about the Coriolis effect, in general, not in a way of flat Earth, it exists, and this should be considered as
No,
real
there is
in
no Earth-based
in
Coriolis
engineering.
effect unless you're on an ocean in an eddy and you're spiraling around and you're witnessing something in the inertial reference frame appear to deviate
No,
its
I mean
path.
about Coriolis effect as a whole, not as a
Yeah. You can be on a merry-go-round and someone will two people will be on the ground throwing a ball over the merry-go-round. To you,
I
the
didn't
ball's path appears to go. Yes, we understand what the
I
Coriolis effect is, right? We're not
yeah
saying
I
it doesn't
once
happen and doesn't exist. We're saying that there's no Earth-based Coriolis effect. There's nothing you witness
that's
in nature that indicates to you that you're witnessing apparent deflection due to the rotation of Earth.
and have you seen this video of, that Veritasium made about Coriolis effect?
Yes, this guy that I did post is talking about that video of
Yeah,
Veritasium. So go
yeah.
watch this guy and watch it. It's not working. Okay, go watch the video. This guy is talking about that Veritasium videos. Okay, of Veritasium. Yeah, the same video. So he's
Yeah.
talking about that one, and he just did debunk it. Okay, your Coriolis is garbage talk.
And how it was
Go watch the
debunked?
video because he didn't watch the video. Okay, you think in 5 seconds you can see
First,
that video?
no. First,
You are a joke.
or second.
You are a joke. Yeah, 4 seconds.
No, first or second video.
The one I did post, I can repost again.
Okay.
Okay. So this guy is talking about that Veritasium video. Okay. So you have to watch it.
Okay.
Not
I'm
saying
watching it right now. I'm
not
watching it
saying
right
this
now.
is not working. Okay. You cannot see this video
Watching
in
it
5
right
seconds.
now.
Go watch it.
So now I will be watching it. So give me 10 minutes.
A minute. I think you need more.
15, not 5.
And this is a Glober.
I have a question for you. Hello. Yeah.
Did you watch?
Hello.
Did you watch the entire video?
No, I didn't watch entire video,
Okay.
but yeah, that's not good. What's your local time? Yeah, right now.
My local time.
Yeah.
What that has to do with this video?
Just
Are
I
you
don't
a
like
joke?
to.
Are you a joke?
I just don't like to stay up almost all night. Just
Oh yeah,
it
not
is
my problem. Not my problem. Okay, go
okay.
watch the entire
Okay.
video, and if you cannot watch the entire video, it's your problem, not mine. I'm
I
done with you.
looked.
I'm done with
Okay.
you. You cannot see the entire video in 1 minute, man.
That
What a joke.
the problem is different. I know that I can't entire this video in 5 minutes. Problem is different. He on the old video. Yeah, I just watched it. 2x and skipping a lot of moments. That's not full watch, I know, but he didn't address any claims to Veritasium about his experiment. He addressed
How do you
only
know
about
that?
sync.
Yeah.
I watched it. No, yes, skipping a lot of parts, but he addressed only on a sync scale, not on the big scale like Veritasium did. He said, "Why doesn't work in sync?" And it doesn't, because Coriolis effect is really subtle and sync is really small and
Oh, now
more.
it's smaller. Now it's smaller. Okay, so you claim one thing, and now you claim it's smaller because it's not
Yeah, I
working.
mean, it is first small, and second, it is really uneven. Sync is not perfectly
Oh
round.
no!
It is.
Come on. you are making up now. You are making up shit.
Why?
Talk.
Why are you making shit up? as
Yeah, you
said?
are making.
As I
You know, the guy did let's say did travel to north and to south, and your Coriolis is not working. So it's your problem, okay? Your cognitive dissonance. Yeah, in your mind, spinning.
About cognitive dissonance, I know this
Yeah,
feeling
it's
very well,
spinning right now in
and
your
I
mind.
could,
In your mind, spinning. The
and
Coriolis,
that
it's on your mind.
about cognitive dissonance, for me it's quite nice feeling, but not really. Okay. Yeah. I like it because it means I don't know something.
Do you have a measurement? Do you have a measurement of Earth moving? Do you have that?
No, I don't.
Okay, so
But you do.
game over.
Do you have?
Yeah, I did post it. I did
Where?
post it. Scroll up. Just scroll up. I did post. It said my measurement.
Oh yeah.
It shows 0.0.
Where you and how you measured?
Yeah, horizontal accelerometer. It's showing 0.0.
Yeah.
But now, can you present your measurement of Earth moving, please?
May I ask you a question about this accelerometer?
Oh man, you are so boring, man. You are not proving shit. You are
Yes, I'm
repeating
not
the
proving
same.
shit.
You are repeating. You are just repeating the same BS that it's on television at school. The same bullshit. You are repeating the same bullshit. Nothing more. Not proving anything.
What you could prove?
Yeah, I can prove. How about I jump from an airplane 25,000 feet and I can land on a net? How can that
I
be
wanted
possible?
to do that.
No, you want to do
Okay.
that? A guy did that because
Yeah,
you have to. That guy did that, but you know what is interesting? Your Coriolis is not there. So I'm gonna post that guy. He did jump from a net. That net far away. It's so small. Okay, so how it's amazing that Coriolis is not working. I'm gonna post it. Let's see.
No.
Yeah, just a second. Don't jump around. Don't run away. I'm gonna post that one. Just a second.
I'm not trying to run away. I just want to ask a question about that.
Okay, I'm gonna post it now. Let's see.
And how really subtle Coriolis effect will
There's a
actually
problem, man. This guy is jumping from an airplane 25,000 feet. And if that Coriolis was there, he shouldn't land on that net, okay?
I have a question. May you convert feet to miles because I use metric system.
Irrelevant, okay? Irrelevant. Go you can do that by yourself, okay? Don't waste my time.
That's relevant, okay. As I know, it is like
Man, you are just running away, man.
miles.
You cannot. How can this guy jump from an airplane and land on a net?
Look,
Net
radius
without that Coriolis, man.
Radius of the Earth is in the table.
Listen, you cannot prove curve, okay? If you think there is a ball, you have to prove curve. You didn't prove curve, it's not a ball. It's simple.
No.
Can you prove the curve, please? Can you prove? You have a radius. Yeah, you know, people did talk to you, and that radius, according to that radius, you know, the geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles. The Black Swan, it's not there. It's not even the 10 miles. You know what? In the Black Swan, the first one, you know what that means? If you do the calculations, that radius is if you account 10 miles distance, 1 foot observer's height, the radius is 67 times larger. You know, 67 times 1? You know, 67 times 39, 59 miles? That's too much.
Yeah, it would be really too much. Planet will
So
be
no curve. It's simple. No curve, no ball. Okay. If you have you go you know, do your observations, whatever. Bring that curve.
I think your argument with someone jumping from a plane to a target is a little bit irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant, okay? Your Coriolis is not there. You know, if Earth is spinning, shut up. If Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour, it shouldn't land on that net, okay? Easily. Your Coriolis, you know what is your Coriolis?
First,
you know, is in the trash right now. Your Coriolis is in the trash. And if you want to prove that your radius, you know, if you want to prove that radius, you have to show it. You know, prove the curve. Bring that proof.
First, about proving the curve. Okay. I want to just address that your video and that person jumped from plane is irrelevant because
it's not irrelevant. You know, because you know it's not irrelevant.
Give me a few seconds.
You claim Coriolis. You know, you claim Coriolis. This guy is at 25,000 feet high. So if first you claim Coriolis, okay, and this guy is landing on a net, and that Coriolis is not there. Okay, it's simple. If Earth is moving 1,000 miles per hour, this guy shouldn't land on that net. It's simple.
All right.
Your Coriolis is not there.
Let's let him get out his rebuttal anyway. Let's see what he has to say. Go on, CD. Let's hear it.
Look, if your skydiver is jumping from 20 to 1,000 feet, it is just almost negligible to the radius of the Earth, which is almost 21 million feet.
How much there it is moving, please? Do you know that?
I know that Earth moves really fast.
I'm asking a number. Do you know that?
I don't know it right now. I don't
so
remember it. No, I don't remember it.
Look, so you claim Coriolis, you know? You claim Coriolis, but you don't know how Earth is moving. Your ball Earth is moving, right?
I don't remember the exact speed, but the speed of the surface, I need to a better wording. Need to speak English more often. Okay, The radius of the Earth is almost 21 million feet. The radius of a sphere that the skydiver is on is 21 million feet and 22,000 feet. And
Is
the
25,000 feet high.
Okay, 30,000. It is even better for you. 30,000 feet. Okay, and let's use math. Do you want?
I'm gonna, going to the point. Okay, you spin a ball. Okay, you spin a ball, and you
spin a ball.
You let's say, and you have a, let's say, you have an arrow, above that ball, and the ball is spinning. So you pitch that ball with that arrow. You have to show me, how can this guy land on a net from 20,000 feet high?
First,
if the earth is spinning. Yeah, Coriolis, your Coriolis is not there, but you are not proving anything. You are making up shit. Nothing more.
First, if your skydiver is fresh, he's not. He would not land on the net, even on the flat Earth.
No.
I think you agree. If skydiver is bad at skydiving, he would not land on the net. Because
now we are jumping to another thing, because
no,
I did post.
We're not,
I did post.
We're not
Listen,
jumping.
yeah, you are running away. I did post a guy. He did jump without a parachute. Okay, and I did post it. But now you are making up assumptions that that's not possible. So that's your problem. You know what is that? Is that the cognitive dissonance is spinning in your mind?
Now you're making shit up. I didn't told that.
It's spiraling right now in your mind.
Skydiver.
So you are telling this guy cannot jump from an airplane 20,000 feet without a parachute and land on a net. Amazing.
Give me a 1 minute. Okay.
How about you get some information of that video is fake, or that jump is fake? Do you have?
I did not told you that jump is fake. I told you.
I'm over you. Listen, I'm over it. I'm not here to waste my time. I'm over it with you.
I want to tell you if what? Okay.
Felix Baumgartner jumped from 128,000 feet. He ended up in 50 miles. Was it 50? Was it 50 miles? He ended up in the other direction, right? Whereas if the Earth had been rotating, he would have ended up west.
Okay. First about
It did jump. That number it's 128,000 feet. Felix Baumgartner.
Jump in the net. That skydiver was a master. He do know how to do that, and that's why he did it. I mean,
all right.
Skyjumper.
Did you watch the guy talking about it?
I seen. I mean, if Skyjumper was an idiot and he didn't know how to do that, I mean, just a noob tried to do that, same as he. I mean, different Skyjumper tried to do that.
And listen, making up shit doesn't save you.
No, I'm not making up shit. I'm just telling you.
Yes, it did prove that. It just did prove that you can jump from higher, altitude, and land on a net without a parachute. So he did risk his life. Okay, he did that.
Yeah, he did.
So if the Earth was moving, brave guy. If the Earth was moving, you don't even know the number of that of your ball Earth moving. But if the Earth were moving, this guy couldn't land in that net. It's simple. Look, your Coriolis is not there.
Look,
but anyway,
I know. I googled the number The radius of the Earth. I didn't Google the number. The
I'm not
speed.
talking about the radius, man. I'm talking about the ball Earth
Speed.
speed.
Of course, the speed.
Speed is not the radius, okay? I think if it did fail a
No,
lot of
speed
things
could
in.
be fine. Speed could be found from the radius. First, you
Listen,
need to
I'm done
find.
with you. I'm not here to waste my time. You know, your cognitive dissonance is so much spiraling in your mind. I'm not here to waste my time with you. No, it's over. I did bank your Coriolis watching water spinning in one direction. I did bank that, and the guy is a Glover.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, yeah. Oh
Stop.
no, you did. Yeah, cognitive dissonance. It's over to me. Bye bye.
Okay. And what
Look,
it was?
you haven't provided any evidence that the Earth is rotating
Yeah, I
or in any
didn't.
motion at all. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
No, you
I
have a
did
reason. You have an idea
send
about
one
why
video
something
about.
happens. CD, you have an idea about why something happened, right? How do you know it's Earth? How do you know it's Earth rotation that caused that to happen?
Could you repeat, please? I didn't hear it.
You have an idea, right? You're saying the reason the two pools, the dye in the two pools, rotated differently down the drain is because of Earth rotation. How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because they tested this few times, like if it was a random direction, if Coriolis effect didn't affect.
It doesn't matter if it's random or not. It doesn't matter if it's random or not. There is a bare assertion that it is caused by the rotation of the Earth. It's just a bare assertion.
Okay.
What's the proof?
And what's the proof of flat Earth?
So this would be Tukoku?
Look, if I could not prove ball Earth,
so is this a shifting of the burden? Is this a concession that it?
Yes.
Right, it's a concession. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Look, if I can't prove it right now, yes, because I haven't tried to found some information. I just wanted to speak in English because I haven't done this in a long time, like half a year. I wanted to speak in English, and now I just seen new channel, globe versus flat Earth. That's interesting. What you could provide as evidence of flat Earth? T-Dub.
Right. So the proof of flat Earth is its flatness, all right, that we observe and we measure and use, particularly the surface of water. Okay.
Great. And what could your model predict?
I didn't propose a model.
Like, if Earth is flat, float. You просто floating Earth. Okay, that's. If Earth is flat, what flat Earth could predict?
Okay, it'll predict that you would see across a large body of water, let's say 20 miles, you'd see across to the other side. How's that for a prediction?
Good prediction that you would see almost endlessly if view is not abstracted and you have a good optic. Yeah.
Right. You have a target.
Okay.
For a laser or an
No,
observer.
if you have,
or you have go on.
Non-abstracted view, you could see anything. Yeah.
Right. Well, for example, right, one person's set up at one shoreline, and 20 miles away is another shoreline across water, and
Why
they
22
see the
miles?
shoreline.
Why it should
across
be
20 miles?
22 miles? Why not 2,000 miles? If the Earth is flat.
That's an unrealistic expectation.
I know
due to
that's
weather
unrealistic. I mean,
conditions
in
and optics.
idealistic situation. I mean, like spherical cow in vacuum. You know this, like a joke.
Say again?
Spherical cow in vacuum. That's a joke about physical simulations, oversimplified.
Yeah, I'm not aware of it. Sorry.
Okay, maybe it's just a Russian thing. Okay. So you could see at any distance. That's great. We can because of as you tell me because of abstractions, because of atmosphere, and in ideal optics. Yes.
Right.
That's great. So next about physics. What your model think does exist and what doesn't exist in physics?
It's not a model proposal.
I mean, in a flat Earth as a whole, what should
No,
not exist in physics?
It's
So
not a proposal of a cosmology.
okay, not about cosmology. No. I mean, just in basic mechanic. What should not exist so flat Earth could exist?
Those things are independent. Like they'll be established independently, and then relationships will be evaluated after that, right? So, yeah, anything that is demonstrable, observable, testable, measurable, demonstrable, and falsifiable, yeah, it's undeniable.
Look, we have a gravity, or we don't have. That's one of the questions.
No, I witness certain things in certain conditions, environmental conditions, have a propensity to move downwards. Some things have a propensity to move upwards depending on the conditions. Some things don't move at all. Clouds move horizontally. I mean, like there's all different types of situations that we can observe. Do solids and liquids have a propensity to move towards the ground within a specific type of medium? Yes, I don't deny that.
What if I don't have any medium?
There is never no medium.
Like vacuum, like few particles per
It's
container.
still a medium. It's still a medium.
And I mean, medium in a way of substance, like air, water, or you mean
Yeah,
medium as
you'll
a
never
space?
eliminate all particles, so it's still a medium, right?
No, I ask you. You mean medium as a substance, or as a space, or volume? As
Well, you could
just a
consider it
volume.
either, but you can
Okay.
consider it either. But in reality, you will never eliminate all substances. So there's always a medium. It's always a substance
Yes.
medium.
I won't agree with you. Yeah, you can't get rid of all particles, but if you don't have enough, medium becomes just a few particles, and that's a mechanic, not fluid dynamic or
Okay.
We don't
else.
have sufficient structures built to properly test the premise you're going to attempt to lean on that demonstrates
No, I'm not.
gravity.
Stop. I'm not leaning on. I'm just asking a person what should not exist so flat Earth could exist. And
So liquid in a vacuum would probably evaporate before it hits the ground if it's dropped from a high enough.
Actually, no.
Yeah, if it's dropped from high
Some
enough.
liquids.
Yeah, it depends. And solids, yeah, they'll probably just fall to the ground. Yeah. Yeah. And now what?
Gases would just. Yeah, we understand what gases would do.
Yeah, gases fill the available volume. They don't fall. They're
They do, but
omnidirectional.
just a little. Just a
No,
little.
they don't fall. No, gases don't fall.
No,
Gases
we have
expand in all direction.
look. We have a vacuum pumps that use full vapor to suck off the or mercury vapor to suck off the particles, and vapor is falling down because it's heavy. Like
No,
mercury vapor is actually heavy.
Gas does not fall. Gas
is
moves
not-
in all directions
No,
randomly.
it is not just falling. It is directed flow, more like that. It is directed flow in vacuum of very
this is
low
pressure
density gas. Yeah, that's complicated shit, but
You can
works.
evacuate a chamber from the top of it.
I mean, not as an experiment to say that gas is falling, but yeah, we use low density vapors to suck off the last particles in vacuum chambers.
If you offer a pressurized system, an area which is lower in pressure, it will go that way. It will flow towards that area. The gas will fill a lower pressure area.
Not always. Like,
yes,
if you direct
always.
gas and 5 seconds, I want to find this type of pump. It's really, I don't know why it is not showing. Okay. You could use mercury vapor to suck off the last particles. This pump is used. And you could use liquid mercury to suck off vapor or suck off gas if it's actually pretty low vacuum. In this case, it's high vacuum. Low pressure, but not too low. You could use mercury to suck off gas as a gas, and if you have sufficient low vacuum, you could use mercury vapor to scrub other particles. You use directed mercury vapor, it is not going up because the walls of the apparatus is cooled, so if it going up, mercury vapor will condensate and just fall as a mercury. I'm not talking that's about filling volumes with gas. I'm talking about ways to create a high vacuum that are used.
Okay. You see in the side chat? See what I posted?
Seconds. What you have posted? Seconds.
So you have two chambers
No,
separated by a valve, right? In the bottom chamber, you have. Go on. In the bottom chamber, you have NO2, right? Doesn't matter what that gas is. Could be mercury vapor. Could be SF6. Could be oxygen. Could be argon. Any type of gas. Doesn't matter what the gas is. You open that valve, that's going to happen.
In this case, you're showing me gas, but in my case, it is more like a lot of particles, not like a gas. That's just a lot of directed particles. In a vacuum, nothing affects particles. They're not just going around just because they can. They have a velocity, and if you don't have a container in a small scales, they would just go in these directions as they were going. But if you have like laminar flow without any disturbance, have I pronounced this right or not? It will go straight line in a vacuum. In this case, we're viewing gas not like a abstract medium, but as a lot of just marbles in a zero G. So
Yeah. Okay. So let's just hurry to your point. Let's just. What are you trying to say?
I wasn't trying to say anything actually. We just were talking about gases, and I wanted to tell you how the high yeah, in this case high vacuum is achieved on Earth using this pump. It never was even an argument about flat Earth or anything actually. Question was which physics which forces rules in physics should not exist so flat Earth would exist.
That's not our attempt. Right? Like, look. I already told you. Anything that is observable and measurable, testable, repeatable, verifiable, falsifiable is accepted. Right? Accepted physics. Right? Anything that claims to be that but doesn't give the demonstration of it is pseudoscience. Right? So, but our attempt isn't to explain everything. That's not our attempt, right? We're just pointing out that the surface of the water isn't curving, therefore nullifying, invalidating the claim that it is.
Okay. Interesting. But what science want to do is to predict things, and not just.
It depends why. For practical purpose, to achieve something like
Yeah, for
that's going to be
practical
useful.
purposes, most likely we want
Right.
to predict things, and somehow curved Earth and balls are working.
No, not for any practical purposes. Not at all.
Like we're using them, or
No, you wouldn't be. You wouldn't be. Some people may claim to be, but not you. What are you doing in your daily life that requires you to understand that the Earth is a ball spinning in outer space?
Actually, maybe physics exam. Well, that's biased, I
Okay.
know.
Yeah. Pen on paper. Yeah.
Not actually on paper. That's more like teacher is asking the whole class about something, giving them different questions. But that's
It doesn't matter.
that's not even
It doesn't
That's
matter
not
how many
a
predictions
big
are made
topic.
based on the idea that the Earth's surface is curving. Right. It makes the most important prediction that it makes is that well, there's a couple. One, that the Earth's surface would be curving at a rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. And two, that there would be a
Definitely.
horizon distance based on the radius value and your observer height. Neither of those are observed or measured in reality, right? So those are the
And
most important predictions that it makes, which we cannot find in physical reality. In fact, all attempts
and I
to
still
validate those two things turn out with a null result.
okay. And I have a question, like, still interesting to me. Why you think everything is a big conspiracy theory? Like, a lot of flat earthers
I
think,
don't remember mentioning a conspiracy theory.
but like
Can
flat earth.
you remind me
technically-
when I mentioned a conspiracy theory?
No, I mean, yeah, that was weird extrapolation from other flat earthers I knew. Like, I told my mom, she was really into conspiracy theories. So, yeah, I think a lot of flat earthers do the same. That was my fault, but flat earth actually is a conspiracy theory. So, yeah. Why do you think government trying to hide something?
What are they trying to hide?
That
Earth is what?
No, they can't hide the surface of water. It's just out there for everybody to
But
observe and
why
measure.
they are so why science think the Earth is
Right.
round?
So they are asserting with confidence that the Earth's surface is curving and that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, spinning and orbiting and moving through the vacuum of space. Right? Yes, they do.
Why?
Well, that's mostly, for the most part, it's believed. Right? They truly believe it.
But like, there's a problem in science. A lot of things were believed, and then we are just dropped them because they just were not true. Like miasma's theory about infections. We have theory about electricity, that electricity is not made by electrons, but it is like a liquid. Science had a lot of theories that now would be considered pseudoscience, and flat Earth actually was a part of science back then. So why we dropped out a lot of things, but somehow we cannot put out the.
Is there anybody available to take over? DJ, are you there?
Okay.
No, it's just look. I'd love to keep going, but I'm going to be
I
busy
think
in a
no one
minute.
wants because. Okay.
20 cups. DJ
So
Crit. Anybody? Is anybody else around?
okay, that's 3 a.m. Local time. So bye.
Yeah, look, no, it was it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
pleasure
I'm
to
really
talk with
sorry.
you
I really
also.
do have to go in a minute. Like I can
Okay,
listen,
and
but I'm not going to be able to
would
talk
you
very much.
would you able to talk tomorrow or any other day?
Absolutely. Look. There's usually someone here 24/7. Like we have quiet periods where there's not many people around. But
I know.
generally
Okay.
you could come in here and say hi, and is anyone home, and you'll get a
Okay.
response. Yeah.
Next time I will be prepared a little bit more.
Oh, awesome, man. Thanks for the
Goodbye.
conversation. Bye.
Everybody in here knows the Earth is flat, right? Okay, just checking.
That's right. Yeah, no contest from HM or Xinhuan.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, welcome in. Welcome in. I can't talk very much at the moment. We have Says Who here, who seems to be available for conversation.
Oh, okay, thank you so much.
So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We also have Jedi, who's just rejoined us. Welcome back, Jedi.
Hi. I hope everybody's having a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Sweating like a pig. Hey Siri, turn on the alarm. Hey Siri, turn on the alarm. Hey Siri. Hey Siri.
Hey Siri, mute your hot mic.
to talk about the earth. 24/7, flat earth discourse. The best place on earth to talk about the earth.
It's a curious thing about human beings. We keep trying to explain ourselves to those who have no intention of understanding. Not because they don't want to hear us, but because they can't. They're watching a different movie altogether. And here you are, standing outside the theater, trying to explain the plot of your film to someone who's still convinced they're watching theirs. It's exhausting, isn't it? This constant need to justify, to clarify, to make people understand. But what if I told you that the very act of explaining yourself to certain people is like trying to describe color to someone who's determined to see only in black and white? We've been taught that communication is the answer to everything, that if we could just find the right words, the perfect explanation, then surely people would understand. But the truth is far more interesting than that. Some people are so caught up in their own mental constructions, so hypnotized by their own interpretations of reality, that your words become nothing more than noise. And the harder you try to break through, the more energy you lose. It's like shouting into a wind tunnel. The sound goes out, but it never reaches its destination. So let me ask you something. How much of your life have you wasted trying to convince people who were never going to be convinced? How many times have you repeated yourself, rephrased yourself, exhausted yourself? All in the hope that this time they'll finally get it. And what happened? They twisted your words. They heard what they wanted to hear. They made you the villain in their story, no matter how carefully you explained yourself. This is not an accident. This is not a failure of communication. This is a collision between two entirely different states of consciousness. Now, before we go any further, let me be clear about something. I'm not talking about healthy disagreement. I'm not talking about people who genuinely want to understand you but see things differently. I'm talking about something else entirely. I'm talking about people who are living in a kind of trance, a self-created prison of beliefs and illusions, so solid that nothing you say can penetrate it. And the reason nothing penetrates is because they're not interested in truth. They're interested in being right. They're interested in protecting their version of reality, even if that version bears no resemblance to what's actually happening. The moment you realize this, everything changes, because you stop taking it personally. You stop thinking there's something wrong with your words. You realize that the problem was never your explanation. The problem is that you're speaking to someone who has already decided what you mean, what you are, and what you represent. And no amount of explaining will change that. It's like trying to reason with a dream. The dream doesn't care about your logic. It follows its own rules. Let me tell you what happens when you try to explain yourself to someone trapped in illusion. First, you waste your energy. And I don't mean just a little bit of energy. I mean the kind of deep soul-level exhaustion that comes from fighting a battle that was rigged from the start. You pour yourself out trying to be understood, and what do you get back? Confusion, accusations, more questions. It's a loop that never ends because the other person is not interested in understanding. They're interested in their own narrative. And you, my friend, are just a character in their story, a character they've already written. The ancient wisdom traditions understood this. They knew that not everyone is ready to hear the truth. Not everyone can handle it. Some people need their illusions. They need them to survive. Take away their illusions, and they crumble. So they defend those illusions with everything they have. They'll twist your words, attack your character, and if you're still trying to explain yourself to them, you're actually helping them maintain the illusion. Because every time you engage, you give them something to resist. You give them a reason to dig in deeper. There's a story I once heard about a man who spent his entire life trying to convince his neighbor that the sky was blue. The neighbor insisted It was green. So the man brought diagrams, photographs, scientific explanations. He even brought other people to confirm that yes, the sky is blue. But the neighbor wouldn't budge. Green, he said. It's green. And one day, exhausted and defeated, the man gave up. He stopped trying to convince his neighbor. He stopped talking about the sky altogether. And you know what happened? The neighbor became furious. Because without the argument, without the conflict, the neighbor had to face something terrifying, the possibility that he might be wrong. This is what happens when you stop explaining yourself to people trapped in illusion. They get angry, they escalate, they accuse you of abandoning them, of being cold, of not caring. But here's the secret. Their anger is not about you, it's about them. It's about the fact that your silence forces them to look at themselves. And looking at yourself when you've been living in illusion is one of the most uncomfortable things a person can do. So they'd rather you keep talking, keep explaining, keep playing your part in their drama, because as long as you're engaged, they don't have to change. But you don't have to play that game anymore. You can step back, you can be quiet. You can let them have their version of reality without feeling the need to correct it. This is not indifference, this is wisdom. This is understanding that some battles are not yours to fight. Now here's where it gets interesting. When you stop explaining yourself, something shifts. You begin to conserve your energy. You begin to protect what's sacred, your peace, your clarity, your sense of self. These things are precious. And when you throw them into conversations with people who can't receive them, you're wasting treasure. You're casting pearls before swine, as the saying goes. Not because the people are bad, but because they're not ready, they're not capable of seeing the value in what you're offering. And so they trample it, they mock it. They use it against you. Think about the conversations you've had recently, the ones that left you feeling drained, misunderstood, frustrated. Now ask yourself, was the other person actually listening? Or were they waiting for their turn to talk? Were they trying to understand your perspective, or were they simply defending their own? If it's the latter, then you were explaining yourself to someone who was never going to hear you. And the energy you spent was energy you'll never get back. There's a certain kind of person who thrives on this dynamic. They love to pull you into endless explanations because it gives them power. The more you explain, the more ammunition they have. They'll take your words, twist them, and throw them back at you in ways you never intended. They'll say, "But you said this," when you said nothing of the sort. They'll interpret your silence as guilt, your patience as weakness, your kindness as manipulation. And no matter what you do, no matter how clearly you speak, they'll find a way to misunderstand you. Because understanding you would require them to change, and change is terrifying. So what do? You stop. You stop explaining, you stop defending, you stop trying to make them see. Because the truth is, they already see. They just don't like what they see. And that's not your problem. Your problem is that you've been taking responsibility for their perception. You've been acting as though their misunderstanding is your failure. But it's not. Their misunderstanding is their choice. Let me tell you what happens when you embrace silence. First, you reclaim your power. When you stop giving explanations, you stop giving away your authority. You stop acting as though you need their approval, their validation, their understanding. You simply are. And there's something incredibly powerful about that. It's the power of a person who no longer needs to defend their existence. The power of someone who knows their worth is not determined by whether others can see it. Second, you create space. Space for truth to emerge on its own. Space for the other person to sit with their own thoughts without your constant input. Space for God, or the universe, or whatever you want to call that deeper intelligence, to work. When you're always talking, always explaining, you fill up all the space. But when you're silent, something else can enter, and often that something else is far more effective than anything you could have said. Third, you begin to discern. You begin to see who is genuinely interested in understanding you and who is simply interested in the drama. The people who truly care will accept your silence with grace. They'll give you space. They'll trust that you have your reasons. But the people who are trapped in illusion will panic. They'll demand explanations. They'll accuse you of being secretive, distant, cold. And in their reaction, they'll reveal exactly why you were right to stop explaining in the first place. Now let's talk about what silence is not. Silence is not avoidance. It's not running away from difficult conversations or refusing to communicate when communication is genuinely needed. Silence is discernment. It's knowing when words will help and when they'll only make things worse. It's recognizing that some people are not ready for your truth, and that's okay. You don't need everyone to be ready. You just need to be wise enough not to waste your pearls on those who can't appreciate them. Silence is also not punishment. It's not a way of getting back at someone or making them feel bad. It's simply a boundary, a way of saying, I will not participate in this particular dance anymore. Because the dance of endless explanation is exhausting. It keeps you small. It keeps you stuck. And it keeps the other person stuck too, because they never have to face their own illusions, as long as you're there to argue with them. Here's the thing about illusion. It's comfortable. It's familiar. People build entire identities around their illusions. They construct elaborate mental frameworks to support them. And when you come along with your truth, your clarity, your different perspective, you're threatening the entire structure. You're asking them to tear down what they've spent years building, and most people won't do that. They'll defend their illusion with everything they have. They'll fight you, blame you, vilify you, anything to keep their world intact. And you know what? That's their right. They have every right to live in whatever reality they choose. But you have a right too. You have the right to stop exhausting yourself trying to change their mind. You have the right to walk away from conversations that go nowhere. You have the right to protect your energy, your peace, your sanity. And you exercise that right through silence, through the simple, powerful act of not engaging. There's an old saying that goes something like this: never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. But I'd take it a step further. Never explain yourself to someone who has already decided what you are, because no explanation will change their mind. They've made their judgment. They've written their story, and you're wasting your breath trying to edit it. Instead, save your words for those who can hear them. Save your energy for relationships that actually nourish you. Save your truth for people who are hungry for it. Because there are people out there who will understand you without lengthy explanations. There are people who will see you clearly without you having to perform, or prove, or justify. And those are the people worth your time. But what about the others? What about the people trapped in illusion who keep demanding your attention, your explanations, your defense? Let them go, not with anger or resentment, but with compassion. Let them have their illusion. Let them believe whatever they need to believe, and trust that if they're meant to wake up, they will. But it won't be because you convinced them. It will be because life itself taught them. And life is a far better teacher than you could ever be. So here's what I'm asking you to do. The next time someone demands an explanation from you, someone who has already decided what you are, what you meant, what you did, pause, take a breath, and ask yourself, will this explanation actually help? Or will it just give them more material to misinterpret? If it's the latter, stay silent. Let them sit with their assumptions. Let them fill in the blanks however they want. Because their interpretation says far more about them than it does about you. And in that silence, you'll find something extraordinary. You'll find yourself. Not the version of yourself that bends and twists to be understood. Not the version that exhausts itself trying to please everyone. But the real you, The you that exists regardless of whether anyone understands or not. The you that doesn't need validation because it knows its own truth. And that version of you is far more powerful than any explanation you could ever give. Stop explaining yourself to people trapped in illusion, not because you're giving up on them, not because you don't care, but because you finally understand that some people aren't ready to see, and that's okay. Let them have their blindness. Let them have their confusion. Let them have their version of you. Because the real you, the one that knows, the one that sees, the one that simply is, doesn't need their approval. Your peace is more valuable than their understanding. Your energy is more precious than their acceptance. Your truth is more important than their opinion. Remember that. Hold on to that. And the next time you feel that familiar urge to explain, to defend, to justify, just stop. Be still. Be quiet. Be free. Because silence, my friend, is not the absence of communication. It's the presence of wisdom. And wisdom knows when to speak and when to simply let things be.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
If I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. Thee. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. And what'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Geo-Or's an earthly worker, worker of that dirty dirt, and Re's a state ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases fortunes over time, and Edward's a wealthy ward, weird warden of your mind. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, Ape Man, Monkey Ball, religion, twisted Roman Catholic traditions, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in real lies, just science fiction. One has turned away from peace unto disaster. It's primeval atom theory. Illuminate, try is your master. Homogeneous universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, Ape Man, Monkey Ball, religion, twisted Roman Catholic tradition, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in real lies, just science fiction. Geo-Or's an earthly worker, a worker of that dirty dirt, and Re's a state ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases fortunes over time, and Edward's a wealthy ward, weird warden of your mind. Oh, it's ours, universe, one has turned away from peace unto disaster. It's primeval atom theory, and Illuminator is your master. Big Bang, Ape Man, Monkey Ball, religion, twisted Roman Catholic tradition, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in real lies, just science fiction. Homogeneous universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, Ape Man, Monkey Ball, religion, twisted Roman Catholic tradition, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in real lies, just science fiction. Homogeneous universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous.
What?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Hello. Hello.
Welcome. I hope all is well. And hey, DJ. We got a couple of people who just joined in. JD Cito, and well, the other guy left. Welcome.
Hello.
Oh, hello, hello.
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 How are you? What's your name?
I'm not sure where your voice is coming from.
I'm Alex. What's your name? What's your name? Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. We can hear you.
Yeah. Then, first is the previous is female.